Start the meeting. Good morning, Council. We're ready to start, so please, we invite everyone to take your seats so we can start promptly today. Thank you. Good. All right. Good morning. We have now a quorum. So without further ado, I suggest that we start. Council, if everyone could take your seats, please. We're about to begin. Okay, so we're going to start today with agenda item 9. This agenda item, as you know, will be divided in two sections. First, we will have a panel with conventions, executive secretaries, and their representatives who are joining us here in the head table. After those interventions, the floor will open for council reactions to the panel only. Once that we conclude the section with the conventions, they will be invited to take back their seats, and then the Secretariat will formally introduce the document, Relations with Conventions. Up until that point, we will invite Council to provide the comments to that section. So again, it will be divided in two parts, and the comments will also be received in that order. So with that said, I will now pass it over to the Chair to kick us off today.
Thank you, Noemi, and good morning, everyone. I just wanted to thank everybody for a very productive day yesterday, where we got about 90% of what we had scheduled to get done. So a very productive start to this long week, and I want to thank everybody. As Noemi said, this agenda item is split into two, and the formal paper will be presented after we have a discussion with the panel. And in fact, this is the part of my role as CEO, which I didn't anticipate, where I turn into a talk show host. So it's my pleasure to present the panel members here, which are fairly well known to everybody. First of all, we have Mr. Rolf Poyet, who is the Executive Secretary of the BRS Conventions. Rolf. We have Monica Stankiewicz from the Minamata Convention. Good morning, Monica. We have Danielle Violetti from the Senior Programs Coordination Unit at the UNFCCC. Danielle. We have Assad Nakvi from Director of Implementation Support Division from the UN CBD. And we have Catherine Mutambirwa from the Program Coordinator for Land Degradation and Land Restoration of the Global Mechanism of the UNCCD. Welcome to everybody. Unfortunately, we were not able to have a representative from the BB&J convention. There was no one available, but we will hopefully have that representation in future council meetings. This will be an active dialogue. I'll start the panel off, get them warmed up, and then we will open the floor for questions and comments from council. I'd like to start by just indicating, obviously, that we've had a successful GEF 9 replenishment. This was adopted yesterday. We've also had a successful LDCF, SCCF negotiations, which hopefully will be adopted in the coming days. As you all know, the main priorities for all of these new strategies are very similar. They focus on integration, they focus on blended finance, support to LDCs, SIDS, strong support for IPLCs, which, by the way, we now have a 20% target for IPLCs across the entire family of funds of the GEF. We're also focusing a lot more on adaptation and resilience and on the streamlining aspects of the GEF Trust, of the family of funds, to make resources more available in a more efficient way to countries. What I'd like to do is perhaps throw out 2 or 3 questions to all panel members, and you can pick and choose what you want to answer to get the ball rolling. First of all, obviously, as we move towards the push towards 2030, we'd like to hear what are your expectations with the GEF partnership coming from the conventions for the GEF 9 period. How do you see the role of the MEAs in this last push, and where can the GEF partnership be useful as we look at several COPs coming up this year and certainly several in the 4-year period of GEF 9? And also, from a more content perspective, what are the programming and policy updates that you're most excited about when you think about your role as MEA heads, and how can that be useful in the context of your work? So let me start with Mr. Payette, please.
Thank you very much, Claude. Excellencies, Council members, friends and partners, thank you so much for inviting us to have this conversation with you this morning. And indeed, I want to focus my response on the expectation aspect. And as you know, the Basel Convention, the Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Conventions, which encapsulates the entire life cycle of everything we produce, use, and sadly dispose daily, look to GEF to deliver, in my view, 3 transformational positionings. The first one is to put pollution at the nexus of our climate change, biodiversity loss, land degradation, and international waters agenda. Secondly, to make integration something more impactful, not because we have to tick a box, but finally let's aspire to build a brave financing architecture that unlocks capital far beyond what we have done before, essentially moving out of our comfort grant envelope. With your permission, allow me to unpack those a little this morning. First one, pollution at the nexus. For too long, chemicals and wastes have been treated as an adjacent file, perhaps embarrassing, or not my issue, or it's invisible, and yes, somehow secondary. GEF 9 must mark the moment when we stop treating pollution as a footnote to planetary health and recognize it is one of the 3 pillars, and most importantly, providing solutions to some of the challenges we have today. Food loaded with pesticides, contaminated water with PFAS, plastics all over the planet and in our bodies, unmanaged landfills spewing methane, a serious greenhouse gas into the atmosphere, and I can go on and on. In GF speak, this is not only efficient and equitable, this not only means efficient and equitable resource allocation, but clear mechanisms that mobilize governments and the private sector to take action, innovate, and improve the quality of life and the environment for everyone. It also means visible and measurable inclusion of chemicals and wastes in integrated programs, as well as setting clear targets which capture what works and what doesn't, so we can start addressing this issue at scale. This is not a niche agenda, but an important opportunity for us to bring together the human health agenda, the climate agenda, the biodiversity agenda, and so on. For at the end of the day, we all share this wonderful blue marble. Secondly, integration that truly integrates. While I'm pushing for this important transformation, is also in the midst of much progress that the GEF has made in the last 3 decades of the global environmental governance. We now have an agreed 7-step guidance that actually shows how to design programs across focal areas, not gesture at integration as a slogan, but I believe that we will see the impact of this approach almost immediately. For example, on the GEF9, the PCB elimination project will no longer report only on the POPs that we have destroyed, but also report on emissions reduced through energy efficiency, as well as ecosystem exposure or health exposure avoided, land and soil contamination prevented. That will be integration in practice, and I hope the implementation agencies will also join us on this important journey. And finally, Mr. CEO, mobilizing capital beyond grants. It is no surprise that the financing gap across BRS obligations is measured in billions. Same for the other planetary issues. For example, PCB elimination alone carries a price tag of US $5.6 billion through to 2030. We agree, grants alone cannot close that gap. But grants can do something powerful. They can de-risk, they can catalyze, they can crowd in multiples of private and sovereign capital and also unlock concomitant investments in development, while at the same time cleaning up our planet. Theoretical blah blah, you might say. Well, we already have a proof of concept. The most consequential development on our side in transforming to cleaner and greener strategy, our pathway to meet the 2028 PCB deadline, while also helping countries modernize their electricity grids, is already on track. It is a blended finance architecture that pairs grant financing for inventory, interim storage, and disposal with private and sovereign capital for transformer replacement. We believe it is targeted, it is scalable, and it is also replicable to other persistent organic pollutants, to POPs in products, in plastics, and even SF6, which, as you know, is a very strong climate issue. This is the kind of architecture that turns obligations into investable opportunities. Finally, plastics and the Basel Convention will also expect the GEF9 to address the structural access gap that is a constraint for Basel Convention financing, especially for plastic waste. The plastic agenda is moving. The financing architecture must also move with it. So with those few words, I hand back the microphone to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. Getting us off to a great start. So, Monica, your thoughts?
Thank you so much, and good day, everyone. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I shall start by thanking our host country. It feels even more exciting if I think about GEF in the room like that, which is magnificent, isn't it? So thank you so much to the host for these excellent facilities and hospitalities. I would say the Minamata Convention is running smoothly. As I reported to you previously at COP6 last November, parties welcomed the GEF9 replenishment and stressed how much it matters for meeting a party's obligation. And I would like to thank the Claude, the entire GEF Secretariat, also Council members for enabling an inclusive participation of the Minamata Convention Secretariat in the replenishment process. And I thank again to all the donors. I would say GEF partnership is very strong, and the Minamata Convention and GEF is an example of the good environmental governance that delivers. Parties' commitment to the Minamata Convention shows in the numbers. The parties were required to file the second national reports by the end of the last year, and 84% of them did so. And I would really strongly believe that why we have such a strong commitment to the Minamata is because the convention has a clear vision and a clear path forward to reduce and, where possible, eliminate mercury. So what we expect from the partnership with the GEF and within GEF9, for us, GEF9 is the decisive window. Most obligations fall between now and 2030 and 2034, so we need to program the mercury allocation early and quick start, GEF9, not carry funds forward. We expect programming that delivers the full guidance consistently provided by the COP since the beginning on artisanal small-scale gold mining, on mercury trade, on products, industrial processes, and so on. And this also includes the most recent guidance on updating mercury inventories, monitoring human exposure, and reporting and keeping people's health at the center. And what we are excited about within GEF 9, the chemicals and focal area is strong. It links mercury to human health. It takes the whole of a society approach, reaching indigenous peoples, women, and youth. It supports small islands and least developed countries, and it tackles legacy mercury hotspots. We are, as Rolf, also excited about the new guidance for integrated chemicals and waste into GEF 9 projects in integrated programs. It is an important stepping stone, and we hope it will help us finally account for mercury in IP child projects. And as I mentioned many times before, we see strong entry points in 4 integrated programs, critical forest biomes, pollution-free supply chains, blue and green islands, and sustainable cities. We welcome the expanded blended finance toolkit. It can mobilize private capital in sectors like mining, manufacturing, and we would like to see mercury pilot projects to show what it can do. And one more important thing to mention is that the next year the convention will have its 10th anniversary, and a strong early GEF investment would send a powerful signal. What we can do, we can try the integration that our MEA COPs have called for, the COP6 roadmap on mercury and the global biodiversity framework by 2030 is an example. We can bring mercury and gold mining action into national biodiversity plans. We can also advance gold supply chain transparency. Cutting pollution and mercury is not a standalone cost. Instead, is a driver of co-benefits for biodiversity and for the climate. And take the Planet Gold program in biodiverse regions. This extremely important work on formalizing mining sector and access to finance, coupled with the work on environmental crime by our UN partners, the Interpol, UN Office on Drugs and Crime, and the World Customs Organization is key in preventing deforestation and climate change. Or recently approved program on emissions from non-ferrous metals and large-scale investment in cement in Brazil and the Philippines, where mercury emissions and greenhouse gas emissions are to be addressed at the same time. We can also and need bring closer to each other our national focal points that knows the convention and GEF's operational focal points that know the finance and the procedure. And we know that on a national level is too often, coordination is too often ad hoc because of the shortage in capacities, priorities, competition, resources are tight. So we see the extended constituency workshop as a natural bridge between the convention focal point and the GEF's focal point. So from GEF 9, I would really welcome MEA secretariats to be invited to some of those workshops so we can brief also about the progresses under our convention on relevant issues. And finally, let us move forward with the planned development of the mercury indicators so that they reflect mercury's potency and the value of pollution avoided. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Monica. Let's hear now from our colleague from the UNFCCC, Daniele.
Thank you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning from my side as well. Great pleasure to be here in beautiful Samarkand and have the opportunity to address you, and thank to the GEF Secretariat for the strong collaboration that is continuing over time. From the UNFCCC side, we can really say that the GEF 9 arrives at a critical moment. This is the first replenishment following the adoption of the NCQG in our process, the new collective quantified goal, and therefore GEF 9 naturally invites reflection on both the scale and the impact of climate finance. GEF 9 emphasized many of the qualitative dimensions highlighted in the NCQG, including catalytic impact, access, implementation support, country ownership, and mobilization of broader financial flows. So let me highlight 3 key expectations for the GEF 9 period. First, maximizing the catalytic impact of scarce grant resources to scale up finance. Second, leveraging the integrated programs to deliver climate outcomes across the broader environmental agenda. And third, strengthening support to developing countries to translate commitments into implementation. So let me go through quickly a few policy issues related and the partnership we can see with the UNCC and the GEF in the years in front of us. So one of the most important expectations for GEF-9 is the ability to deploy scarce grant-based resources strategically and catalytically. So the success of GEF-9 should increasingly focus not only on the finances it provides directly, but on how effectively it mobilizes and complements larger sources of finance across the broader climate finance architecture. In this context, the stronger emphasis in GEF-9 on MDB partnerships and blended finance is particularly welcome. The work under the UNCC will provide long-term policy signals that can facilitate mobilization of scaled-up finance and strengthen enabling environments. Therefore, the GEF should continue to work with other funds and MDBs to translate these signals into investment opportunities and implementation support at the country level. On the second expectation on integrated approaches really relates to GEF integrated programming and the systems transformation. In our last 2025 NDC synthesis report, it's clearly that countries are increasingly opting for the whole of economy approach to implementation, integrating climate objectives across sectors and development priorities. Therefore, GEF-9 integrated programs provides an important opportunity to translate that comparative advantage into more coherent implementation and amplify climate outcomes across the broader environmental agenda. And UNSCC will continue to promote implementation that identifies synergies across climate and broader environmental objectives through, in particular, and I'm sure my colleagues after me will talk about as well, the cooperation with the other EU conventions and the GEF. And this is an area that is really more emerging as a priority in our process as well, and we are looking forward to future and further development this year, COP31 in Antalya. And last point, in supporting developing countries. I mean, this is really a priority that is emerging strongly in our process, that many developing countries continue to perceive climate finance as fragmented, complex, and time-consuming to access. In many cases, access challenges are institutional and coordination related. So therefore, the GEF-9 country engagement strategy, country platforms, and national coordination mechanisms are particularly welcome. Under the UNCC, efficient access, country ownership, and support for implementation underpin many of the work streams. For example, the technical work that is happening under the Standing Committee on Finance in the UNCC process. So we, in conclusion, we encourage the GEF to continue helping countries access GEF resources effectively, while also supporting them in accessing complementary sources of climate finance through its work on complementarity and coherence. So we are definitely sure that GEF-9 will play an important role in supporting the implementation of mandates and priorities that parties have articulated under the COP and the CMA in our process. And of course, looking forward to our continued collaboration, and we are glad and congratulate you all for the successful replenishment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniele. Now, Mr. Assad, the views of the CBD, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and what an opportunity to join you in this discussion. First of all, huge appreciation to GEF, not only for this event, but also for your very effective support during the GEF 8 for countries to develop their national biodiversity action plans, to develop their national reports and develop their targets. That has set a very strong foundation for this last stretch of the global biodiversity framework, which runs till 2030. So from the CBD Secretariat side, huge appreciation for all your effort and support and for your implementing agencies. CBD as a convention has three elements, and one of them is conservation. You all are well aware of that. There is a sustainable use part of that, which is the second objective, and the third is the fair share of the benefits arising from the use of biodiversity and genetic resources. So one thing that has probably is obvious is that there has been too many projects and too much focus on the conservation side of the convention's objectives. And I think as we move forward, we need to move more towards the sustainable use and benefit sharing side of the thing. So that is something which can benefit the development process that the countries are very much looking forward to. The second part probably is that the global biodiversity framework, which has 23 targets, it's not a conservation framework. It offers the blueprint for a global development that is green and socially inclusive, including for indigenous people and local communities, women, youth, gender, and other disadvantaged groups. And CBD is one of those conventions which has a subsidiary body which is especially looking at the issues of IPLCs and moving from just having a discussion to making the implementation work for those who are custodian of the natural resources and the biodiversity. What we would like to see in the next or GEF 9 replenishment process. So some of the countries, as Jeff may have already heard, have requested that the processes are made simplified, the finance is made accessible, and there is a rapid process of getting things done on the ground. We are in the last stretch. When the GBF was approved, there was a mechanism created by GEF where the countries could basically access funding even before the GEF 8 replenishment was basically completed. That type of thing is needed because on many targets, the countries are doing very well and possibly will achieve them. In the others, we are lagging behind. So I think that's an important message that you would like to deliver. 2030 is a deadline, and 2030 is the 9th replenishment process is going forward. The other thing that we think that GEF could deliver, you are the financial mechanism for 6 conventions or 5 which are sitting here. You are in best position to create synergies between us because you are looking at each of the projects that the countries are submitting to support different conventions. And that synergy is needed more and more than ever before. Number one, to achieve the objectives, because all of these challenges that we are trying to solve are interconnected challenges. Number two, the global financial landscape does not allow us to have siloed projects. And Work Package 27 of the UN is also calling for stronger synergies between conventions. So as Daniela was mentioning, we have the joint liaison group between the 3 Rio conventions, and the executive secretaries come together and develop a work plan. But that needs to be expanded to include, for example, pollution and other conventions that are in place. And we think that GEF could possibly help us with that part. Focus on generating economic and development benefits is probably the best opportunity that GEF 9 offers us. We all have the frameworks which have development objectives included in that. We have the global analysis on economics and science which clearly tell us that, for example, by fully implementing the global biodiversity framework, how many jobs could be created in developed countries, how the economies could be made more competitive, how the wealth creation opportunities, especially for those who are left behind in the development process, can be amplified, and how you can make your economies more resilient. But when we look at some of those projects, those things are not coming out very clearly. I think we need to make a strong pitch that sustainability delivers development that is much needed in all parts of the world. And that will require probably a bit of capacity building, I would say, within the Secretariat, but also within the implementing agencies, that the vision is that, yes, we have a better development process going forward. My last point probably is that it is important to fight the flames, but it is equally important to turn off the tap which is fueling the fire. And what I mean by that is that I think it's very important to measure that how many hectares of land are protected. But it is also important to see that what is making so many other hectares of land going either into desertification or degraded or species being lost. And that's where we need to look at the root causes of what is driving unsustainable development. So my background is macroeconomic model. I look at systems dynamic. It is the systemic shifts which will get us to the goals and make them last. Otherwise, in many of the projects that we have seen, I'm not talking about GEF projects, As long as we have the project, it is delivering results. If we go 5 years back on the same spot or same slot, the things have changed back to the normal. So we need a systemic shift in economic and finance systems and the economic and financial planning to get results so that the 1% of the GDP that we probably have at our disposal can make the 99% of the GDP at least do no harm to the results that we are trying to achieve. So with this request, we would like to, from CBD side, we would like to really encourage and invite parties and the contributing parties to GEF for a very generous replenishment of GEF 9. The opportunity will remain open even after the discussions have concluded now, because for many conventions and many of the global frameworks, 2030 is the deadline, and for GBF, it's a particular deadline after which we will start looking into the post-2030 agenda. So thank you so much for this opportunity, and we will be happy to share more details.
Thank you, Assad. And to complete this, this round of questions before we open the floor, I'd like to ask Ms. Catherine from the UNCCD to address them.
Thank you. GEF Council members, the host country, GEF Secretariat, distinguished delegates. As UNCCD's financial mechanism, the GEF has invested significantly in avoiding, reducing, and reversing land degradation through conservation, sustainable land management, and restoration of degraded lands. This is concrete proof that this partnership delivers for people and the planet. Drought, land degradation, and desertification are costing the global community an estimated $878 billion every year. And the latest UNCCD analysis catalogues some of the most damaging and droughts on record between 2023 and 2025. Behind every number is a smallholder farmer, a pastoralist family, a displaced child. They're watching closely to see whether the multilateral system can deliver for them and on time. For the UNCCD, GEF 9 we welcome the GEF 9 replenishment. Our priorities: first, delivery on synergies. I believe my counterparts have already emphasized the current efforts amongst the Rio conventions, as well as the efforts with the GEF, with the upcoming GEF medium-sized project, which will focus on synergies with a focus on food systems. Secondly, scaling finance with the private sector. The convention has been mandated by its parties to ensure participation and involvement of the private sector in meetings and processes of the convention, and we're expected to report on measures to facilitate and encourage the participation of the private sector. We are doing this through the main vehicle, which is the Business for Land initiative. The global mechanism of the UNCCD stands ready to work with the GEF to expand the use of non-grant instruments, blended finance and reflows, moving from pilots to portfolios, particularly in drylands where private capital remains scarce. The third is to sharpen the focus on drought. We strongly welcome the proposed integrated program on drought and on drylands and drought management under GEF 9. It is precisely the kind of anticipatory cross-sectoral response that affected countries are calling for, and we are committed to supporting its design and delivery. Within the UNCCD, we have been championing the work around the International Drought Resilience Alliance, the Riyadh Global Drought Resilience Partnership, and the Drought Resilience Investment Facility. And we expect that we will contribute significantly to the design of the IP to support the implementation of NDPs, as well as drought investment plans, ensuring alignment with the GEF IP program. We will also continue to engage with IPs such as the Blue and Green IP, where land management has also been emphasized. Fourth, we will continue to support the design of large-scale flagship initiatives. We have been known for the support we have been providing to the Great Green Wall Initiative in the Sahel and more recently in Southern Africa. We are also working very closely with the multilateral development banks, with a strong relationship now with the African Development Bank, a TA facility with CAF, and more recently a collaboration with the Asian Development Bank. We expect to work more closely to leverage on the GEF resources, and we have a very good example of the work we've been doing in the Zambezi River Basin, where we have managed to leverage financing from the Climate Investment Funds as well as the GEF, and are now working on the GCF and Adaptation Fund components of that program. Fifth and not least is the investment in smarter decisions. The GEF has been supporting the enabling activities of the convention. So in GEF 9, we expect to continue to work on better data, better diagnostic, and stronger policy. Distinguished delegates, the work ahead is urgent, but our partnership is strong. UNCCD and its parties look forward to delivering together a GEF 9 that the world's land users can feel, in healthier soils, more resilient harvests, and restored hope. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Before I open the floor, just a couple of comments. First of all, I would like to formally recognize the full support of all the conventions from the secretaries down in the process of the negotiations and the replenishment. All conventions were present during all of the meetings, not just present, but participatory, and you helped shape the success, the strategies, and the resource mobilization that we have accomplished to date. So for that, I wish to thank you formally. Also, in listening to your first statements, it's remarkable how there is convergence, to use a different term than integration, in the messages and the way that you see the value of the GEF in each of your agendas and in advancing each of the convention goals. This is, I think, an important step. That we talk about integration, and Rosine and Stapp talk about it from the scientific point of view, which is a very strong justification, but integration also has to be at the functional level, both at the conventions, at the financing level, and at the delivery and implementation level. And I think this has come a long way over the last decade in terms of now having basically all of these conventions, at least what I heard, sending the same message of value, of integration, and of collaboration. So that is remarkable, and I also wish to thank you. So now let's open the floor. I just want to remind you that please direct your questions to the panel. This is not about the paper. We'll present the paper formally after we finish this round. We'll take a couple of questions, and if you have a question directed to a specific convention, let us know. If not, we can have different convention heads talk to those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I see already some flags up. Just a reminder, this is a dialogue with the conventions. If you wish to address the Secretariat or to convey any comments on the document itself, it will follow afterwards once we thank the conventions and they can go back to their seats. With that said, Anders, we have Anders, Annette, and Laura. Annette, I believe you raised your flag first, so. Okay, Annette, why don't you kick us off? Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks very much for all the representatives from the conventions. That's hugely appreciated that you are here and available for a dialogue. First of all, Germany thanks the Secretariat for the update, and it's good to see that the GEF stays closely involved with all of you and other relevant organizations. We welcome the progress on the MOU for the BBNJ agreement, not represented here, and the preparation of the first BBNJ COP in early 2027. We are concerned, however, that only part of the GEF 8 support for BBNJ is expected to be used so far. So despite your directions not to talk to the Secretariat at this stage, I would like to ask you if you could explain what is driving this gap and how the remaining funds will be programmed. On the Minamata Convention, we would welcome a stronger focus on pollution crisis and consider links with climate and energy-related activities to implement Minamata's Stockholm Global Chemicals Framework. Maybe you could explain a little bit about that. We are concerned about recurring delays in GEF support for national biodiversity plans. For future enabling activities, it will be important that countries receive support early enough to prepare strategies and reports in line with the CBD timetable. So do you have any ideas how GEF could address this better together with you to address these delays and together with UNDP possibly? And a big thank you coming from the BMZ as a development ministry, one of the few that's left over, for your very passionate explanation about and plea around sustainable development. Hugely appreciated. Thank you. We appreciate the GEF's strong role under UCCD with a sizable land degradation portfolio and support for drought resilience, as you just explained. In view of the Riyadh Global Drought Resilience Partnership, we appreciate the GEF's membership in the steering committee. So maybe again to the Secretariat, but also to our colleague here, could you outline how it plans to build synergies between the GEF family of funds and the Riyadh partnership? And my Secretary of State talked to Saudi Arabia about a close cooperation when we reached out to them for a contribution to GEF. So instead of a contribution to GEF 9, this might actually be sort of a very useful cooperation. We strongly welcome closer collaboration with other multilateral climate funds. And some of you mentioned that you're also working closely with them. For us, this obviously forms a climate financial landscape that we are feeding into. In particular, the Adaptation Fund, the GCF, the Fund for Response to Loss and Damage, and the CIFs. And this is obviously in order to triple annual outflows from the MCFs under the NCQG, as you explained. Obviously, this is a very trying and it's a huge challenge for everyone, particularly considering dwindling traditional donor resources. So one focuses on upstream of getting other resources in, but also being extremely more efficient on the outflows. The new global project to complement the CIF's industry decarbonization program, for example, is a good step, and we'd like to see more cooperation like this. Also, the idea of sequential GCF financing for the GEF Challenge program is also promising. I think actively shaping, for all of you, actively shaping the climate and nature financing landscape is really the way forward. We need to avoid overlap, we need to seek more effectiveness and efficiency, and we need to reduce bureaucracy across the board. Finally, Germany notes that the GEF has already built a large portfolio on plastic pollution with a substantial public and private co-finance. This is a strong argument for the GEF as a financial mechanism for a future global plastics treaty and should be actively promoted in the negotiations. This, as I've already said several times here now over the last day, the few traditional donors left will, in my very, very sort of assured view, will not support additional new funds. This has nothing to do with political willingness, and it's nothing to do with people pointing fingers at us. It's about realism. And we need to see this very, very realistically, and we need to act in this way. So in my view, GEF is the only home for a new plastics treaty financing mechanism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Annette. Just a reminder that now the floor is open for a dialogue with the conventions. We now have them here in the head table. After we conclude this dialogue, they will be invited back to their observer seats, and then the Secretariat will present their work that they're doing with the conventions, and at that time the floor will open again to receive comments from Council on that work. So before I open again the floor, just a reminder, this is a dialogue with the conventions. Thank you. Anders, followed by Laura.
Thank you. Aligning with much of what Annette said on the BBNJ, on the National Biodiversity Plan implementation, to have them more timely applied, and also on the broader synergies between the conventions. And very happy to hear that you all bring up the matter of synergy, because that's also what we see as a donor as the biggest value proposition and unique comparative advantage of the GEF. So let us continue work in GEF 9 to see how we can program wisely at the country level to make the most of the resources we have. Also, when it comes to the matter of broadening the donor base, we agree. Sweden in GEF 8 took the biggest per capita share of any country. We like the GEF because we see precisely the synergies. It's an efficient fund, and frankly, it's easier for us to motivate scaling in the GEF than in other funds. So let's work with what we have and do the most of it. And that also brings us to the final point when it comes to the COP guidance. I will go into more comments on that at the second part of this agenda point. But we often find that it's quite unfortunate that most of us here who know how the funds works are not the ones negotiating at the COPs. So just a plea when you discuss with the COP delegations to sort of bring them back to the substance of the fund. Because, for instance, we often find that for the best of intentions in the various COPs, various parties, European Union included, raises points which might risk creating complications for the funds. It might risk sort of steering too much, which in the end risks diluting the country ownerships which we all support. And at some point it's better that we work with what we have and let the fund work most efficiently. So just a plea in that regard. And also finally, we would encourage to think scaling when we look at the programming of GEF 9, because now we have provided tools which are in the Bonn consensus to sort of not only look at a project for 8 years and then it's done, but see how we can make most use of it already in the design stage. GEF can be the first step of a pilot, which could then be replicated by other funds. Annette mentioned several of them. Could be the multilateral development banks, could be that it's planned already at the design stage to have a full ownership, could be at the country level by domestic stakeholders after the ending of the project. So let's look at how we can not just create results which we are happy with at the end of the project, but how we can actually scale them beyond the GEF project cycle. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anders. Now let's hear from Laura, followed by Lilia. Laura, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Nomi, and good morning to all, and thank you for organizing this dialogue with the conventions. Just also saying that we can also totally agree what the colleagues before were saying. I actually have one comment and question regarding the UN80 initiative and its work on the work package 27 on environment. In this work package, implementation, coordination, science and governance have been discussed. And I know that at least all the Rio conventions have been actively participating, and UNFCCC co-leading this work package together with UNEP. We understand that MEAs as such are out of the scope of this initiative, but of course you have a very important role to play in it. And we are still waiting for the recommendations from this work package, but we of course hope that it will have some positive implications for the joint work done in the collaborative efforts to strengthen complementarity and coherence of multilateral climate funds. I would be interested to hear, especially from the CPD and UNFCCC secretariats, do you see that this initiative could bring something more for your work compared to what you are already doing in improving efficiency, synergies and complementarity, especially in relation to GEF? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. Now I suggest we hear from our 4 speakers before we pause to hear back from the conventions. We now have Andrea, Faisal, Aliou, and Kelly. Andrea, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. We're extremely grateful for the presence of the MEA secretariats. It's amazing to have us all in the same room. Mr. Assad, I think you're absolutely correct. It is up to us all to find the synergies and to make things work better together. We do appreciate hearing from you. It's important that there is collaboration, that there is synergies, and that we strengthen the funds that we have and not create new funds all the time. So thank you very much. I have a very simple question, and that is, given we are all here in the room, how can we make reporting on to the MEA Secretariat simplified, streamlined, more coordinated? You know, in the part of the world that I come from, often it's one person covering maybe 6 MEAs, and a lot of their time is spent on reporting. How can we streamline that? How can we have templates that are joined up, coordinated, and so that that process is easier and simpler and less time consuming? Thank you again for your presentations.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Now let's hear from Faisal, followed by Aliu. Faisal, CSO Network, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. The GEF CSO Network welcomes the statements this morning by representatives of the Convention and agreements related to GEF. We're very happy to hear the strategic guidance by different representatives, including the need for synergies and integrated approaches. There are 2 key elements of GEF 9 replenishment where we would appreciate further feedback from the conventions. Firstly, GEF has adopted a whole-of-society approach. How should this be implemented to ensure effective engagement of all stakeholders, including CSOs, IPLC, women and youth? Secondly, GEF has adopted a target of 20% of GEF 9 resources to flow to IPLCs. How can this be integrated into and draw upon convention guidance and practice? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Faisal. I'll now give the floor to Aliu, IPAC, followed by Kelly. Aliu, floor is yours.
All right. Distinguished Chair, Co-Chairs, illustrious Executive Secretaries, country representatives, fellow delegates, and esteemed partners. On behalf of the GEF Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group, I take the floor on the relations with the conventions and other international institutions, welcoming the reports and the progress it reflects on indigenous peoples and their communities. The convention reflected in this report are not abstract frameworks for indigenous peoples and their communities. They are the instruments through which our rights, our territories, our stewardship of this planet can be recognized and supported through environmental finance. I want to begin by acknowledging the GBFF and the CBD for setting a road that others are now following, the aspirational 20% target to support indigenous actions by indigenous people and their communities started with the GBFF and is now reflected in the LDCF and the SCCF programming strategy and across the GEF family of funds. When one fund leads, others follow. We hope this momentum continues. We also recommend that the GEF prepares similar guidelines on what counts as actions by indigenous peoples and their communities across the GEF 9 family of funds. And the GBFF has done, as the GBFF has done, so that indigenous peoples are in the driving seat. We acknowledge the GEF for responding to the recommendations of the CBD and the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues on targeted indicators for indigenous people. We welcome the inclusion in the corporate scoreboard of the GEF 9, including the tracking of indigenous and traditional territories, and we request this implies across the entire GEF 9 family of funds. We also acknowledge the allocation of the $100 million to the indigenous conservation initiatives within the biodiversity focal area, the largest direct access financing window for indigenous people in the history of the GEF. On the Minamata Convention, we thank the GEF and the Minamata Secretariat for their partnership with indigenous peoples organizations and other partners at the COP6. This enabled the largest ever delegations of indigenous peoples at the Minamata COP with dedicated support for indigenous women and youth, and led to the first ever International Indigenous Peoples Forum on Mercury and the launch of the Women's Caucus. We also welcome the Minamata COP decisions encouraging the GEF to report on the effective engagement and participation of indigenous peoples in project results. On behalf of the UNCCD, we acknowledge the creation of the first ever Indigenous Peoples Caucus on models for, and a model for others to follow. We look forward to the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists and to the COP17 in Mongolia, where indigenous peoples are deeply connected to the landscapes the convention works to protect. We note with appreciation the UNFCCC Indigenous Peoples Caucus has invited the GEF at the SB 64 in Bonn this month, and we are glad that invitation has been accepted. We would like to see similar spaces open for all conventions represented here today. As we move in the GEF 9, we leave 3 questions on the table for the GEF Secretariat and for the 6 conventions itself. How can the GEF and the Minamata Secretariat scale up supports for indigenous peoples and their communities on Mercury so that financing reaches the people and the territories that needs it most? And secondly, how can the GEF work more systematically with the UNCCD to ensure indigenous peoples and their communities are central to the delivery of these commitments? Thirdly, and more broadly, how can indigenous people and their communities engage more meaningfully in all conventions so that the 20% target translates into real outcomes on the ground? Many indigenous leaders are here at this assembly alongside IPAC, ready to engage and deliver on the shared commitments. We deeply appreciate the partnership and the trust that has been built. We look forward to strengthening this together. Thank you very much in anticipation of your counting on us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aliu and IPAC. Now let's hear from our last speaker in this round, Kelly, representing Canada. The floor is yours.
Thanks so much, and good morning, everyone. It's so nice to have the conventions represented here. Thanks for joining us all this way in Uzbekistan. And I feel like this topic is really important to me. I think I'm maybe the sort of odd person out that Andres was referring to, who actually also negotiates in the conventions. So it was really helpful to hear how the GEF 9 programming is going to enhance your own work and your work streams. I'm particularly interested in hearing about how the country engagement strategy is going to work for each of your conventions. So first, a question to all of the speakers. Under GEF 9, how do you see the country platforms supporting greater collaboration and synergies and amongst each other, but also enhancing the work individually in your conventions? And then, sorry to pick on Daniele, but we have a long history of negotiations. And Annette touched on this point also, but how do you see the tripling of outflows taking place when there was a reduction to the climate change focal area under GEF 9? And I'm wondering if it's with the non-grant instrument and to what extent you think that we'll need to rely on that. And then maybe lastly, as my team's responsible for reporting to the UNCBD and the UNFCCC, I'm interested in the response to Andrea's question also on the reporting. So thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Kelly and Council, for the good comments. With no one else requesting the floor, I will now hand it over to the Chair so he can guide us through the convention's reactions and final remarks. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, and thanks for all those comments. Since this is a panel to engage with the MEA heads, I will subtract the questions that are directed at the GEF Secretariat. We will answer those in the next session, specifically on BB&J and our view on the Riyadh Global Drought Resilience Partnership. But with that, I'd like to hear perhaps from Catherine on that Riyadh partnership. Also, a relevant question for all of the MEAs is the question of funds and the architecture of finance as we move forward, and that was something that I think was a preoccupation from many council members. There was a question on how the UN 80 initiative is perhaps an opportunity for some of the conventions to be able to become more effective. I think the very important question, and it's a little selfish because we do package a lot of the reporting question to conventions, I think is something that we struggle with, and I think could be a collective gain if we were to find a more streamlined and integrated fashion to do that, and that basically is for all heads here. There's an interesting question from Canada, and I realize we may not get to all of these questions, but from the terms of country platforms, this is something that is on everybody's priority right now. It's kind of a new mechanism that's available. We've talked about it during the GEF 9 negotiations. It will be part of our rollout, but it would be interesting to see and hear from the convention heads how they see this as being useful. So let me stop there, perhaps start with Catherine on the Riyadh partnership, and then open the floor for others.
Thank you. So on the Riyadh Drought Partnership, currently the main focus is on the governance and operational. I think the approval of the GEF 9 program, particularly the IP, provides a really good opportunity for ensuring that collaboration. The Riyadh Drought Partnership will fund at least 70 of the least developed countries, so it will go beyond the scope of the IP. We have a side event on the 3rd of June where we will speak more about the current progress on the Riyadh Drought Partnership, as well as the Drought Resilience Investment Facility, which is more focused on private sector. And we're expecting that at the UNCCD COP in Mongolia, we will get a further update on the status of the financing for the Riyadh Drought Partnership. But like I said, I think the IP provides a very good opportunity for defining that collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps asking our colleagues from CBD and UNFCCC the question about the UN 80 initiative and the usefulness.
Thank you very much. I can start, and then Daniela will finish. So on Aneth, your question about delays, I think that was a major challenge in GEF 8 in many regions and countries of getting this support. Towards the end, it did speed up the process, but I think, so there are a couple of things that are important. I think investing in capacity of the implementing agencies is quite important. Sometimes the workload is much higher than the capacity of the organization, which creates these delays, and looking at that. The second part, and that is just the efficiency part of it. The second part where I was mentioning the capacity of the implementing agencies to have the vision that what we are trying to achieve rather than delivering a project. And I think that will make a huge difference on what GEF could deliver for all the conventions. The vision is much bigger than just having few workshops and reports and everything. I think we are looking for transformational shifts, and we are looking at change of gear in the last 4 years of the GPF. Creating the development space, again, in my view, is probably the most important priority that should be there now. There are more than 120 countries which are very in a struggle to just service their debts, not repayment. And there are 60 which are at the edge of a debt default. So any major natural disaster could put them into a debt default situation. Those who recall the 2022 floods of Pakistan, it took 3 years of GDP washed away overnight. That is the cost of inaction. And we have seen that now even in Europe, in many countries where the ministries of finance struggle to curtail the cost and manage the unexpected cost of the natural disasters. Where in the GBF there is a target which is on harmful incentives. I think we need to take it seriously. That is the target on which least action has been taken. 2025 was the deadline to identify those harmful incentives. From the initial reports, I hope someone has done it, but there is no report which suggests that someone has really done it. That will basically release $500 billion a year, which can be used for educating a child, for providing shelter to the homeless, for feeding the hungry, and to address sustainability challenges in a way which makes the economy resilient, competitive, and probably creates opportunities for all. Going forward, my suggestion on that one is we should have one indicator which brings everything together. By investing in a country on sustainability, I would say in general, is it increasing the Human Development Index while reducing the ecological footprint? And that is the sweet spot where we want possibly to get into, that everywhere the Human Development Index is increasing, and it's a composite indicator, while the ecological footprint is going down. And that will probably get us like where we want to be eventually. On synergies, this is the year of triple COPs. So all 3 Rio conventions have their COPs. This is a great opportunity to put synergies into action. And the 3 Rio conventions are working with their presidencies and COPs to take that agenda forward. We have in CBD the SBI 7, Subsidiary Body on Implementation 7 meeting in August in Nairobi, which will feed into the COP, which is hosted by Armenia in October. This is a great opportunity. So let's look into these things, how we can take that forward together with presidencies. What MEAs can do, we work with presidencies, with COPs and the subsidiary bodies to put things into the agenda. And that can get a decision, which then puts us into two types of things. On UN80, we have done between the Rio Conventions. Even before the Work Package 27 was sent to the Secretary General, we had a joint offer from the 3 conventions, as well as a separate offer from the biodiversity-related conventions, which we call the BLG, which is the 8 conventions coming together, on 2 types of actions that we are willing to take and have started to take. One is on impact-driven efficiencies, where we can create better impact in terms of substantive improvements, and efficiency-driven actions that we can take, which is on the financial efficiency. So these 2 things are there, and we are working on those things. Reporting. You're not the only one. So we were in Panama for the subsidiary body. The minister said, I have to do 45 reports for MEAs only, and I have 20 people. What do I do? So the solution for that one is not starting with the reporting. It will require joint planning at the country level. We have one plan, one chapeau plan, which covers climate change, biodiversity, chemicals, pollution, etc., which has its own indicators built into this, and then we have one report. As long as I have my NDC and NBSAP and NAP and we all have to do different reports. So we have requested GEF for a project to create a template, and I will leave it to Claude to say more about that, to create a project which can create a template which is tested in a few countries during leftover GEF 8 funds, that give us a model that is it possible, what are the impediments, what are the challenges we need to overcome, what type of template will take many of the issues. When you look at the broader picture, many of the things in National Adaptation Plan and Biodiversity Plan are common, so we can take many of those boxes together. So the work has started, but thank you for saying it again. I think we will take it forward. I will stop here, and then I'll pass it on to Daniele for his words of wisdom.
Thanks. I'll start with UN80, but I will also comment a few other questions received. UN80 definitely has been a major effort of many UN entities that UNEP and UNSCC facilitated. We are at the stage of having the final recommendation in the hands of the principals to sign off, and therefore going to the Secretary General end of the month, June. In 2 weeks, there will be, during our subsidiary body session in Bonn, a briefing session from our Executive Secretary to all parties to inform them of where we are in the process. But in any case, of course, this is an input to the Secretary General final deliberation in what he will recommend to member states as a result of what Package 27 together with the remaining one. So a lot of work still to be done, but has been a very important effort where the MEAs has engaged, they've engaged and provided a lot of priorities for efficiencies, and therefore that was the very impactful conversation was coming out. On synergies, also referring to the point from Sweden as well, how it's important. COP30 in Belém was the first time that UNSCC COP agreed on conclusion on synergies and recognizing the work of the JLG. So there is an important momentum, which it's already happening in CCD and CBD, but for UNSCC was the very first time to be so clearly indicated. And therefore we do expect that this is continuing. The presidencies are very keen on this matter. So the momentum is there, and it's important that parties are demanding this as well, so that our efforts as Secretariat, but in general, can be really pushed forward. Reporting, I think Assad said it well. I think there is a lot of work to be done at the country level. Of course, individual governing bodies are deciding what type of reporting, what timelines. Of course, efficiency there is possible. But the availability of data at the national level that can be used for multiple purposes, as welcome and acknowledged for that, it's what is essential. So having data blocks that can be used for multiple different purposes is very important. We are seeing in our first reviews of the biennial transparency reports in our process on how this is already happening in some countries, and they are indicating that. So it's really a process that needs to be further pushed and delivering on this. Last point, probably I will talk about the tripling of flows and going to both Germany and Canada and fully acknowledging the challenging of this in this period, and of course the limited resources available. So it goes to my earlier point of increased coherence in the funds, the climate funds in general, of course we cannot expect that grant resources can solve this problem. That's why innovative sources and other sources are those that can help. So we can see grant as seed money that can create this increased, and we are working a lot as well with the other funds, GCF, Adaptation Fund, and so on and so forth. So so we're looking at this, and GF 9 deadline of 2030 is coincide with the tripling, and hopefully as we can move forward on this and having these resources catalyzing more resources coming to the front, that's our hope and target, but it remains, and I acknowledge that, very challenging. So working more on coherent and systematic increased application of these funds. Okay, we can discuss further, of course, on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to allow Monica and Ralph to perhaps address the series of questions. I won't repeat them, but I think you probably have enough to go to answer some of these. So please, Monica.
Thank you so much. I would like to start with questions from Annette about the pollution crisis, and I would say for Minamata Convention, probably because of the rising gold prices, there is a real growing concern of the increased use of mercury in gold mining. And 20% of gold on the market comes from artisanal small gold mining, and most of it will be mercury. And indigenous peoples and local communities are in the middle of it, and especially in Amazon. So this is a real large-scale crisis that also affects biodiversity protection. And I recently attended a meeting organized by Interpol with other relevant organizations and enforcement networks, and it's clear that also international organized crime is on rise and exploiting the fact that this sector is informal. And during the discussions, the issue of formalizing sector has been raised a couple of times, because at the end of the day, if you would go into the Amazon and destroy the equipment, which is, by the way, not small scale, it's a large scale equipment worth of millions of dollars that is used to mine for gold, is a kind of an end of the pipe solution. So we really need to work on the socioeconomic dimension of it and formalization. And it gave me really a lot of even more confidence that Minamata Convention got it right by working on formalization. So, and then with the help of GEF. So I would say we are really on track, and I think together and I know countries also have a lot of bilateral and other collaboration on this, let's say, criminal side of things. Minamata is on the environmental side of things, and this environmental crime, let's say, has this multiple dimension that we do address. And one conclusion I took from the meeting is if there was no mercury available, we would never see the scale of illegal gold we see. So the convention really makes sense, even for that one purpose that costs so much money to address. And if we even more invest in removing mercury from the market, basically, by reducing its supply and demand, what convention does, you would automatically get the result, because it's not possible and it's not easy to mine for gold illegally without mercury. So, and then as I mentioned, and as it was also raised by the colleague from Indigenous People Advisory Group, we do need more engagement of Indigenous peoples, Minamata. We managed to get, thanks to great support from GEF, we managed to get good representation of Indigenous peoples at the COP, but it also on the national level and on a local level, where many of Indigenous peoples, they know about mercury, but they don't know what are the means and ways to engage. They don't know what the requirements of the convention are, what they can expect from the government. So there is more to be done on the project level, basically, than just only on the COP level. On the connection to climate change, yes, and I think Rolf and me mentioned many times, there are very strong connections and striped jacket co-benefits. In Minamata, we cover 5 sectors which are high emitters for greenhouse emissions: cement, coal-fired power plants, waste incineration, and of course for those industries you would apply multi-pollutant strategy. It doesn't make sense just focus on mercury, you would focus on other pollutants as well. And we have now these new projects funded by GEF on cement in Philippines and Brazil, and also a global project on non-ferrous industries, also big emitters. So I think we are getting on track there. Of course, on a policy level, I don't know how much you hear about this connection. In practice, it's there. I think the issue is to maybe, when we work on climate change, to account for also measures that we do in Minamata. Because if you don't account of it, you would not have a full picture that there is actually even more investment done for climate that might be shown by just... And then there was let me just say a few words about the synergies and reporting. I think Minamata and BRS has been synergized back and forth from the beginning. Our COPs from the very beginning requested. We have a joint work programs that at every COP presented. We file a joint report, what we do together. It has come from the very beginning. And I hear now a great job on the among Rio conventions, but what about pollution and climate and pollution biodiversity? And there has been, as far as biodiversity is concerned, I think our COPs have already took a lot of step forward. I see CBD COPs doing the same. The upcoming COP will be important in this regard. But of course, to go across, I think parties need a lot of confidence, because there might be concern that we are starting duplicating work, that we are getting lost what actually we are doing. And I think GEF can give this confidence by having projects that actually demonstrate how you can do it on a national level. So come from the high political notion to what exactly does it mean to synergize on national level. I think at that stage we need a bit more of that to have a maybe even higher pace of our COP decision-making on synergies. And on reporting, since I came to Minamata, I've heard about synergies on reporting, and I don't know much have happened in these 5 years. And I don't think it's because of lack of a will, but maybe it's more difficult than it seems. And I would say my advice would be for each and every ME to be a bit more self-critical and ask, do we need to ask that information from parties? In Minamata, we have 4 questions to parties every 2 years and 40 questions every 4 years. And this is yes, no, because we ask for those descriptions, but who can really digest that? So I think it's both synergies, but also for us all MEAs to keep a balance in this regard. And maybe that's it. I'm not sure whether I missed anything. I'm sure Rolf will complement in a good way. Thank you.
Rolf, you opened the panel. You now have the opportunity to close it. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Claude. And here I'm speaking not only in that position as Executive Secretary, but also as being a past negotiator in my past life. And I come from a small island, so it resonates. All what you've been saying resonates very closely with me. I was once focal point for Basel, for Stockholm, for Montreal Protocol, climate change, and so on. And I had all this reporting deadlines on my desk. So I'm seriously, responding to this, and this is not the first time we've been talking about this. Many decades we've been talking about this, and if you permit me say some personal but also some proactive way forward on reporting. What baffles me is in one convention, you keep adding and reinventing more reporting. And that is for me, we cannot carry on within one convention, have multiple reporting streams. Now, reporting between different conventions, let's take this now. But I think first thing we need to tackle is reporting within one convention. And I think we need to be sensitive that countries do not have those resources to meet, as Monica said, those ambitious reporting requirements. And this I'm talking about one convention. Now coming to BRS, I've been looking, especially this year, because we've been, as you know, had the synergies process over the last 10 years, and we've had a lot of both opportunities to look at how we can synergize between the three conventions. Our latest, I will call it experiment, but it's working very well now with synergies between the three compliance mechanisms of the three conventions. And over the next years, I'll be looking at reporting between the three conventions. And believe me, it's a minefield. It's a minefield because I have one convention where the reporting is static. I have two conventions where reporting changes with every COP because of listing of chemicals and different. So combining dynamic and more permanent reporting is quite a challenge. Secondly is how do we make this easier for countries to interface with this? We have one convention that still wants a paper reporting, another one wants an online one, and then they don't want to share the information in between. So there's a lot of things that we have to tackle, both in the front and behind the scenes. But it is not something that we should run away from. It's a great opportunity for us to look at, and BRS really, because we are three conventions under one secretariat, it gives us this very unique opportunity to really look at this in a very proactive way. So I know I'm talking to parties here as well, because many of you are parties, well, most of you are parties to our three conventions. So let's put our heads together and work and see whether we can show how we can really streamline reporting and make them more effective, and also provide information that we really need to measure the effectiveness of the convention, and also have the available data, not only within the convention, but also outside the convention. And this has been an ongoing conversation I've been having with the GEF, and I'm very happy we will devote resources to knowledge management now in the age of artificial intelligence, so that we can start to mine those 3 decades plus of information that has been collected through GEF projects. I mean, those GEF projects also contain very important information that maybe they don't surface in national reports, but definitely they are in those reports, and to help us learn a bit more about how well we've been doing, but also identify issues and areas where we can identify opportunities. I will stop on reporting here, just to note also the synergies between Minamata Convention and the BRS conventions. For example, on the mercury waste, this comes under, some reporting is done through Basel, for example. On the Stockholm POPs waste also, this comes through Basel. And I'm hoping with the negotiating of a new international treaty, we set the tone for reporting as well. So again, I'm saying a message here. We have an opportunity now when negotiating this new treaty that we do not duplicate data reporting. We don't really put a heavy burden on countries in terms of reporting. In terms of synergies, which also very much linked to the UNAT, I know member states are anxious to see the results, but as you know, this will be the prerogative of the Secretary General. We've done our work under Work Package 27 under the leadership of UNEP and UFCCC. We've contributed, we've been engaged, and I'm hoping this information will be made available. But one of the important findings that we've from the perspective of BRS is that synergies is important, but it is essentially party-driven, which means that the parties have to drive that process. And so we need to get the parties to talk to each other, and even at the national level, because we have a focal point for biodiversity in one ministry, and in my conventions it's even not worse, but it is even more complex, I have focal points in the ministries of industry, agriculture, environment, health. I have sometimes all focal points in one country in the Ministry of Health, all focal points in another country in the Ministry of Environment, some in agriculture. So I have to work across the different ministries. So for me, one of the challenges is at the national level, we need to get the different ministries to be talking to each other a bit more closely. And this comes to the point about the national platforms. They should be the driving platform at the national level to help us talk to each other. Even the GEF operational focal points need to be talking to the conventional focal points. Have this, even a conversation, because as I said in my introductory remarks, we need to break those silos. We need to see and understand the linkages between those challenges, environmental challenges that we are facing today. And I think it has to happen at the national level, and also even more so at the global level. Now, finally, my final point is, of course, we have an opportunity, because somebody mentioned about, climate funding and whatever. Guys, 15 to 20% of greenhouse gas emissions comes from landfills. You might not like landfills, but they are important contributor to climate change. So let's find those landfills. Let's implement solid waste management. Let's support countries to manage their waste properly so that we can reduce methane emissions in a significant way. And this is very much linked to the work we do under the various conventions. And of course, it is coming up now. As you know, Turkey championed the Zero Waste Day. We have now an International Waste Day, which kinds of bring attention to this. And I think it's an opportunity now with Turkey in the driving seat together with Australia for the UNFCCC COP, for also not to forget that waste is an important contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you, Claude.
Thank you very much for a very productive, honest, and practical discussion with the Council. Please join me in thanking our 5 panelists. And I'll invite you to return to your seats. We'll move on now to the document aspect of this agenda item, or the document part of this agenda item. And I will invite Mr. Ralston Moore to present and introduce document GEF/C71/07, Relations with Conventions and Other International Institutions. Bear with us as we play musical chairs here.
Good morning, colleagues. I think we're settled now after the musical chairs. Good day, colleagues, Excellencies, Council members. I'm pleased to give a presentation on the document Relation with Conventions and Other International Institutions. The presentation provides an overview of the GEF's engagement with the multilateral environment agreements, international institutions, and multilateral climate funds during the reporting period October 2025 through March 2026. This update highlights where our engagement stands across the key MEAs and partner institutions. Next slide. We will cover 4 parts, and this slide will introduce the overview and the structure of the presentation. The first part, we will update and provide an update of the GEF engagements with the MEAs. The second part will provide an update of the GEF collaboration with the multilateral climate funds. The third section will provide an update on the MEA engagements in the GEF 9 negotiation process. And the final part, part 4, will give an update on the relations with other international institutions. The reporting period also coincided with important milestones, including preparations for GEF 9, implementation of the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and the entry into force of the BBNJ agreement. So with the Convention on Biological Diversity, our engagement combines active participation in CBD bodies, operational support for implementation, and broader outreach, especially around the Kunming Global Biodiversity Fund. We've participated actively in SBSTA 27, SBI 8J1 in Panama in October last year, and in SBI in Rome this year. Operationally, we maintain an active role, participating in lots of technical dialogues, policy discussions, and of course, the issue of resource mobilization. We have conducted outreach and had a lot of outreach on the GBFF 5th selection round, where there are 20 BBG requests totaling 73 million, which were selected in March 2026. Very, very importantly and critically, we continue to have consultation with the IPLCs on the GBF guidelines and related actions, and also continuing to discuss with our recipient countries on programming and enabling activities support. Moving to UNFCCC, we continue also to have very active engagement here. We were very active at COP30 and the outputs include the Montreal decision, the GEF guidance, and our responses to the GEF guidance are located in the Annex to the Relations of Conventions document. In addition, we have participated in many of the subsidiary bodies and UNFCCC bodies, the Least Developed Country Expert Group, the CTCM, which is the Climate Tech Center and Network, the Paris Agreement Implementation and Compliance Committee. Quite important was the MCF Pavilion, which is a joint pavilion between the multilateral climate funds, which we would discuss a little bit later in this report. In terms of high-level strategic engagement, we had a bilateral executive secretary meeting with the UNFCCC Executive Secretary and our GEF leadership team in Bonn during the margins of the replenishment meeting. And quite also very important, we had the GEF UNFCCC retreat where the two technical teams from the GEF and from UNFCCC sat down and had discussions on the outputs of COP30, how best we can work together. And I know, Anders, you spoke about guidance and this types of stuff, and this was important so that we get a mutual understanding of how to get effective guidance to the GEF. Next slide. Moving to desertification. Again, here, very active engagement, participating in the CRIC in Panama last year, and we continue now to prepare for COP17 in August in Mongolia. In terms of operational contributions, we continue to provide support for reporting and capacity building, and we are engaged in the Riyadh Global Drought Partnership. Next slide. Now we move to the chemicals conventions and BRS. For the Stockholm Convention, the broader BRS conventions, we're focused on follow-up of the previous COP outcomes and alignment with GEF programming. We followed up the BRS COP through our GEF finance support, in particular the global PCB program, and also the needs assessments and financial mechanism review have been incorporated into the GEF 9 programming directions. We have continued to provide support for initial NIPs, and there's a high level of collaboration between the chemicals secretariats, between the secretariats and the GEF 9. Next slide. Staying on chemicals and moving to Minamata. Our Minamata engagement reflects the new guidance to the GEF and expanded priorities alongside strong operational reporting progress. Their decisions from the financial mechanism from the last Minamata COP. We engaged in that COP in Geneva in November last year, where there was additional and new guidance. Their expanded priorities now to include mercury inventories and monitoring through a new enabling activity. There's the dental amalgam phase out by 2034 and actions on mercury added products such as skin lightening creams, etc. Operational contributions, again, we continue to provide substantial reports for the Minamata initial assessments and also NIPs and NAPs. And we've also provided reports to 40 parties to submit their second national reports. Next slide. We move to BBNJ. So this slide looks at the two strands of report we have in the BBGM process and strategic partnership with UN Water. As we are all aware, the BBNJ agreement entered into force in January 2026. We participated and engaged in the PrepCon, which was in March and April of this year, and COP1 is scheduled for January 2027 in New York. I think it's 11th to the 27th of January next year. Operationally, we continue to support countries to ratify and give them early support for this process. The draft MOU between the BBNJ COP and the GEF Council, that will be up for, I think you would discuss that later today. We have established a new partnership with UN Water and participated in the 42nd and 43rd UN Water meetings, respectively. Next slide. Now on to the multilateral climate funds. We continue to work intensely with the multilateral climate funds. We strengthened our collaboration with the MCF, particularly with joint engagement and shared planning. At COP, we had a joint pavilion. We co-hosted 24 events, and the joint pavilion was very, very successful. We had the launch of the MCF Joint Results Report. That was launched at COP30. We have agreement on a work plan for 2026 between the MCFs. There was a principals meeting of all of the heads of the MCFs, which was held in April. And later this week, there will be a special MCF event here at the Assembly, which you're all invited to participate and attend. So in practice, what does this work kind of look like? With the Adaptation Fund, we have joint programming, shared results, country-level collaboration. With the CIFs, we have collaboration on a number of activities and programs, including decarbonization and blended finance. With the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, we now have an agreement in place to provide technical support for them to assist with project reviews. And for the GCF, we have sequential and parallel funding, building on some of the activities from the Challenge Program on adaptation and other activities as well. Next slide. Now, with the MEA's engagements, the process, I believe the interim CEO spoke quite eloquently just now about their participation in the process and how we were very appreciative of their participation and presence in our replenishment meetings, and the support which they provided in the third, especially in the third replenishment meeting and the GEF 9, LDCF, SCCF strategy development meeting, where the Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC delivered opening remarks. And we're very thankful for their engaged participation. Next slide. And finally, with our other international institutions, with the UN Forests, UN Forum on Forests, we had contributions to UNF21, held some policy discussions. We continue to participate in the Antigua and Barbuda's Agenda Facility, the ABAS, in their policy coordination and the interagency coordination activities and meetings. We have had informal discussions with many parties on the GEF as a potential financial mechanism for the plastic pollution treaty through the INC process. We continue to have discussions. And on the global framework on chemicals, we are ongoing preparations internally for the first conference, which is in November later this year, and we continue to look at what our future engagement and role could be there. So with that, thank you very much for your attention, and we welcome your questions and your guidance and any comments, and I turn it back over to the co-chair.
Thank you, Ralston. So we'll open the floor now for questions and comments on the paper. Noemi.
Thank you, Co-Chair. We have Anders, Lilian, Stefan, Datuk. Anders, floor is yours.
Thank you. You heard our intervention quite a few times, many of you before, so I will not repeat all of it. But we believe we need to look at how can we make the COP guidance processes more efficient. We now in GEF 8 have close to 900 pages of COP guidance response. Some of that is very valid, some of that is very relevant, some of it might not be, and that's not a criticism towards the Secretariat or towards the conventions, but rather to us as the parties, where we have to constantly look how we can do better at the COPs to make sure that what we put forward in terms of steering the fund is of relevance to the fund. And that's something which we, to be fair, struggle with in the European Union as well, where we often have to discuss what of this is repetitive. Is this something which we actually have to raise in the COP guidance track, or is this rather a political declaration which would make more sense in another track of the negotiations? Is this something which already works, which we might not need to comment on since it already works? So to be brief, I will make an invitation and an allegory to not repeat what we said before. So Sweden will host a side event on this particular topic, on positive multilateralism and how we can bring our positive board culture here in the GEF, which I believe is one of the best examples of multilateralism, into getting the COPs more efficient. It will take place here next door in the Diamond Room on Thursday at 1 o'clock, and you're all welcome on a first-come, first-served basis. It's also an open invitation to non-state stakeholders and non-state parties as well. Then I want to make an allegory. When I had my first job in the UNCCD Secretariat exposed to multilateralism, planning for the Changwon COP in Republic of Korea, my colleague Seraju told me multilateralism is like a big ship crossing the oceans. It takes a lot of time to steer it, to get it going, but once you get it going, it will go steady and slow towards its destination. And our destination is the results which we need for the multilateral environment agreements. And I think the COP guidance, it's our captain on the ship. They are preoccupied with the what and the why, which is important because that is what, in the end of the day, steers what we do here in the funds. But they set the course, not the results. That is we who do here, who are preoccupied with the how in the fund. And we often say in Stockholm that in our division and department working with all of the funds, that we are the multilateral machine room. We keep the engine running. We keep sure that the ship can have fuel and can be going and reach its destination. So sometimes I think we would need to liaise with our COP negotiations, because a particular problem is that most of us are not so linked to the COP guidance processes. So sometimes we need to go up to the ship and say, Captain, you know, we have the engine has fuel, we have the ship running, we need to get to our final destination. If you constantly steer the ship in various directions, we cannot keep the pace. So Captain, trust us, let us do our job, and we will get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anders. And I do see a lot of flags up, 14 as far as I can count. So again, I will invite Council to have succinct comments so we can then hear back from the Secretariat. With that said, now let's hear from Lilian, followed by Stefan. Lilian, tienes la palabra.
Muchas gracias, Noemí. La circunscripción del Cono Sur agradece a la Secretaría del GEF por la preparación de este documento y reconoce los esfuerzos realizados para fortalecer la articulación del GEF con las convenciones ambientales, los fondos multilaterales y otros mecanismos internacionales relevantes. Valoramos positivamente los avances orientados a promover sinergias entre biodiversidad, cambio climático, degradación de tierras, aguas internacionales, químicos y desechos. Asimismo, consideramos importante que estos esfuerzos continúen fortaleciendo la coordinación, la complementariedad entre estos mecanismos, evitando duplicaciones, cargas administrativas innecesarias y la fragmentación institucional. Esta circunscripción destaca la importancia de optimizar la ejecución de recursos, la mejora en la eficiencia operativa de los distintos mecanismos de financiamiento, de manera que los países puedan avanzar oportunamente en el cumplimiento de sus compromisos y obligaciones internacionales. Asimismo, consideramos prioritario continuar el fortalecimiento de los enfoques integrados entre las convenciones de Río, reconociendo que los desafíos ambientales actuales requieren respuestas coordinadas que permitan generar beneficios simultáneos para la biodiversidad, el clima, la degradación de la lucha contra la lucha contra la degradación de las tierras. Subrayamos que además de estos compromisos políticos y financieros que aquí discutimos, resulta fundamental fortalecer la base científica que sustenta nuestras decisiones en áreas como químicos, desechos, contaminación, implementación efectiva de los marcos internacionales que requieren de evidencia científica sólida, evaluaciones independientes y un flujo constante de datos confiables y comparables que permitan monitorear avances, identificar brechas y orientar adecuadamente las acciones de los países. Esta circunscripción reconoce el importante papel que desempeñan para este rol los paneles científicos intergubernamentales en la generación de conocimiento y el apoyo en la toma de decisiones informadas, por lo cual consideramos que el fortalecimiento de la capacidad en generación, análisis e intercambio de la información será esencial para enfrentar los desafíos emergentes, incluidos aquellos con la contaminación, la resistencia a los antimicrobianos y particularmente en los países en desarrollo. Finalmente, consideramos que una base científica sólida, el acceso a la información confiable, son elementos indispensables para apoyar la implementación efectiva de los compromisos internacionales, avanzar hacia resultados concretos en beneficio de la salud humana, el ambiente y el desarrollo sostenible. Por lo cual, contamos con que este Consejo y esta Asamblea no solo reconozcan la importancia de este marco y paneles, sino también que además apoyen su desarrollo a través del fortalecimiento de los componentes científicos y relevantes para una toma de decisión efectiva e informada. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Lilian. I will now give the floor to Stéphane, followed by Datuk Noor. Stéphane, vous avez la parole.
Merci Noémie, je vais m'exprimer en français. Alors je vais reprendre pas mal de points qu'a fait la Suède avant moi, y compris dans la séance précédente. S'agissant des relations avec les différentes conventions environnementales, c'est bien sûr un sujet fondamental et comme l'a souligné Anders, dans le cas de la France et dans quelques autres pays, la délégation qui siège au Conseil du FEM est composée des mêmes personnes qui participent directement aux négociations des COP biodiversité, climat, du traité plastique, de la PrEP comme BBNJ, etc., etc. Et donc, nous sommes en mesure de bien connecter les deux sujets, mais malheureusement, cette organisation est loin d'être répliquée dans tous les autres pays. et c'était l'un des leitmotivs du précédent CEO. Malheureusement, les gens ne se parlent pas assez, et pour reprendre la métaphore du navire, du multilatéralisme qui traverse les océans, c'est comme si on changeait d'équipage à chaque escale. Ça rend un petit peu difficile la navigation. Et donc tout ça pour dire que ça rend d'autant plus important une participation active du secrétariat à chacun de ces grands rendez-vous du multilatéralisme, à la fois pour mieux dialoguer, mieux écouter les craintes, les inquiétudes, mais aussi dissiper le manque d'information, voire, il faut le dire, la désinformation active, parce que là aussi on s'en rend compte à chaque rendez-vous, le fact-checking n'est vraiment pas un luxe. Deuxième point, la coordination avec les autres fonds verticaux. Là aussi, c'est un sujet qui fait de plus en plus consensus, sur lequel nous avons désormais un langage dans la guidance COP climat, COP biodiversité. On a également construit un corpus de recommandations assez robuste maintenant au niveau du G20. On a pour la première fois un langage aussi en G7 cette année, auquel nous avons travaillé. Là-dessus, moi, je voudrais rendre hommage au leadership du FEM, qui, de notre point de vue, est vraiment le fonds le plus engagé pour collaborer avec ses pairs. On a eu aussi un exemple concret hier avec une première réforme qui permettrait l'accréditation croisée d'agences de mise en œuvre. Donc pour nous, c'est exactement ce qu'il faut faire. Nous vous encourageons à continuer à travailler dans la même direction. Le Canada avait posé la question aussi des plateformes pays, country platform, qui constituent aussi la nouvelle frontière de collaboration de terrain. Là-dessus aussi, il y a quelques pistes intéressantes qui sont dressées dans FEM 9, avec notamment l'approche intergouvernementale. Et on espère que ça apportera tous ses fruits, notamment non seulement pour être mieux aligné sur les priorités des pays partenaires, mais aussi pour permettre de mieux agréger les différents agences de développement et les différents fonds. Je terminerai par une question sur le protocole de Montréal, MLF en anglais. Il me semble que, alors que c'est prévu par les textes, il me semble que le partage d'observateurs dans les différents conseils, donc le comité exécutif pour le MLF, n'est pas vraiment mis en œuvre, et que le FEM ne participe pas au comité exécutif du MLF comme il est censé le faire. Donc j'aimerais en connaître la raison et vous encourager à combler ce déficit. Merci.
Merci beaucoup à toi, Stéphane. And now let's hear from Datuk, followed by John and Gisela. Datuk Nur, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Naomi. My name is Nur Anida from Malaysia, and I have the honor to speak on behalf of the East Asia constituency. We welcome the report and appreciate the continued efforts of the GEF Secretariat in strengthening the collaboration with the multilateral environmental agencies and other international institutions. We note that the report clearly demonstrates an increasing convergence among biodiversity, climate change, land degradation, chemicals and waste, and ocean agendas. East Asia constituency strongly supports this integrated approach, as environmental challenges can no longer be addressed through fragmented interventions. They require coherent governance, integrated financing, and coordinated implementation across sectors and conventions. We welcome the efforts to strengthen synergies from the Rio Conventions, the enhanced engagement with the BBNJ agreement, and the growing attention to food systems, chemical and waste, and plastic pollution. These issues are highly relevant to developing countries seeking to simultaneously achieve environmental sustainability, economic development, and social well-being. Looking ahead to GEF 9, we wish to emphasize 3 priorities. First, GEF 9 should focus on delivering meaningful transformational impacts, particularly through strengthening legal and policy frameworks, innovative institutional arrangements, and sustainable environmental financing mechanisms. Second, GEF should continue supporting countries in fulfilling their obligations under the various conventions, including national reporting, transparency frameworks, biodiversity strategies, land degradation neutrality targets, and chemical and waste commitments, while reducing administrative complexity and improving efficiency of delivery. Third, we encourage GEF to further promote integrated programs that generate multiple global environmental benefits across nature, climate, pollution and oceans, while respecting national priorities and country ownership. As nations with exceptional biodiversity and marine resources, we also welcome the increasing support for BBNJ implementation and blue economy initiatives, and looks forward to exploring opportunities for enhanced collaboration under GEF 9. In conclusion, we believe that stronger alignment between GEF and the conventions should ultimately translate into stronger impacts on the ground, helping countries transform environmental commitments into tangible and measurable outcomes for people.
Thank you very much, Noor. Note well taken. Now I'll give the floor to John, followed by Gisela. John, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. Our constituency welcomes the report and supports the draft decision. So we'd just like to make a couple of comments to the report. So GEF's active engagement with the MEAs is a central part of GEF's mandate and its role as a financial mechanism. In this regard, we welcome in particular the GEF's collaboration with the CBD Secretariat to provide relevant information in a timely manner for the global report, as well as its support to national reports. We also note the importance of the GEF's work related to preparations for the SBI 7 and COP17 and appreciate it. We attach high importance to the GEF's role in supporting the BBNJ agreement, and we regret that their Secretariat was not able to join us here and inform us about their very important mandate and plans for cooperation with the GEF. We welcome the draft MOU with the BBNJ COP that has been forwarded from the Preparatory Commission to the Council for consideration, and we look forward to our discussion on this later today. We also look forward to the GEF becoming the financial mechanism for the forthcoming global plastics agreements, which has also been mentioned by others here. We welcome the GEF's collaboration with the CBD Secretariat. Oh, I'm sorry, this is a duplication. We are pleased to see that GEF is continuing to strengthen its collaboration with the multilateral climate funds through the joint multilateral climate funds action plan on complementarity and coherence, and that this now also includes the loss and damage fund. We welcome in particular the joint results report and the development of a set of common results themes and indicators. And in this connection, we also welcome the improvements suggested to the monitoring guidelines for the GEF in the information documents. Specifically on measuring emissions reductions, we appreciate the distinction between direct and indirect emission reductions. That helps for transparency and for giving a more nuanced picture of GEF's support. We have some questions on this, which we will send to the Secretariat, but would like to encourage the GEF to ensure consistent reporting with other climate funds by using the same methodology. Finally, we would like to stress the importance of the GEF's work to promote synergies in the implementations of the different conventions and agreements through an integrated approach that ensures policy coherence and efficient use of resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. And before I continue giving the floor, just to share a bit of math, we have 10 remaining speakers. If everyone would speak 5 minutes, that's 50 minutes. If everyone would speak 3 minutes, that's 30 minutes. So your support does make a difference to keep us on time. So thank you. With that said, I will now give the floor to Gisela, followed by Regina.
Thank you, Noemi. Try to be very brief. Okay, so we would like to express our appreciation for the work carried out so far for the Secretariat's continued efforts to advance coordination and synergies across climate and environmental funds. We welcome and thank the Secretariat as well for its willingness to provide the Council with a brief update on the actions undertaken to strengthen complementarity and coherence between the GEF and other climate and environmental funds. And we would appreciate that these good practice be maintained at every Council meetings and enriched by additional details. And complementing the comments raised by friends, this would be fully in line with the repeated calls across various fora for enhanced coordination among the main climate finance funds, with a view to avoiding overlaps and ensuring the most effective use of available resources. In this regard, we would like to understand what other concrete mechanisms are envisaged to ensure that coordination at the Secretariat levels translates into tangible outcomes at the country level, and what the future perspective of this collaboration. Given the role of international waters within the GEF focal areas and the growing membership of the Water Convention, we would also welcome hearing from the Secretariat whether structured forms of cooperation or coordination with the aforementioned convention are being explored for the upcoming GEF9 investment cycle. And now its thematic tools, knowledge products and reporting mechanism could be more systematically leveraged to inform and strengthen the GEF International Water Project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gisela, for the good comments and for keeping us on time. Now let's hear from Regina, followed by Andrea. Regina, floor is yours.
Gracias, Noemi, and thank you very much for the comprehensive update. Regarding the Convention on biological diversity, we ask for greater clarity on the allocation methodology currently being discussed for the Cali Fund, particularly on how equity, biodiversity needs, and country circumstances will be reflected in the proposed approach. Under the UNFCCC, we take note on the Spatial Climate Change Fund Programming Strategy 2026-2030, including the operational innovations related to non-grant instruments under Window B for technology transfer and innovation. We will further assess potential opportunities for our constituency to engage with this window. On the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, we appreciate additional clarification regarding possible opportunities within the Business for Land initiative, particularly considering its potential role in supporting investment pipelines and blended finance opportunities under GEF9. For the Minamata Convention, we take note of the expanded eligible areas of GEF support, and we will explore implementation pathways linked to our national biodiversity strategy and broader national compliance objectives. On the agreement for BBNJ, we thank the GEF for the approved enabling activities supporting our constituency, as well as identifying the initial efforts required to assess domestic, legal, and institutional landscape for implementation before advancing toward longer-term financing strategies for this. Finally, we also support ongoing efforts to strengthen synergies across climate and environmental funds, including through both parallel financing arrangements. In this regard, our constituency welcomes the future comprehensive evaluations, providing more concrete information on whether effective synergies and coordination mechanisms among these funds have been identified in practice, as well as specific lessons learned, because such reflections could be particularly useful in identifying opportunities to reduce duplication of efforts and transaction costs at country levels. And in particularly, we ask for further perspective regarding opportunities for complementarities across the GEF, the Fund for Responding for Loss and Damage, the Green Climate Fund, Adaptation Fund, and Climate Investment Funds, especially considering that CIF can provide large-scale concessional and blended finance. And as the document highlights, this discussion is particularly relevant for middle-income countries pursuing industrial and transition to decarbonization strategies, where blended finance for adaptation and resilience can continue to be very important to challenge the current landscape. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Regina. I'll now give the floor to Andrea. Then we will give both Cheese and Rollstone some minutes to address the current comments before we continue with the list of speakers. So, Andrea, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Secretariat for the report. We support continued efforts to strengthen complementarity and coherence across the Rio Conventions and the multilateral climate funds, including through integrated programming, knowledge sharing and coordination with operational focus points, and we welcome progress. And after this morning's discussion, hopefully we will welcome progress on joined-up reporting. On BB&J, Australia and New Zealand welcomed the entry into force of the BB&J agreement on 17 January. We appreciate the Secretariat's engagement at PrepCom 3 and underline the importance of ensuring adequate and preferably dedicated financial support for BB&J implementation in GEF 9. We note the need for further clarity on financing mechanisms from the BB&J COP, and we will discuss this later on. On the multilateral climate funds, we would welcome further explanation of how actions in the Multilateral Climate Fund Action Plan would support improved access to finance for SIDS and LDCs. We welcome progress under the Minamata Convention, including their national reporting. We strongly support continued GEF work on land degradation, drought resilience and land restoration ahead of UNCCD COP17, and we note the ongoing challenges for some parties in finalising their NBSAPs and updates and 7th national reports under CBD. Finally, we welcome the updated approach to the CBD clearinghouse mechanism, and we note the GEF's work to provide information on enabling activities for CBD consideration at the upcoming SBI 7 in Nairobi. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrea, also for that very succinct and straight to the point comment. Now let's pause a bit to give the floor to Chis and Ralston before we continue with the list of speakers, starting with Kelly, Sabria, and Carolina. So Chis, back to you.
Thank you so much, Noemi, and good morning, colleagues. My name is Chizuraki. I will endeavor to respond to the questions, many questions that have come across. So first, there were some questions on the access as well as the reporting access figures for the BB&J enabling activities. I think it first came from you, Germany. A bunch of other council members also raised this. So what was reported in the report here is as of the reporting period. And since then, we've had a number of additional submissions as MSPs, medium-sized projects, coming through. So our intention as of now is by the end of the GEF 8 period, we will have additional medium-sized projects to provide support to all member states that have requested support for the BB&J ratification support. And there we're looking to a total of perhaps 63 to 64 countries. We just approved one more initiative, and I believe there were 2 more medium-sized projects that are undergoing technical review. So just to assure council members, our intention is to provide support to all member states that are requesting support for this particular BB&J enabling activities, and we are confident that within the remaining time period of GEF 6 to be able to get those MSPs clear to move forward. So that's one element. And I think Norway and others mentioned the conversation on the MOU. We will have that as a last agenda item today. So looking forward to that conversation. On the MCF collaboration among climate funds, a number of council members raised this issue. We just would like to also point out that as an information document to council, there is a document on the progress on the long-term vision of complementarity between GEF and GCF. So in addition to the elements included in the collaboration among all the climate funds, and in between climate funds, there is an extra report that has gone to you, and I think some of you have already mentioned that. And in addition, we will have COP31 coming up. What that means is that there is a COP report coming to you, most likely in July for your review, and that will have a lot more additional information on the complementarity and coherence and how the MCFs are working together in light of certain guidance we have given, as well as the way forward on that collaboration. And I believe in that report we will touch upon the issue I think Gisela talked about. There's a lot of effort to talk about how we can support through the country platforms and other means for the countries to have their priorities articulated, and then different aspects of climate funds can come in and support those priorities. And that's one mechanism through which we can support country priorities and have the actual country impacts. On the question of how those would lead to support for LDCs and CIS, and I think this was a question that was raised by Andrea. For example, in the GEF 9 period, for the Least Developed Countries Fund and Special Climate Change Fund, we have a proposal to have a 10% target for programming support across the MCFs. And because the LDCF is 100% dedicated to LDCs and window A of SCCF is dedicated to CIS, through having that kind of a quantitative target, we are aiming to ensure that the MCF collaboration can also have the actual impact on the ground for the countries, particularly for the LDCs and CIS. So, a number of questions arose. I think, Rachina, you asked for additional clarity on the CCD as well as, I believe, maybe CBD. You will get a COP report coming your way on CBD. It's a draft report for the August SBI. SB is coming to you. If not this week, next week. There's a lot of information in that report in terms of how we're responding to not just COP guidance, but in terms of the support provided to the enabling activities. And we do recognize there has been delays that we discussed at COP16. There have been rounds and rounds of conversations at different levels of the implementing agencies, the countries, as well as at GEF. And we do believe some of the elements identified in the policy recommendations for GEF 9 might be a way to further address this particular issue of delay in access for enabling activities, which I point out seems to be more of an issue for CBD compared to other conventions that are able to get the countries are getting access to the support as well as submitting reports on a much more timely manner. So it's not necessarily an endemic issue across the partnership for all the MEAs. It just seems to be fairly pronounced for CBD, I have to say. On the question of CCD, again, since we have a COP in August, there is a COP report coming to you. Probably after this council is over, not to overburden you. So I'm going to ask Ralston if you want to comment on the questions on.
I think you covered most of it. It was just, I think, from Stefan. He had asked about our participation in the EXCOMs, and I think it has just been a matter of the scheduling of these EXCOMs, the timing of them, and the time as it relates to COPs and also council meetings, and that has made it a little bit complicated for GEF participation. But in spite of that, we continue to have regular exchanges with the fund secretariats on the development of the implementation of the Kigali Amendment, particularly on energy efficiency. We continue to work closely with that secretariat, and once the schedulings kind of align, then we will continue to work in close collaboration with both the MLFS and the Ozone Secretariat. And I think there was one thing on Cali.
Thank you. So there was also a question from Germany on the REACT Global Drought Resilience Partnership. So just to highlight that there was a big meeting hosted, I think almost a year ago, and in Germany. And we were selected as a member of the steering committee of this partnership. So there is, just to assure you, there is close collaboration ongoing. And that information will also go to you as part of the CCD COP report. Thank you. So apologies, I neglected to mention that there is a very strong collaboration with the Fund Responding to Loss and Damage. We recently entered into an agreement that the GEF will support Loss and Damage Fund and its project review, because they do have they requested our engagement to help the Secretariat with the review of the proposals coming into the Loss and Damage Fund. So we have agreed to do that, and we have assigned personnel from our team to enable us to do that. And we think this kind of collaboration is also helpful for us to have a better understanding of the proposals coming our way. And they, as mentioned, the Loss and Damage Fund is now part of the MCF platform. So I believe Claude has also met with the Ibrahim as the head, and they are, I think, moving downstairs from us. So there will be physical proximity to enable us to have close collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chis and Ralston. And now let's continue with the order of speakers. If your comment question has been addressed, you're invited to echo, but just to keep the agenda item moving. So with that said, I will now give the floor to Kelly, followed by Sabria. Kelly from Canada, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Noemi. I'll be quick, you can time me. Stefan had mentioned the importance of the GEF attending all of these meetings, and I truly don't know how Chiz and Ralston split yourselves. I believe that Chiz might have a body double, because she seems to be everywhere, including virtually at all times. And I hope that the conversation we had yesterday on the travel budget doesn't impact your ability, because I do agree with Stefan that it's important that you're able to be everywhere all at once. We support the ongoing collaboration with the GEF and the environmental frameworks, and your sustained engagement with the COPs at the intergovernmental meetings. I think it really does play a critical role in enhancing the coherence and collaboration across the conventions. It will be a particularly busy fall. As Assad mentioned, it is the triple COP. And we appreciate your efforts to explain how the GEF is responding to COP guidance. And I think that the Secretariat continues to play a critical role in providing accurate and timely, transparent information. The document is extremely long, and it really outlines a lot of your efforts, and we really do appreciate all the work that you go to respond to what we've asked you to do in the conventions themselves as well. I had two questions. One, if you have any recommendations or suggestions for how the GEF focal points and the MEA negotiators can work better together to strengthen policy coherence, if there's anything you'd suggest that we take back. And then also the same question that I had asked the convention heads about country platforms, and if you see that they're an opportunity to support greater collaboration and synergies in implementing the conventions. That's it. I hope I was fast.
Thank you very much, Kelly. That's appreciated. And we will continue next to you with Sabria, followed by Carolina. Sabria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Noemi. On behalf of the North Africa constituency, we welcome this report. We support the recommended Council decision inviting the GEF partnership to continue working with countries to reflect the guidance and national priorities. Allow me in the beginning to note that adaptation to climate change, biodiversity loss, desertification, and land degradation are major structural challenges for North Africa. Given the growing severity of these challenges, we encourage GEF to further strengthen support for integrated approach that address land restoration, water scarcity, food security, and climate resilience. In this regard, we wish to emphasize the need for to strengthen allocations dedicated to these issues under GEF 9 through scaled-up support. Regarding CBD and Montreal framework, our constituency commends the GEF's commitment in support of implementation of the global biodiversity framework. We note with satisfaction the fact that GBFF is now operational, and we call for more robust capitalization under GEF 9. In this regard, we reiterate our concern regarding linking GBFF to STAR. We believe that GBFF is a separate fund with its own mandate, and connecting it to STAR would reduce predictability and additionality. Regarding BRS and Minamata conventions and beyond reporting requirement, we stress on the central role of GEF as a major financial mechanism to provide support for the implementation of concrete projects. In this regard, I give the example of the MED program financed by GEF, which has enabled in some beneficiary countries to develop national regulatory framework for the management of mercury and POPs, as well as the inventory and removal of important quantities of mercury waste and PCBs. Finally, North Africa constituency welcomes the commitment and action of GEF to strengthen synergies and collaboration between environmental conventions and multilateral funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sabria. And I give the floor to Carolina, followed by Faisal. The floor is yours, Carolina.
Thank you. So our constituency welcomes the discussion and reaffirms the importance of GEF as a financial mechanism serving multilateral environmental agreements. This role remains one of GEF's greatest institutional strengths and should continue to be exercised in full alignment with mandates provided by relevant conference of the parties. Our constituency is concerned by the growing proliferation of coordination platform, partnership mechanism, inter-fund arrangements, and other overlapping structures that may increase transaction costs, complicated access, and fragment institutional accountability. Coordination should improve effectiveness, not create additional procedural burdens for recipient countries. In this regard, any expansion of the fund's functional role should remain firmly anchored in clear intergovernmental mandates emerging from the conventions and guided by national priorities. Finally, on the decisions adopted under the UNFCCC, Brazil wishes to underscore the central importance of technology as a critical pillar of climate action in developing countries. In the context of GEF 9, it would be highly desirable to provide explicit recognition and dedicated, comprehensive, and strategically integrated programmatic approach to the Belém Technology Implementation Program, embracing it as a structuring pillar of the fund's work on climate technology. Brazil recalls that the Belém Technology Program represents the main operational outcome of COP30. The program offers a practical framework to connect nationally determined contributions, national adaptation plans, long-term low emissions development strategies, national innovation ecosystems, technology needs assessment, project preparation pipelines, capacity building efforts, and large-scale investment mobilization in coherent manner aligned with nationally identified priorities. The GEF is particularly well positioned to contribute to this agenda, and explicitly programmatic alignment with the Belém program could help ensure greater coherence between convention guidance and GEF implementation, while strengthening the fund's relevance in the climate technology space in a manner fully consistent with country ownership and the needs of developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina. And now I'll give the floor to Sagar, followed by Megan, James, Joko, Dauda, and then we will hear back from the Secretariat. With that said, Sagar, CSO Network, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. With regards to the presented document and GEF's continued engagement with the conventions, we have 3 points. First, on finance to indigenous peoples and local communities. Under Agenda 2, we set out what 20% target needs, a clear definition of actions by IPLCs and tracking from project approval through implementation. In paragraph 22, this report notes the GBFF guidelines for tracking that finance. We welcome them. This method should count only the money for activities that CSOs and IPLCs lead, execute, or control, not projects that merely name or consult them. Here, we echo the statements presented by IPAC earlier. These guidelines need to be finalized and adopted for use under the GEF Trust Fund, recognizing that there may need to be some differences in approaches. The support for IPLCs should also be reported in the corporate scorecard under Objective 4P. The GBFF shows that tracking can be done. We need to ensure that we swiftly set up tracking across the whole GEF Trust Fund. Second, on disbursement, we want to highlight what Germany has said before. We ask the GEF and its agencies to clear these delays so the work on national strategies and reports can proceed. Third, on BBNJ and chemicals and waste, in paragraphs 11 to 13, the report sets out new chemicals and waste targets in the integrated programs and early support for BBNJ agreement. We welcome both. We want to remind the agencies to build CSO and IPLC engagement into the design of these programs and do not leave it in the consultation language alone. Further, we strongly support Sweden and France and others in the need to break the silos and align in with conventions along with coordination with other vertical funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sagar. Now let's hear from Megan, followed by James. Megan, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much to the Secretariat for this document and also to the representatives from the MEAs for the previous session. It was really interesting. The GEF's role as the financial mechanism across the conventions and a growing number of related international agreements makes it uniquely placed to leverage synergies and co-benefits through its programming. That being said, I recognised a lot of the challenges that were raised by Stefan in his intervention about the silos between the various different conventions and the potential role that GEF can play in breaking those down. So that's something we'd be really interested in as well. Particularly welcome the continued support for reporting under the conventions, noting particularly this year's delivery of BTRs and the central role the BTRs have to play for the successful delivery of the Paris Agreement. One question we have is on the support provided for the preparation of MB-SAPs. And it's just on the comparatively low completion rate of MB-SAPs compared to other convention reporting that support is provided for, and wondering why that may have been the case, or is there any background reason to that? Support the continued strong coordination between the GEF and the other multilateral climate funds, and we really support strengthening those relationships. I think in the context of the recent NCQG and its associated decisions around the delivery of 1.3 trillion, tripling of outflows by 2030, and tripling of adaptation finance as agreed last year, it's really and crucially important for the multilateral climate funds to work in a complementary manner, and that finance from all sources is leveraged, for example, through the GEF's non-grant instrument portfolio, and that adaptation finance continues to grow. And so we were particularly interested to read about the GEF and the GCF's collaborative work in that area, and also the Adaptation Fund and the GEF's collaboration as set out in the report. And we'd also like to mention the recently launched climate investment programme ARISE, which is accelerating resilience, investment and innovations for sustainable economies, run by the CIFs, which we see scope for a lot of common interests in. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Megan. Now I give the floor to James, followed by Yoko-san. So, James, floor is yours.
Great, thanks very much. Just two very quick points. First, we want to highlight the 2030 deadline for the global phase-out of dental amalgam that the representative for the Minamata Convention included in her presentation, and we look forward to the GEF continuing its program in support of this phase-out and encourage countries in the Secretariat and agencies to consider programmatic approaches dedicated to this phase-out of dental amalgam. And second, on the Convention on Migratory Species, we note that GEF has made ongoing investments in the protection of migratory species, including through projects such as the East Asian Australasian flyways in this work program, and we'd encourage countries to work through existing mechanisms to provide guidance on migratory species to the CBD concerning GEF funding priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, James. And I'll give the floor to Yoko-san, followed by Dauda. Yoko, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. I'll be brief.
As we all know, that there will be a meeting on subsidiary body of the CBD in Nairobi this August, where the financial mechanism will be discussed. In order to achieve the GBF targets by 2030, the role of the GEF 9 as well as the GBFF are becoming increasingly important, and we count on the GEF Secretariat's contribution to the discussion. We also expect the GEF to continue enhancing coordination and synergies among all three Rio Conventions, and to promote resource mobilization from all sources, so as to ensure the effective and efficient operation of the fund. With regards to the plastic ink, efforts are currently underway towards the resumption of the negotiations, and we would like to note that the traditional donors, as mentioned by others previously, Japan, also have the view that the GEF should be designated as the treaty's financial mechanism. We expect the GEF to further build up its track record of support in addressing plastic pollution and to play an important role in this field. Thank you.
Thank you, Joko. Dauda, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Naomi. Well, we welcome and commend Jeff for presentation on the relations with conservation conventions and other international institutions, which is critical in achieving broader set objectives. We have a few observations and possible recommendations. On the convention, we observe that there are weak or zero coordination at national level among convention focal points in some countries, which invariably affect implementation of projects, as highlighted by the Rolf, the BRS Executive Secretary. This is very, very important. In that, we also would suggest or recommend Jeff to engage conventions to bring these concerns at national level for effective coordination for the interests of all at national level. On the multi-climate funds, we observe that focal points are found in different government entities, which are more often than not coordinating less or collaborating and are implementing projects which are overlapping in some circumstances. To our view, this brings to a certain level ineffectiveness and poor use of scarce resources, as there are tendencies of project repetition with limited outcome at grassroots level. So we therefore suggest or recommend that GEF initiate a very strong, constructive and proactive engagement with multilateral climate funds heads on having common synergies at national level for the interest of using limited resources for project implementation. And I also recall that GEF has actually started this kind of engagement, and I can remember participating in it as a co-chair in 2024, during which we engaged some of these concepts from fund heads on how we can synergize the resources. And I think it is important that we encourage using those aspects to ensure that the limited resources that we are crying for are utilized at national level properly. So thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dauda. I don't see any new tents up, so I believe that will conclude our list of speakers. And now let's hear back from Chisel Roston before we conclude this agenda item. So back to you, Chis.
Thank you very much, Naomi. Thank you very much, colleagues, for your comments and your questions. They're quite important, and we really appreciate them. Just one on the policy coherence. I think there will be discussion we'll be discussing an IEO evaluation on policy coherence this afternoon, and the recommendations which they have, so we can continue to advance this discussion. Just on tech transfer, which was raised by, I think, a colleague from Brazil, we think also that the development of resilient technology and the tech transfer programs has been a long key cross-cutting theme for the GEF since its establishment, and we will continue to do that throughout GEF 9, throughout the programming, also through elements of the SCCF Window B, which would also look at some of those issues. We continue to collaborate with the tech and the CTCN and provide resources for programs once those programs and projects are consistent with national priorities and have been identified by the countries. Country platforms? Yeah, and then also on the country platforms, we recognize that they are a key element, and the GEF has been actively engaging in many of the country platforms, and included in the report is a reference to the country platforms which the GEF has been participated in through the climate finance roundtables, which have been initiated by the IMF and the World Bank, and they've been we've had work in Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Madagascar, Seychelles, and the Gambia on these country platforms, and they've proved extremely useful in aligning investments from the GEF family of funds, and for lasting impact on the relevant environmental challenges which are occurring in those countries. So, cheers.
Thank you so much. Very quickly on the number of comments also raised, I think this was from Xavier from North Africa about the separation of GBFF and the STAR. Just to assure you that the GBFF has a different access model. So here we're talking about the GBFF and STAR as two separate items. In order to basically articulate how much countries can come in and compete access for, we use our STAR percentage model. But when the countries access the GBFF, that is independent of how the countries can access the STAR in GEF 9 for regular programming. So just to assure you, those two are two separate sources of support that are made available to parties. On the question, I think there were questions on IPLCs this round, and before Sagar, you raised the issue of the guidelines, and our intention, you had mentioned that this is going to the, also for the GEF Trust Fund. Now that in the GEF 9, we will have the IPLC aspirational target across the family of funds, we are undertaking conversations on how to build those guidelines. And we started the discussions on the, I can tell you, for the LDCF and SCCF, with an intention that we will have consistent, if you will, approach to this particular issue, so that that we don't have differentiated, if you will, guidelines, as well as ways of looking at this engagement that would be a barrier for the projects to be developed in the GEF 9 period. On Dauda's very good comments on the coordination at the national level, as you know, we have started to engage and invite conventional focal points when we have, as part of the country engagement strategy. So we think this is a good opportunity for us to continue to also invite various national focal points for the conventions for the GEF meetings. And I think this is one way also to ensure there's better coordination also at the country level on what different MEAs and what parties would negotiate vis-a-vis the GEF. So this isn't just about the importance that Stefan pointed out of having council members engage also in the MEA perspectives, but we also would think it's a good opportunity through the country engagement strategy, as well as meetings to encourage better coordination at the country level among the different conventional focal points. And on your point, Dauda, There continues to be a meeting among the principals of MCF. We just had one in April. Claude attended. And we have very constructive conversations on how at the principals level we can agree on the strategic alignments for, and what we have agreed upon, those elements, and I think are in further detail reflected in the information document on collaboration between GEF and GCF. So we would encourage you to take a look at that. Plastic INC from Yoko-san, Japan, point very well taken. I just want to highlight that the new INC chair will be in Samarkand for the assembly, and he will be attending and is speaking in the roundtable on Thursday afternoon, I believe. So we are also ensuring that there is good coordination among this with this important treaty and treaty negotiation process. SPs, yeah, we will have a team in Nairobi, and Ayoko-san, your point is very well taken. And there is a conversation that will take place, I believe, on Wednesday on the resource mobilization strategy here during the GBFF Council. So in terms of the having more clarity on the resource mobilization strategy for GBFF, and that which is also relevant for the KMGBF writ large, we do think that the Council will have an opportunity to opine on that one and elaborate further. I think I addressed the question that also came from Kelly on the country platforms and we can have synergies. The intention from our side, the country platforms, as articulated in the country engagement strategy, which we will also have the LDCF and SCCF element and the GBFF element. We're going at this with the intention to enable and further facilitate synergy across different areas that GEF can support in our role as the financial mechanism for multiple conventions. So we're going at this with full intentions of enabling different pieces to come together, and the countries themselves can decide on how best to utilize the GF resources when they think about priorities for their global environmental issues writ large. So I hope that clarifies the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chiz and Ralston. Thanks for all the questions. Having no longer any requests for the floor, I would invite Council to adopt the draft decision included in document C71/07. Not seeing any objections, this is adopted. I now pass over to the co-chair.
Thank you all, and good morning. We now move to agenda item 10, which is the forward year 27 work program and budget of the GEF Independent Evaluation Office. On this, I'd like to invite Geeta Batra from the GEF IEO to introduce document GEF/E/C71/01, the work program and budget of the GEF Independent Evaluation Office. Over to you, Geeta.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. It's still morning, so I can say good morning, everybody.
Welcome to the IEO Marathon session. We've got 5 documents to present, but you will have a lunch break, I think, between that. So today I'm going to provide an update on the IEO's work program since the last council meeting, as well as present the proposed FY27 work program and budget. But before I begin, on behalf of the Independent Evaluation Office, I'd like to thank the government of Uzbekistan in hosting us here in the beautiful city of Samarkand and for the excellent arrangements for this council's meeting, which almost sets a new bar. I'm going to cover 4 areas. First, the completion of OPS 8. Second, the evaluation work now underway. And third, our knowledge management and outreach activities. And finally, our proposed FY27 budget and staffing. OPS 8, if you'd like one for your bookshelf, because this is going to fast disappear, then we have a few copies available, but we also have an excellent e-reader available on our website. A major milestone during this reporting period was the completion and publication of OPS 8, Integration for Greater Impact. The evaluation drew on evidence from nearly 4,000 completed projects across 163 countries and represented more than 3 years of IEO's work. The report informed the replenishment discussions, helped shape many of the policy and programming directions. The fact that all recommendations have been reflected in those directions speaks to the relevance, timeliness, and usefulness of the report. Next one. With OPS 8 finalized, we have formally concluded the GEF 8 evaluation cycle. So for FY 2027, our evaluation work in progress, as we begin the GEF 9 period, we're also developing the IEO 4-year strategy and work program, which will come to the Council in the next meeting. We have engaged broadly across the partnership in shaping this work and would welcome any priorities Council members would like to see reflected in the work program. We've already listened to a few ideas on looking at joint agreements and implementation across funds, the accreditation process. So we're collecting ideas from this meeting as we go along. Evaluation work, as you know, starts well before reports reach Council. Many of the evaluations shown here are already in design, data collection, or early implementation. The FY27 work program spans 4 areas: institutional evaluations, thematic evaluations, country cluster evaluations, and knowledge products. Let me briefly highlight each of these. Key institutional evaluation products include the Management Action Record Review, the Portfolio Performance Report, which we are no longer doing annually but on a biannual basis, the annual evaluation reports for the LDCF, SCCF, and annual work program and budget reviews. These products focus primarily on accountability. The thematic evaluations. These evaluations address issues that are increasingly important to the GEF 9 agenda, including inclusion, resilience, biodiversity, sustainable development outcomes. On the thematic side, we have a strong work program underway. Evaluations currently in progress include the evaluation on the implementation of the gender policy, the LDCF SECF program evaluation, the off-grid energy evaluation in Africa, and the evaluation of the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. Together, these evaluations address issues that are increasingly central to the GEF 9 agenda on resilience, biodiversity, sustainable development outcomes. Regional and cluster evaluations. These are still an important part of our work. They allow us to look beyond individual projects and better understand environmental challenges and solutions at ecosystem, landscape, and regional scales. Current work includes evaluations in Central Asia, which Senia next to me is leading, the West Africa coastal region, Caribbean SIDS, and the Amazon biome. These evaluations help us understand how the GEF contributes to environmental outcomes across regions and where opportunities exist to strengthen impact. Knowledge products. Knowledge generation and learning remain central to the IEO mandate. Alongside evaluations, we continue to develop products that synthesize evidence and make it more accessible to decision makers and practitioners. One example is our work on innovative environmental financing mechanisms, including finance for coral reefs, which we expect to bring to the Council early next year. We are also pleased to launch the first product in a new country evidence series. Given that we are meeting here in Uzbekistan, it's particularly fitting that the inaugural story map focuses on Uzbekistan's environmental journey and the contribution of the GEF partnership over time. I'd now like to invite my colleague Ksenia Timienka to present some highlights of this story map. I also encourage you to please visit the IEO website where you will actually find the geospatial story map on Uzbekistan. Over to you, Ksenia.
Thank you very much. I will walk you through extracts of the story map. The GEF has a long history in Uzbekistan. In general, the supported interventions are relevant to environmental challenges. Over time, the support shifted from single focal area to integrated and multifocal area approaches, reflecting broader GEF trends. Projects are increasingly designed to work across systems, linking land, water, biodiversity, energy, and institutions. We see strong performance with 86% of completed projects achieving satisfactory outcomes. Sustainability is more challenging, consistent with broader GEF trends. The story map allows us to see results and their location on the ground. So this is one of these examples. For example, in drought-prone landscapes, farmers are adopting water-saving practices and restoring degraded land. In mountain ecosystems, protected areas are expanding and monitoring systems are improving. In cities, electric buses are beginning to reshape urban transport. For example, in Tashkent, the TILEF project is demonstrating an integrated model, combining electric bus rapid transit with green spaces and bicycle lanes. And there are plans to expand this model across the capital and to other cities in Uzbekistan. Across the portfolio, an important lesson is emerging. Achieving intended results is not enough. Systems are needed to sustain them. Results are more likely to be sustained when socioeconomic and environmental objectives are aligned, when interventions are anchored in policies and regulations, and when scaling is considered from the very beginning through integration into institutions and markets. The GEF experience shows that transformation is possible. It happens not through isolated projects, but through integrated approaches that link people, policies, and systems. The next phase is not doing more. It is about making what works last. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ksenia. Knowledge management. Over the past year, the IEO has continued to invest in sharing evaluation evidence and lessons more broadly across the GEF partnership and the wider evaluation community. We have remained active in major international evaluation networks, including the Evaluation Cooperation Group of the MDBs, most recently in Manila, and the UN Evaluation Group Week in Tokyo. We also contributed to discussions on sustainability, resilience, participatory evaluation, and transformational change through a series of webinars and global learning events. We have engaged in a number of knowledge-sharing activities, GEF replenishment meetings, the Global Forum for the GEF integrated programs in Nairobi, constituency workshops in Fiji and Eastern Africa, workshops on evaluating transformational change. We have also strengthened collaboration with other climate and environmental funds. We do joint webinars every quarter. We have meetings with the climate funds, and we have some joint publications as well, covering country ownership, transformational change, and we now have a multilateral group focused on evidence for climate action. We had a joint booth at COP30 in Brazil, and evidence for climate action continues. An important investment this year was the launch of the redesigned IEO website, and I encourage you to visit it. It's really state-of-the-art. Our objective was very straightforward. How do we make evaluation evidence easier to access, navigate, and use? The early results have been really encouraging, with more than 35,000 visits and over 9,000 unique users since the launch in October. The website is becoming an increasingly important platform for sharing evidence and learning across the partnership. We also launched the OPS 8 e-reader for the first time. The platform allows users to explore findings through interactive graphics, searchable content, and intuitive navigation. The feedback has been very positive and demonstrates the value of presenting evaluation evidence in formats that are more accessible and user-friendly. We expect to build on this in future evaluation products. We didn't want to lag behind on social media, so our digital outreach also continues to expand. Engagement across social media and other digital platforms is helping us reach audiences well beyond traditional evaluation communities. We're also experimenting with new formats, including EvalVision and WebVR, to make evaluation findings more interactive and accessible. I encourage you to visit our booth and experience a virtual evaluation mission in Mexico. And now for the all-important budget utilization. Let me now turn to the budget. FY 2026 expenditures remain broadly in line with the approved budget and have supported successful implementation of the ambitious work program we had last year. We expect to fully utilize the evaluation budget this year, reflecting the substantial volume of evaluation, knowledge, and outreach work delivered by a team of 19 over the reporting period. Overall, resources have been managed prudently while maintaining the quality and rigor of the office's work. We have listened to the discussion yesterday, paid attention to this, and so I will spend a little more time than earlier anticipated on the budget request for FY 2027. The proposed FY 2027 budget is $8.233 million, inclusive of the World Bank's indirect cost recovery. This is the final year of the GEF 8 budget cycle, approved during the replenishment process, and is designed to support delivery of the work program that I just spoke about, including evaluations already underway, while ensuring continuity as the IEO transitions into the GEF 9 period. The proposal also includes modest investments in data systems, analytical tools, and AI-enabled methods that are helping strengthen the office's evidence base and improve efficiency. The FY 2027 budget therefore represents a modest increase of $342,000 over the FY 2026 approved budget. This increase, I'm going to explain, is driven primarily by three factors. First, personnel costs are expected to rise by approximately $308,000, reflecting inflation-related adjustments to salaries and benefits, the planned engagement of a data scientist as an extended consultant to strengthen the IEO's analytical and data science, and costs associated with staff retirement. Second, the budget includes an additional investment of about $100,000 in information technology to support the IEO's modernization efforts, including the expanded use of artificial intelligence, data analytics, and digital tools in evaluation. This is a one-time sunk cost for which we will generate efficiencies in the years to come. Third, fixed administrative costs are projected to increase by approximately $119,000 due to higher lease costs and the World Bank hosting fees. This is completely beyond IEO's control. So these increases are partially offset by a reduction of $200,000 in the evaluation budget, which the IEO expects to achieve through efficiencies in using local consultants and travel expenditures while maintaining delivery of the approved work program. We were at $1 million last year. We are coming down to $800,000 while promoting efficiencies in both consulting as well as in travel costs. We fully recognize and empathize with the need for prudence in the current fiscal environment and have been actually implementing efficiency measures for several years. Travel costs have been managed by limiting conference participation to essential staff, combining conference attendance with evaluation missions wherever feasible, and making greater use of virtual engagement. The IEO is also increasingly relying on local and regional consultants where appropriate. This reduces our travel costs while strengthening country-level knowledge and contextual understanding. In addition, the office has shifted towards more cost-effective group-based learning, and for example, we've held group training on transformational methods, communication, as well as the responsible use of artificial intelligence, enabling broader staff participation at a much lower cost. It is also important to note that the 11% World Bank hosting fee was not reflected in the budget envelope approved during the previous replenishment period because we didn't know that we would have the 11% charge. The Council was very kind and accommodated these additional costs through budget adjustments in the last 2 years. For FY 2027, the IEO will absorb a portion of these increases through internal efficiencies, helping to constrain overall budget growth while continuing to deliver the planned program of work. We also recognize, based on yesterday's discussion, and we learn as we listen, that the budget proposal could clearly have provided greater detail on planned increase of roughly $340,000. The forthcoming GEF 9 four-year work program and budget that will be presented at the next Council will have a more comprehensive overview of how our resources are expected to be used over the next replenishment period. In addition, the IEO will present a final analysis of the use of GEF 8 resources, providing Council with a complete picture of resource utilization across the GEF 8 replenishment cycle. On human resources, staffing levels remain stable at 19 positions, and I will let you know that the IEO has actually maintained this level for over 15 years. We have not increased our staff. However, the demands of modern evaluation are also changing. Increasing use of geospatial data, advanced analytics, and AI-enabled methods requires additional technical expertise alongside traditional evaluation skills. The IEO plans to address these needs through strategic replacement of retiring staff and the engagement of a data scientist as an extended term consultant, not as a full-time position. These investments will strengthen the office's analytical capacity and efficiency while preserving its ability to focus resources on country engagement, field work, and the collection of high-quality evidence. So let me conclude with a brief look ahead. Although 2027 is the final year of the GEF 8 budget cycle, from an evaluation perspective, the next replenishment is already close at hand for us. We're already beginning our work towards OPS 9, and in less than 3 years, we will be sharing its first findings to inform the next replenishment discussions. Over the next coming year, we'll bring you the 4-year strategy, the work program, which will guide our work through the GEF 9 period. Finally, on behalf of the IEO team, I would like to thank Council members and everyone across the partnership, GEFSEC, agencies, civil society, for your continued support, engagement, and collaboration. We look forward to continuing this journey together. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Co-Chair. Over to you.
Thank you, Gita, for that presentation. I'd now like to open the floor for any questions and comments from Council and other representatives. I'll hand it over to Naomi to manage the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and thank you, Gita, for your presentation. We have Andre, Lillian, Gisela, and Andrea. Andre, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Noemi. We welcome the proposed work program for financial year 27, and we would like to thank the IEO for preparing the documents, and especially to thank the IEO Director for her leadership during the last intense year of finalizing OPS 8 in parallel to taking on your new role. We support the proposed draft decision and are particularly interested in the review of the management action record, especially regarding the alignment between recommendations and corresponding actions. We also very much welcome the dedicated evaluation on the GEF's experience with the implementation of the gender policy. And in addition, we are of course very much interested in the strategic country cluster evaluation of GEF interventions in Central Asia that will be presented at Council 73, as it covers most of our constituency's members. We also fully support the IEO budget as proposed and appreciate that the IEO is stabilizing its staff body and aligning the staffing approach with the IEO's strategic priorities, including the development of so-called artificial intelligence-enabled evaluation systems and databases, and with this is continuing to lead in the use of state-of-the-art technologies and methodologies for evaluation. This said, we expect so-called artificial intelligence to be used responsibly with the necessary ethical and environmental considerations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andre. And I give the floor to Lillian, followed by Andrea. Lillian, tienes la palabra.
Muchas gracias, Noemí. La circunscripción del Cono Sur agradece a la Oficina de Evaluación Independiente por la presentación de su programa de trabajo y presupuesto para el año fiscal 2027. Reconoce su papel estratégico en el fortalecimiento de la efectividad, credibilidad y capacidad transformadora del GEF. Considera que una función de evaluación sólida e independiente resulta fundamental para asegurar que los recursos del GEF generen impactos ambientales duraderos y contribuyan efectivamente al cumplimiento de los compromisos asumidos por los países en el marco de las convenciones. En este sentido, valoramos los esfuerzos orientados a generar evidencia, identificar lecciones aprendidas y fortalecer la rendición de cuentas y el aprendizaje institucional. Nuestra circunscripción considera igualmente importante que las evaluaciones continúen evolucionando hacia herramientas cada vez más útiles para la toma de decisiones, fortaleciendo por sobre todo los mecanismos de retroalimentación hacia los países, hacia las agencias y hacia los puntos focales operativos, de forma a contribuir a la mejora en la calidad del diseño, la implementación y la sostenibilidad de las intervenciones financiadas por el GEF. Asimismo, destacamos la importancia de que los hallazgos y recomendaciones derivados de las evaluaciones sean utilizados de manera más sistemática para orientar futuras inversiones, fortalecer las capacidades nacionales y maximizar el impacto en los recursos disponibles. Finalmente, esta circunscripción reafirma su apoyo a la Oficina de Evaluación Independiente, robusta, eficiente y adecuadamente dotada de recursos, capaz de continuar proporcionando análisis estratégicos que contribuyan a fortalecer el papel del GEF como principal mecanismo financiero para la implementación de los acuerdos ambientales multilaterales. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a ti, querida Lillian. Now I give the floor to Andrea, followed by Gisela. The floor is yours, Andrea.
Thank you so much. We thank the IEO for the paper and we acknowledge the work of the office, including their significant effort in preparing OPS 8. Thank you. We look forward to reviewing the IEO 4-year strategy at the next council meeting. We welcome the work programme and budget for FY27, which we support, along with the evaluations planned or underway. We especially welcome the evaluation of GEF's experience implementing the gender policy, and we note that no dedicated evaluation has been conducted recently. We also welcome the sub-regional evaluation of the Caribbean SIDS. We acknowledge the unique circumstances of SIDS, and we wonder, are there learnings from the recent evaluation of GEF programs in Pacific SIDS that could helpfully inform the Caribbean evaluation? On the budget, we're pleased to see that the evaluation funds for FY26 are expected to be fully used. We note the decrease for FY27 relates to the GEF 9 cycle transition, but we do want to ensure sufficient support is available for OPS 9. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you, Andrea. Now we'll hear from Gisela, followed by Paul. Floor is yours, Gisela.
Thank you. We thank the IEO for the financial year 27 work program and budget proposal presented at the critical juncture in the transition toward GEF 9. The work program is comprehensive and analytically robust, with a clear focus on strategic, thematic, and regional evaluation, which we strongly welcome. At the same time, we would like to stress the importance of maintaining strict budget discipline and a strong focus on value for money. The proposed budget represents a slight increase compared to the last year budget, and therefore calls for a clear and compelling justification in terms of outputs and impact. In our view, any increase in resources should be matched by measurable gains in efficiency, prioritization, and delivery of high-value evaluation products. We take note of the efficient execution of the financial year 26 budget, which is a really positive signal and should remain the benchmark going forward. We would strongly encourage the IEO to ensure strict prioritization of activities, focusing on those evaluations that most directly inform strategic decision-making and replenishment discussion. In particular, we see scope to further strengthen the cost-effectiveness of knowledge and outreach activities, the streamline of process and products, and the selectivity of the evaluation portfolio, avoiding dispersion of resources. The reduction in the envelope for evaluation activities further underlines the need for careful prioritization and disciplined resource allocation. We note the planned investment in the AI and data capabilities, which have the potential to enhance analytical quality. However, we would expect this investment to translate into concrete efficiency gains over time, including potential cost savings and productivity improvements. In this regard, it would be helpful to better understand how such investments will be monitored and assessed in terms of results. Overall, we support the importance of a well-functioning and independent evaluation office, and at the same time, we emphasize that financial discipline, efficiency, and value for money must remain at the core of its operation, especially in the current context. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gisela. And I give the floor to Paul, followed by, I believe it's Luis from the CSO network. Paul, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation. We welcome the work program and budget of the evaluation office. I would like to draw attention especially to the outstanding report on the SIDS. This constituency also represents 6 SIDS in the Caribbean, so we have a special interest in the outcomes of that report, and especially where conclusions are more general. I think they can also be very relevant for us. Other reports that are of particular interest to us are the implementation of the gender policy, the GEF intervention in the coastal zones in West Africa, the LDCF report, and the intervention in the Amazon critical forest biome. So looking forward to that. So we approve the work plan and the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Now let's hear from Luis, followed by James. Luis, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. The GEF CSO network supports the FY27 work program and the budget request of $8,233 million. and we thank the IEO for its contribution to accountability and the learning across the partnership. We welcome the priorities running through the program: transformational change, gender knowledge management, data science, AI, and whole of society approaches. These reflect what evaluation needs to capture beyond project performance. As the partnership moves into GEF 9, we offer one suggestion for the work ahead. As the IEO designs its 4-year strategy, we encourage it to deepen its engagement with civil society, indigenous people, and local communities as partners in evaluation and learning under clear safeguards that protect evaluative independence. This does not weaken independence. It strengthens the evidence by drawing on knowledge systems that conventional methods often miss, particularly in evaluations of indigenous territories, community conservation, and integrated landscapes. The network and our regional civil society focal points are ready to serve as a bridge between global evaluation processes and country realities. We further recommend that the IEO explore innovative models of participatory evidence generation that integrate scientific, technical, and local knowledge systems. We have its longer statement, which we'll be sharing in writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis, for your statement. Now I give the floor to James, and I believe it's the last flag before we hear back from Gita. Okay, Stephanie. James and Stephanie.
Great, thanks so much. Just comments very specifically on the budget. So during the discussion we had yesterday about the GEF corporate budget, we noted our expectations and the emphasis that we're placing across the system on zero real growth in budgets and the need for fiscal restraint. The proposed budget that we have before us today represents a nominal increase of 4.3% and a real increase of 1.6% using the bank's deflator. So we were surprised, I think, when we first saw this paper that had relatively limited detail and justification for proposing a real increase. I think we'd expect that under normal circumstances, but in this case, given that FY27 is the end of the GEF 8 cycle, I think we would have expected, sort of a more robust justification to underpin a proposal for a real increase. So the additional information you provided today has been very helpful, and we discussed this as well bilaterally, which was also helpful. Nonetheless, I think we'd encourage the IOE in the future to strengthen budget proposals by providing additional detail and narrative, and I think that's certainly helpful as we look at assessing them. Nonetheless, I mean, the additional information aside, I think given the weaknesses that were in the paper and our position on budget growth across institutions, we are not able to join consensus on the proposal today, but we do not seek to block its approval. And I just want to stress that our position on the budget does not reflect a view on the value of the IOE's work or on the importance of a robust independent evaluation function to the GEF's ability to be able to achieve its objectives. I mean, our support for that remains unchanged. So in the future, look forward to supporting more robustly justified proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, James. I'll now give the floor to Stephanie.
Bonjour à tous, je vais m'exprimer en français. D'abord, la France remercie l'AIO pour la présentation de son programme, de ses activités, de ses ressources budgétaires et de sa chronique de ressources humaines. Nous saluons l'ensemble du travail accompli par l'AIO. Nous vous encourageons à poursuivre les présentations de cartes visuelles par pays, comme vous l'avez fait pour l'Ouzbékistan. Nous pensons que ce sont de très bons moyens de communication sur l'efficacité du FEM. Concernant les moyens, nous approuvons et nous apprécions le recours à l'intelligence artificielle pour mieux exploiter les données, mais nous aimerions avoir davantage d'informations sur l'augmentation du budget envisagé, alors que la part dédiés aux évaluations semble en diminution et que, normalement, le recours à l'intelligence artificielle devrait, en théorie, permettre des gains de productivité. Et nous attendons ces explications pour nous prononcer sur le budget. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Stéphanie. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor. No. So with that, I will hand it back to Gita for responses.
Thank you very much for the support to the work program and the interest in some of the evaluations. I think I'll come straight to the budget issues. Yes, James, definitely we can provide more details next time around. A few years ago, we were told don't provide too much detail. So it's always this toss-up. But I understand the current environment we are in, and therefore the need to do more in terms of providing the right level of information. I just want to explain one thing that, with a flat staffing structure of 19 people, and when staff retire or when we are rotating staff through, there are always costs. We have tried to minimize the costs, but these are just structural issues that come with the World Bank rules, and therefore we have little control about reimbursables, etc., when there's staff turnover. So this is just some cost we have to pick up and some cost that's picked up by the World Bank. We've tried to keep these to the minimum, but this is just, a lot of these are one-time costs. The same thing with artificial intelligence. We are in a period where we actually have not 100% faith in AI tools, right? So there is a transition period where we're going to have to do some with AI to test the validity of AI. I'll give you a simple example to just illustrate this. We were looking at geolocations in Central Asia as part of the Uzbekistan study because it's a geospatial map. On the one side, we had a couple of interns and people looking at, so where are these locations based on project documents? And the other side, we said, can we have AI pick these locations? The first round, we had maybe less than 40% overlap. In the second round, we had to tweak the AI model. We had to check because the documents are also not perfect on location. The third round of recoding and recoding, we came up to 75% until we finally came to 95%. So there is a learning process with AI. There is a path to getting a confidence level that we can now say, we have a model that we can test and use on relevance in any country now. So we have that level of confidence in our AI coding. So there is a process of a period of transition which we'll have to go through till we have 100% certainty on the data. The other thing is, being a good partnership of 18 agencies, the documents all vary across agencies. We have to build the infrastructure where we can use all the different formats, put it into a database that can actually then be used to query and get the efficiencies. So there is that infrastructure which doesn't exist today. And so we have to first build that, and that's the 100,000. Once you have the infrastructure, you can start using AI, start querying, get the efficiencies out of it. But that first step needs to be taken, which does not exist today. So I think that's why these costs are one-time costs, and then the recurring costs get lower as the efficiencies build up over time. So I'm just giving you a few examples of how we've been testing, how we've been trying to arrive at good data, because we don't want to compromise on quality. And so getting to the quality we need, it's going to take us about 2 to 3 years. I have to be realistic about it because we have to keep modifying, testing as we go. So I just wanted to make that clear. So it's not, AI is available today. We still have issues. The GEF portal is being updated. We're constantly trying to get data from the portal also, and they're using AI now or building the infrastructure. I think that was the main thing about questions on the budget. And I think that's it. Yeah.
Thank you, Gita. I see another flag up. Corentin, would you like to jump in? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Naomi. And thanks for the work program and the corporate budget that we welcome and can support. I just have some remarks about the work program. I would like to recall the IO of the invitation of Belgium expressed during the GEF 9 replenishment about the non-grant instrument. We would appreciate very much if the IO could make sure to carry out a comprehensive evaluation of the GEF 8 NGI, including the reflows generated, of course, but most importantly, the actual environment results and outcomes effectively achieved thanks to the investment mobilized by the NGI resource during the GEF 8. I think there was some support for this request during the negotiations, and this is also why it is mentioned in the summary of the co-chair of the Bonn meeting. Besides, I would like to make sure that the IO also consider our discussion of yesterday about the agency expansion process and the possible risk of discrimination linked to the fast-track assessment towards candidate agencies with an expertise different from climate. So could the IO make sure to evaluate the fast-track approach of the agency expansion process to assess to what extent this approach is fair and inclusive towards all interested agencies and to ensure that all focal areas of the GEF are duly considered during this process, and not only climate. On a minor note, we would also appreciate if the IO could analyze or somehow assess the turnover of the operational focal points, the average term duration, and the gender profile related to the operational focal point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you, Corentin. With no further requests from the floor, I will refer back to Gita.
Thank you very much. It is part of the work program that we'll bring to you on the NGI. We're just wondering about the timing, because now that the cap has been removed, the ceiling on the NGI of 15 million, whether it makes sense to do it. But we're going to bring you a few bite-sized products that are based on NGI interventions. So for example, the coral reef bond. What have we learned from Mexico and as well as from Indonesia and the ADB's interventions there, as well as Belize. So we've just finished the Belize case. We're working on Indonesia and the Philippines. So we're going to bring you examples and more deep dives into the different NGI products, and then bring one big evaluation to you. So we should discuss the timing of when you think that would be best. The second, definitely, we noted the agency expansion yesterday. And on the turnover of focal points, actually, we've started to establish a database, because we realized that every time the focal points change, the directory is changing and being modified. And so we started about a year and a half ago actually collecting the data on the different focal points to analyze the turnover. So maybe in a year's time, we'll have more data on the turnover of focal points. Yeah. I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Gita. I don't see any more requests from the floor. On that basis, I'd like to invite Council to adopt draft decision that is included in document GEF/E/C7101. I don't see any requests from the floor. The decision is so adopted. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well done. On that, we'll move to agenda item 11, which is the GEF Evaluation Policy 2026. I'd like to invite Fabrizio from the GEF IEO to introduce document GEF E/C71/02, which is the GEF Evaluation Policy 2026. Over to
I'll just
you.
quickly say
Over to you,
name.
Gita.
One may ask, why are we bringing the evaluation policy to the Council at this stage? In general, it's good practice as things around in the partnership as well as on the outside actually change. Whether it's AI, we talked this morning, there was a question about, or even here, instituting good guardrails, etc. So we thought, and in general, it's good practice to take stock of policies once in 7 to 8 years. The last policy was in 2019, and so we thought this is an appropriate time at the start of the next replenishment cycle to look at the evaluation policy. So I'm going to invite Fabrizio to present the main aspects of the policy and the changing. Instead of calling it revisions, I would actually call it refinements, because we haven't changed a whole lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished delegates, I'm pleased to introduce the revised or refined evaluation policy. So the revision and refinements of the policy reflect both the evolution of the GEF partnership and the broader changes in international evaluation practice. Since the policy's latest update, which was done in 2019, GEF has expanded its programming modalities, has increased the use of integrated approaches, and strengthened its focus on transformational change and learning across the GEF partnership. So the revised policy aims to reinforce the role of evaluation in supporting accountability, learning, and evidence-based decision-making in an increasingly complex institutional environment. It builds on the foundations of the 2019 policy while sharpening provisions related to independence, accountability, and evaluation standards across the partnership. The revision also aligns the policy with evolving good practices across multilateral institutions and international evaluation offices, including a more streamlined and concise policy format. So the revised policy introduces clearer provisions related to the independence of IO, including the mandate of a director, the operational independence in terms of budget and human resource management for IO. It clarifies the roles and responsibilities across the GEF partnership, including the roles of the Council, IO, Secretariat, agencies, and the member countries. It recognizes evaluation not only as an accountability function, but also as a tool for adaptive learning and strategic decision-making. It supports continued strengthening of evaluation practice through innovation in methods, stronger use of data and evidence, and the responsible application of artificial intelligence, as we mentioned before, while placing greater emphasis on long-term sustainability of results. Now, the priorities for the implementation of the policy. Looking ahead, the implementation of a revised policy will focus on ensuring consistent application across the GEF partnership. And the priorities include, first, strengthening country-level learning and evidence use. Second, expanding knowledge sharing and peer learning. Third, continuing innovation in evaluation methods and practice. And four, enhancing the use of evaluation lessons in future programming and policy decisions. So now we move to the last slide, which is the recommended Council decision, which, with your permission, Chair, I will read. The Council, having reviewed the document, the GEF Evaluation Policy 2026, 1. Approves the GEF Evaluation Policy contained in Section 2 of this document, which supersedes the previous 2019 GEF Evaluation Policy. And 2. Authorizes the GEF Independent Evaluation Office to proceed with its dissemination and implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Gita and Fabrizio, for the presentation. I'd now like to open the floor for any comments and questions. Over to you, Naomi.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Just in terms of timing, we are aware that launch was scheduled at 12:30, But just as yesterday, we will try to go up until 1. If we conclude before, then we go to lunch before. Otherwise, we go up until 1, we break wherever we are, and then we come back at 2. So thank you. Now I give the floor to Gisela, followed by John.
Thank you very much, and thanks. First of all, thanks to Fabrizio for this very clear and presentation, and we welcome the update of the GEF evaluation policy, and we agree with you, Gita, that it's really timely process. The revised policy strikes a good balance between continuity and targeted improvements, particularly in aligning with evolving international evaluation standards. We particularly appreciate the strengthened safeguards for independence, essential to ensure credibility and integrity of the evaluation function. The clarification of role and responsibility across the Council, IEO, Secretariat and agencies is a positive step towards a more effective governance framework. We also support a clear distinction between policy-level provisions and operational guidance, allowing for greater flexibility and adaptability over time. The explicit recognition of both accountability and learning function remains central and should continue to guide the work of the IAO. We also welcome the inclusion of coherence as an evaluation criterion, as well as the provisions for the responsible use of artificial intelligence in evaluation. The stronger emphasis on knowledge sharing and uptake of evaluation findings is particularly important to ensure that the lessons effectively inform decision-making. In this context, we would be interested in understanding how the IAO plans to further strengthen collaboration and exchange with evaluation offices across other major international climate funds, such as the GCF and CEF, and so, in order to promote harmonization of approaches, shared learning, and potential joint work. Concluding, we are strongly supportive of the approval of the revised evaluation policy. Thank you.
Thanks to you, Gisela. We'll now hear from John, followed by Carla.
Thank you, Naomi. First of all, I would like to just say that we commend the IEO for providing independent evaluations of GEF's work. This is key information for our work in the Council, so thank you very much. Our constituency welcomes the proposed updates to the GEF evaluation policy and can support the recommended decision under this agenda item. So I'd just like to make a couple of comments to the policy itself. We agree on the importance of updating the policy, first and foremost, to make sure it's in line with developments within the GEF and recent changes in international evaluation standards. Like Italy, we welcome the focus on clearer separation of policy and operational guidance, and on strengthening the independence and credibility of the IEO. Ensuring the independence of the IEO is absolutely critical for the quality of work. Furthermore, we are pleased to see the addition of coherence as an evaluation criterion, and believe this is of particular relevance to the GEF and its mandate. We note the update on the use of artificial intelligence as very timely. As this is a rapidly evolving technology, it will be important to conduct frequent periodic reviews to ensure alignment with international norms for good practice. We welcome the focus on the importance of a broad dissemination of the evaluation findings in order to promote accountability and learning, and expect that this will be given high priority by the Secretariat. Lastly, on a related note, we would like to make sure that in the future, IEO evaluations that are presented at GEF Council meetings are published on time, in order to ensure that the Secretariat has time to prepare its management response, and that Council can assess these before the meetings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. And I give the floor to Carla, followed by Andre. Carla, the floor is yours.
Gracias, Nomi. Our constituency welcomes the updated GEF evaluation policy and recognizes it is an important step towards strengthening transparency, accountability, and institutional learning across the GEF partnership. We particularly value the reinforced independence of the IEO office, as well as the stronger emphasis on learning, adaptive management, and the strategic use of evaluations to improve implementation and impact. We also appreciate the recognition of country ownership, including the important role of operational focal points and national stakeholders throughout the evaluation process. In addition, we consider the inclusion of the coherence criterion especially relevant to better align national priorities with international environmental commitments. Finally, we underline the importance of ensuring that the implementation of this policy is accompanied by adequate capacity building efforts and remains practical and appropriate for countries and implementing agencies. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Carla, and welcome to the GEF Council. And I give the floor to Andre, followed by Lilian.
Thank you very much, Naomi. We would like to thank the IEO for preparing the proposed updated GEF evaluation policy and the GEF Secretariat for preparing the Council decision, which we are ready to adopt. Overall, we think that the suggested update does make sense and is in line with current good practices, and we particularly support clearer separation between governance and implementation, as well as the introduction of smart indicator elements. We have a couple of remarks and questions which we would like to see addressed. We welcome the paragraph on so-called AI considerations, and in particular also the inclusion of core ethical principles. We do agree that so-called AI must not be used as the sole basis for evaluative conclusion, and we would like to request that the use of so-called AI must explicitly be stated in evaluation reports. We think that Figure 2 might benefit of a redesign to better include the currently a bit free-floating STAP in the pyramid structure, consistent with the presented revised evaluation policy, and we just suggest that you adjust the figure ahead of its final publication online. It is a bit unfortunate that the review of the MIR is not yet available. Are you expecting any results from the review that would request any additional revisions of the policy moving forward? Or will there be ways to integrate the MIR review recommendations without adjusting the policy again? And finally, we would like to stress the importance of science to guide meaningful evaluation and thereby welcome the role assigned to the GEF STAP in the document. We would have, however, welcomed a better reflection of the role of the wider scientific community, universities and other scientific institutions, including insights from international science panels in the work of the IEO. And could you elaborate how you currently integrate the latest available science in the work of the IEO and whether you're planning to strengthen the input from the wider scientific community in any way in the foreseeable future? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andre. And I'll give the floor to Lilian, followed by Andrea. Lilian, tienes la palabra.
Muchas gracias, Noemí. Esta circunscripción agradece a la Oficina de Evaluación Independiente de la Secretaría del GEF por la preparación de la Política de Evaluación 2026. Reconocemos asimismo que es una política de evaluación sólida, constituye un elemento esencial para fortalecer la rendición de cuentas, la transparencia y el aprendizaje institucional y la efectividad por sobre todo de las inversiones financiadas por el GEF. Sin embargo, consideramos que el verdadero valor de las evaluaciones no radica únicamente en la generación de conocimiento, sino en su capacidad para influir de manera concreta en la toma de decisiones y en la mejora continua de la cartera. En este sentido, esta circunscripción considera prioritario fortalecer los mecanismos que permitan incorporar de manera sistemática las lecciones aprendidas y recomendaciones derivadas de estas evaluaciones en el diseño de nuevas intervenciones, en la programación de recursos y en los procesos de implementación. Las evaluaciones deben convertirse en herramientas activas de gestión y aprendizaje capaces de mejorar la calidad y efectividad y sostenibilidad de las inversiones. Asimismo, destacamos la importancia de reforzar los mecanismos de retroalimentación hacia los países, las agencias y por sobre todo a los puntos focales operativos, así como promover una mayor difusión y accesibilidad a los resultados de las evaluaciones. Una cultura institucional de aprendizaje requiere que los hallazgos sean utilizados, compartidos y apropiados por quienes participan en la implementación de los procesos. Esta circunscripción toma nota del potencial que ofrecen las nuevas herramientas tecnológicas para fortalecer los procesos de evaluación. No obstante, consideramos fundamental que su utilización esté acompañada de salvaguardas adecuadas en materia de confidencialidad, protección de datos, transparencia metodológica y supervisión humana. Finalmente, reafirmamos nuestro apoyo a una función de evaluación independiente, rigurosa y orientada a resultados, que contribuya a fortalecer la efectividad del GEF y maximizar los beneficios ambientales y de desarrollo sostenible generados por sus inversiones. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a ti, Lilian. And I give the floor to Andrea, followed by Faisal. The floor is yours, Andrea.
Thank you, Naomi. We thank the IEO for their work in refining their GEF evaluation policy, which we support. The revised policy makes good practice sense. It is principles-based, independent and appropriately resourced. We are aware of the IEO's commitment to a knowledge management approach that includes promoting the use of evaluation and sharing findings, and we would like to see in the policy explicit mention of a publishing commitment for GEF evaluations. This could include the approval or sign-out process overseen to ensure transparency and independence. We also note there does not appear to be a commitment to a particular percentage of GEF spend allocated to evaluation, and consideration could be given to outlining the percentage of GEF delivery for evaluation, as this would make the commitment to account for the funding even clearer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. And I give the floor to Faisal, followed by Stephanie. The floor is yours, Faisal. Faisal, you requested the floor.
Thank you very much, Naomi. So we welcome the proposed update of the GEF evaluation policy. We support the requirement in paragraph 59 that GEF evaluations should actively involve project stakeholders as participants, contributors and users as appropriate. Participatory approaches are particularly critical in projects and programs affecting livelihood and incomes of local populations, as well as assessment in area in traditional territories and community lands. However, despite the positive aspect in the policy framework, we believe that the policy does need some enhancement to ensure that it's fit for purpose for use in GEF 9, where the whole of society approach must be applied, and a minimum of 20% of resources should reach directly to Indigenous people and local communities. For many years, the GEF CSO network has been highlighting the lack of detailed evaluation of the level and effectiveness of engagement of civil society organizations, Indigenous people, local community and youth in the implementation of certain GEF projects and programs. The response has often been that such evaluations are not possible as the projects or GEF agencies do not systematically gather adequate information at this detailed level of civil society involvement. Therefore, we hope that the evaluation policy can specify in more detail the requirement for project indicators and monitoring to ensure that adequate information is available for subsequent evaluations. We cannot continue to give the excuse that the data was not available. We understand that this may not be possible to include in detail in the policy, but could be in related operational guidance. Finally, the GEF CSO network has long called for independent, participatory monitoring of GEF projects by related Indigenous people and local community and CSOs. Participatory monitoring has been clearly demonstrated to be a cost-effective and efficient tool to gather information not only on community benefits, but also enhancement in ecological and environmental aspects. If we're serious in our whole of society approach, we must embed participatory monitoring in all projects to enable effective reporting and evaluations. Thank you.
Thank you, Faisal. And I give the floor to we have 3 remaining speakers, Stephanie, Nanette and James. So Stephanie, tu as la parole.
Merci. Je vais m'exprimer en français. La France remercie l'AIO pour ce travail de mise à jour de la politique d'évaluation du FEM qui est central pour assurer la redevabilité du FEM et l'amélioration continue de ses performances. Nous soutenons ce travail, mais nous suggérons de préciser que les évaluations doivent prendre en compte dans leurs recommandations les cadres normatifs ou politiques applicables localement, ainsi que les décisions adoptées par les conférences des parties des conventions internationales dont le FEM est le mécanisme financier. Merci.
Merci à toi, Stéphanie. And I give the floor to Nanette.
Thank you. I would like to thank the IEO for the document and acknowledges the importance for the policy to have been reviewed. And we would like to endorse the document. We take note that from its adoption in 2019, a lot has changed and challenges encountered to implement the policy. Therefore, we are pleased that the governance framework has been relooked at so as to make it more practical and more straightforward. Another important aspect of the policy that we have taken note is the separation of the governance framework, therefore clearly defining the mandates, the oversight aspect, and that of the operational guidance. We also take note that the policy guides and establishes institutional framework for evaluation, and most importantly, the roles and responsibilities of the different stakeholders involved. We have had experiences and challenges during project execution, evaluation, monitoring, and reporting, therefore clarifying the roles and the key responsibilities of the different stakeholders for us are very essential, and we look forward to the implementation as well as the collaboration between those specific stakeholders. We welcome the simplified flowchart of the monitoring and evaluation reporting, and we also welcome the different evaluation principles such as accountability, integrity, and transparency in the document. And we do recommend that IEO disseminate this widely so as to ensure successful policy implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nanette. And now our last speaker before lunch. James, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks. Very briefly. Thank you to the IEO for its comprehensive work to modernize the GEF evaluation policy. As I said earlier, strong independent evaluation is essential for accountability. We appreciate that the revised policy streamlines governance provisions while relocating operational details to implementation guidelines. This approach should allow for flexibility to adapt procedures as needed. We support the decision, considering a few comments for definitional consistency within the document, which we'll convey to the IEO. And we appreciate the forward-looking provisions on the use of artificial intelligence in evaluation and highlight the importance of AI to enhance efficiency, analytical depth, and the timeliness of the IEO's evaluation work. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, James. We know for the request, I now give the floor back to Kita.
Thank you for your broad support for the policy. I think points well taken. We will definitely fix the figures and also address comments from James in the US on definitional consistency. So before publishing it, a lot of the guidance on, explicit publishing of IEO reports, Andrea, as you mentioned, will come in our strategy and implementation of the strategy document. So we wanted to start with the policy goes to the strategy then develops the 4-year work program. So this is the first step in our process. So Faisal, your point also about, civil society monitoring indicators, I think all that we will put in our strategy as well as in implementing it. I do want to point out, though, we have evaluated, civil society organizations. We routinely do this in our evaluations. We've done specific ones. So in a 4-year cycle, we do manage to cover this topic quite a bit. But I see your point, and we'll make sure that we don't remain remiss on that front. On science, Andre, in a lot of our evaluations, we have technical working groups and guidance. And many of those especially in areas we don't have expertise in, we do draw on not only on staff, but also on the broader scientific community. A case in point is we are doing like an OPS on adaptation, on LDCF, SCCF. We have a number of scientists who are going to be guiding our work on that. So conversations have already begun, and we start with their inputs at the very approach paper stage. So just to, and actually we rely a lot on academia as well in our work. So scientists and professors in academia are routinely part of our evaluation work. Point well taken on AI considerations, that was a big part, but we didn't want to be too prescriptive in the policy given how much AI is changing. So we will make sure we put in guardrails, and we left the statement pretty broad at this point. Your point on the management action record, that evaluation will come, but it's, so it is the accountability mechanism for the GEF, right? And to bring to you the extent to which the recommendations of IEO evaluations are actually implemented. The report that we're going to bring to you next time is about, taking stock of all the recommendations we have suggested over the last 4 years. The pace of implementation, where does it take GEF a little longer? What are some of the stumbling blocks? So it's more for you as decision makers also to see where is it that the GEF actually sometimes has pauses or struggles, and what are the kinds of recommendations that just go through really quickly. So it's more taking stock of policy type recommendations or implementation style recommendations. What is it? That's the report. So I don't see it as influencing the policy. It's more about implementation of recommendations. And Stephanie, on your point on regulatory frameworks for which the GEF is that okay if it comes into the strategy as an implementation of the policy? Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Jita. I don't see any other requests from the floor. So on that basis, I invite Council to adopt the draft decision as included in the document GEF/E/C71/02 for approval by Council. I don't see any calls, so on that basis, the decision is so adopted. Thank you for your concise responses and discussion. We've come in before 1 o'clock for lunch, and for that reason, we've got a special surprise for you, and I'll hand over to Naomi to explain the surprise and other housekeeping.
Thank you, Richard. Actually, a couple of surprises. First one, we have a family photo just outside. Council family photo in the beautiful backdrop with the assembly. So we invite council members, alternate observers, given the limitations, maybe 1 or 2 observers or representatives per observer seat, so we can all fit in there. The second surprise is that we just received ahead of time the assembly water bottles. So they're already available for your pickup in the info desk. You can go there, and with your badge, every participant will get one. There are also exhibits happening in parallel, so you can visit them. They're just behind the info desk. And I will just leave it there. We will reconvene here at 2 p.m. So let's go for the photo and enjoy your lunch. Welcome back from lunch. I invite everyone to take the seats so we can start promptly.
See how it goes. I mean, you've made lots of really solid interventions, so no one's going to be concerned if you don't. So leave it as if you want to.
Kate?
செக் பண்ணீங்க நெக்ஸ்ட் டே ஓகே இல்லை செக் பண்ணணும் நெக்ஸ்ட் டே ஐடி கிட்ட செக் பண்ணணும் ஃபாலோ கொடுத்துட்டு போகிறேன்ட்டு அது அப்டேட் பண்ணியிருக்கணும் யாரும் உங்களை கொஸ்டின் பண்ண போகிறது கிடையாது இல்லையா ஐடி அவைலபிளாக இல்லை இன்பர்சனில் உங்களை கொஸ்டின் பண்ணுறது நீங்கள் செக் பண்ணதை
Good afternoon, Council. Another reminder to please take your seats so we can begin.
28th நைட் அசைன் பண்ணியிருக்கிறீங்க 2 hours அப்புறம் நீங்கள் உங்களுக்கு அசைன் பண்ணியிருக்கிறீங்க ப்ராப்பராக அதில் ஏன் அப்டேட் பண்ணுங்க நெக்ஸ்ட்டு ஏன் ஃபாலோ பண்ணல அந்த சாட் எடுத்துருக்கு எதுக்காக அந்த சாட் ஓப்பன் பண்ணிருங்க டேரெக்டாக நீங்கள் இங்கே பாருங்க அதை எதுக்கு ஓப்பன் பண்ணுன்றது தான் நான் கேட்கணும் சாட் எதுக்கு இருக்கு இப்போ நீங்கள் இன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணி நான் உங்களுக்கு ஃபோன் பண்ணி கேட்கும்போது எனக்கு இன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணலன்னு சொன்னால் என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க அப்புறம் ஏன் பண்ணாங்க சரி ஓகே அவர் பண்ணலை உங்கள் நேமில் தானே அந்த டிக்கெட் இருக்கு அவர் பார்த்துக்கிறேன்னு சொன்னார்னா அட்லீஸ்ட் அந்த டிக்கெட் அவருக்கு ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் பண்ணியிருக்கீங்க பண்ணலை ஏன் ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் அப்போ நெக்ஸ்ட் டைம் நீங்கள் வந்து பார்த்துருந்துருக்கணும்ல இப்போ யாருமே பார்த்துக்கலன்னா இப்போ யாரு தான் அதை டேக் அவுட் பண்ணணும் இந்த டிக்கெட் ஓப்பன்லேயே இருக்கணுமா நீங்கள் எனக்கு பிங் பண்ணி இருந்திருக்கலாம்ல இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு டிக்கெட் வந்திருக்குன்ட்டு அன்னைக்கு நைட்டே நீங்கள் பிங் பண்ணி இருந்திருக்கலாம் எனக்கு
Okay, so I suggest that we get started in the interest of time. Thank you all for being on time back from lunch, and I hope that you enjoyed the nice food that was served. With that said, I will now hand it over to the co-chair so he can kick us off this afternoon.
Thank you, Naomi. I'd like to now open up agenda items 12, 13 and 14. The proposal is that we will consider all 3 of the evaluations jointly. We did this previously and it worked very well. The 3 evaluations are evaluation of the GEF Sustainable Cities Program and management response. Secondly, evaluation of GEF support to marginalised groups and management response. And the third is the lessons from evaluating GEF support for policy coherence and the associated management response. And I'll now hand over to Geeta to address the first of those evaluations, which is document GEF/E/C7103. And over to you, Geeta.
Thank you, Co-Chair. A very good afternoon to all of you. In this session, the IEO will present 3 evaluations: the evaluation of the Sustainable Cities Program, the evaluation of GEF support to marginalized groups, and lessons from evaluating GEF support for policy coherence. We begin with the evaluation of the Sustainable Cities Program. Over recent replenishment periods, the IEO has undertaken a series of evaluations of GEF's integrated programming approach, including consolidated assessments of integrated programs, as well as dedicated evaluations of the Global Wildlife Program, food systems, and sustainable forest management. While the Sustainable Cities Program has featured in earlier portfolio-level assessments, this is the first evaluation dedicated exclusively to this program, examining its design, implementation, and results across the full portfolio. The evaluation was led by Neeraj, with Mariana Calderon and Fatima Mumtaz serving as core team members. I will now hand over to Neeraj to present the key findings and recommendations.
Good afternoon, Council members and participants. This evaluation assesses the design, implementation, and results of the Sustainable City Program across its cumulative portfolio. The Sustainable Cities Program was launched as a pilot in GEF 6 in response to the growing recognition that urban sustainability challenges are interconnected and require integrated responses across sectors and institutions. The program therefore adopted a systems-based approach to address urban sustainability through levers such as policy coherence, financing, urban innovation, partnerships, and knowledge sharing. Since its launch, the program has reached more than 90 cities across 33 countries, supported by approximately $480 million in GEF financing and $6 billion in co-financing. Its structure combines a global platform focused on coordination and knowledge sharing with country-level child projects implementing activities on the ground. All 40 country child projects include greenhouse gas mitigation targets, and several also generate adaptation benefits, reflecting strong alignment with the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. The share of projects seeking to enhance urban biodiversity has increased significantly, from 36% in GEF 6 to 85% in GEF 8. Compared with other urban programs and standalone projects, the Sustainable Cities Program more consistently supports integrated urban planning, green infrastructure, land restoration, and socio-economic co-benefits. These features are already translating into tangible results across cities, while also highlighting important opportunities to further strengthen the program. One of the strongest findings of the evaluation is that pilot investments are increasingly generating effects beyond the original projects. Transit-oriented development approaches supported through the program were incorporated in national legislation in Peru and into municipal regulations in China. In Guntur, India, electric vehicles piloted for waste collection were later scaled across the state of Andhra Pradesh. In Paraguay, methodologies developed through the program informed both a subsequent World Bank Urban Resilience Loan and a Green Climate Fund initiative. The evaluation also found growing interest in replicating nature-based solutions piloted through the program, examples of which are highlighted in the next slide. In Recife, Brazil, filtering gardens designed to treat wastewater at neighborhood scale are now attracting interest for application beyond the project itself. In Chennai, India, nature-based approaches are being used simultaneously to manage flooding and support urban biodiversity. The evaluation independently verified these results using before and after satellite imagery. At Kadupakkam Lake, restoration efforts increased open water coverage from 34% to 88%. These results demonstrate what integrated urban interventions can achieve. The next challenge is to ensure that such results are being realized consistently and at scale. The program is serving as an effective entry point for integrated urban planning, and many pilot investments are demonstrating what is possible. Yet, realizing transformational change at scale remains challenging. Planning processes and investment systems do not always reinforce one another, and coordination across sectors and levels of government can be complex and time-intensive. Constraints in public investment systems also mean that even strong technical plans, including those developed in Peru and Mexico, do not always progress to implementation at scale. The program is responding by placing greater emphasis on investment readiness and pre-investment pipelines. These are important steps, although evidence of their long-term effects is still emerging. One of the clearest lessons from the evaluation is that lasting results depend on institutional anchoring. Where approaches become embedded in government systems and processes, they are more likely to endure and at scale. In China, transit-oriented development tools have been institutionalized and applied well beyond the original pilot cities. In Senegal, flood management committees continued to build local capacities after a project closure. Where institutional anchoring is weak, progress can be harder to sustain. In Mexico, shifts in political priorities slowed implementation, while in Paraguay, waste recovery initiative could not continue after project closure because follow-on financing was unavailable. Across the portfolio, technical engagement remains strong, but the evidence points to a broader lesson. Technical solutions may start change, but institutional ownership sustains it. The evaluation also examined the role of Global Platform, which is a major component of the Sustainable Cities program. The platform has received substantial GEF investment, $47 million cumulatively, including $19 million in GEF 8 alone. Its knowledge products have become increasingly practical and contextualized, and engagement with cities, NGOs, academia, and private sector has strengthened. At the same time, country projects consistently reported that global platform support is not always sufficiently aligned with their timelines or operational needs. This finding is also reflected in project design documentation. Only one of 29 project proposals reviewed acknowledged the influence of the global platform. The key opportunity lies in strengthening coordination between the platform and child projects and making global knowledge more directly actionable at the country level. There is an important gap in how program measures its own progress. Current monitoring and evaluation systems capture outputs and activities relatively well, but they are less able to assess whether cities are moving toward longer-term systemic transformation. Changes such as regulatory reforms, institutional shifts, and evolving investment patterns are not yet well reflected in programs' results framework. As a result, some of the broader changes that the program may already be contributing to are likely understated by current metrics. What is working well? Taken together, the evaluation presents a program with clear strengths and growing maturity across replenishment cycles. The Sustainable Cities program is strongly aligned with global agendas, and it's demonstrating how integrated urban approaches can generate tangible results. Pilot investments are not only producing visible outcomes, but also attracting replication interest and follow-on financing. Program's co-financing ratio of 13.7 significantly exceeds the broader GEF portfolio average of 7.6. The share of projects targeting socioeconomic benefits has also grown significantly, from 39% in GEF 6 to 69% in GEF 8, reflecting a growing emphasis on social inclusion and livelihoods. The evaluation presents 3 recommendations, each responding to a key area where the program can further strengthen its contribution and long-term impact. Recommendation 1, strengthen the focus on investments and support the replication of investment pilots. Recommendation 2, improve support to child projects while sustaining the global platform's knowledge and convening functions. Recommendation 3, measure and track system-level transformation over time aligned with the program's strategic directions. Thank you. Over to you, Geeta.
Thank you. Thank you, Neeraj. So in summary, the Sustainable Cities program has laid a very strong foundation, but the next step is how does one turn the promising pilots and catalytic effects into enduring system-wide change. With that, we move to our second evaluation, the evaluation of GEF's support to marginalized groups. This is the first time that the IEO has examined engagement of marginalized groups across the GEF portfolio through a single evaluation lens. And what emerged is a portfolio that has clearly expanded who it engages, but is still learning to translate knowledge on engagement of marginalized groups into sustained outcomes and benefits. Kate, sitting next to me, led this evaluation, supported by Eki Ramadan and Ella Stack, and we look forward to walking you through the story that the evidence tells. Over to you, Kate.
Thank you, Geeta. Good afternoon, distinguished participants. 3 questions guided this evaluation. First, who is being engaged? We evaluated engagement of 4 groups: women, Indigenous peoples and local communities, youth, and persons with disabilities. Second, how are they being engaged? Marginalized groups are not homogeneous, and projects engage them differently across contexts and sectors. Third, does engagement actually contribute to stronger project performance? Until now, the evidence at the GEF has been largely anecdotal. Finally, as a cross-cutting theme, we looked at whether the picture differs in fragile and conflict-affected settings, where vulnerabilities are often greatest and where meaningful engagement can be most difficult to sustain. To answer these questions, the evaluation drew on a portfolio of 300 projects, 5 country case studies, and, for the first time, a regression analysis examining the relationship between engagement and project outcomes. The evidence generated from the evaluation provides a foundation to shift the framing on engagement of marginalized groups beyond compliance to outcomes. One of the things this evaluation quickly made clear is that engagement is not a single activity. It's a connected process. So, the evaluation framework looked at engagement through 3 interconnected dimensions. First is systemic measures. These include stakeholder identification and analysis, action plans, indicators, theories of change, and staffing to set the groundwork for engagement. These are the upstream signals that tell projects engagement matters from the outset. The second is participation in practice, how engagement is actually carried out within projects through consultation, co-design, leadership roles, and grievance mechanisms. In other words, not simply commitments, but engagement as implemented on the ground. And the third is socioeconomic co-benefits, whether marginalized groups ultimately experience tangible improvements in livelihoods, opportunities, or well-being as a result of project interventions. What emerges from the evaluation is that the GEF has established a meaningful architecture for engagement through its policies and processes, but the strength of that engagement remains uneven across the portfolio, particularly between groups and between the design and implementation phases. The first finding is encouraging. Engagement across the portfolio is broadening. All ongoing projects in the sample engaged at least one marginalized group. Women were engaged in all ongoing projects, youth in 79%, and engagement with IPLCs increased significantly from 29% to 50% across replenishment periods. Persons with disabilities remain underrepresented in the portfolio. Although engagement increased from 9% to 20% in ongoing projects, this remains the lowest level among all groups assessed. Similarly, projects engaging women, IPLCs, and youth together, reflecting a broader, more holistic approach, accounted for only 46% of ongoing projects. One particularly important finding concerns fragile and conflict-affected settings. Interestingly, engagement in these contexts was often deeper than in more stable settings. 65% of projects in fragile settings engaged women, IPLCs, and youth together, nearly double the rate observed elsewhere. The ongoing GEF EFAD Eldoret Water Fund project in Kenya illustrates what more integrated engagement can look like in practice, with multiple groups incorporated into project design and implementation from the outset. So overall, the direction of travel is positive. The challenge now is strengthening the depth and consistency of engagement across the portfolio. The evaluation also finds that upstream review processes are strong and active. All ongoing projects in the sample were reviewed for compliance with relevant policies, and 70% received substantive feedback rather than only procedural clearance. Gender considerations, reflecting the strongest, most mature area of GEF policy focus, received the most consistent attention. The system at entry is functioning effectively, but a few gaps remain. Oversight is limited to the design phase, with minimal tracking during implementation. Projects also self-identify the marginalized groups they engage, creating inconsistencies in reporting across the portfolio. And finally, indicators often capture participation quantitatively, the number of people consulted, for example, but provide less insight into the quality or depth of engagement itself. In summary, the portfolio has become stronger at requiring engagement at design stage, but systematic attention to engagement during implementation is limited, and indicators to track meaningful engagement are scarce. One of the most important findings of the evaluation is that meaningful engagement is associated with stronger project performance. The regression analysis shows that projects that both planned engagement and implemented it effectively achieved measurably stronger outcomes than projects where engagement remained limited to design stage requirements. Planning alone was not enough, implementation mattered. The evaluation also found that projects engaging multiple marginalized groups and engaging them in combination tended to perform better than projects with narrower approaches. And the broader pattern is remarkably consistent. A stronger system supports more meaningful participation, which in turn is associated with stronger socioeconomic co-benefits for marginalized groups. This relationship is particularly important in fragile and conflict-affected settings. In these contexts, meaningful engagement appears not only to strengthen outcomes, but also to contribute to project resilience under difficult operating conditions. The UNEP GEF Integrating Traditional Crop Genetic Diversity project in Nepal illustrates the dynamic from the regression. This project combined long-term engagement with indigenous communities and women, with an emphasis on their decision-making and leadership roles alongside both environmental and social outcomes. Overall, the evaluation suggests that meaningful engagement is more than a compliance requirement. It's an important contributor to project effectiveness and sustainability of results. The portfolio also provides useful lessons on what meaningful engagement looks like in practice. First, virtual engagement modalities have expanded the ability of projects to reach groups that might otherwise remain excluded. Second, early stakeholder identification at the concept stage helps strengthen engagement throughout implementation. Third, sustained trust building is essential. Effective engagement extends beyond consultation and requires continuous relationship building and adaptation to local realities. For example, in Oaxaca, Mexico, small grants program projects were incorporating indigenous and traditional knowledge using modern technology while engaging local indigenous youth to monitor environmental conditions. And fourth, dedicated budget allocations and real-time incident tracking systems strengthen accountability and responsiveness during implementation, especially in fragile and conflict-affected settings. What is striking is that many of these approaches are relatively low cost and practical. The examples presented illustrate that the GEF partnership has accumulated a substantial body of knowledge and experience on effective engagement of marginalized groups. They also reveal strong interest among agencies and country stakeholders in learning how to engage more effectively, particularly with youth and persons with disabilities. The challenge is ensuring that the knowledge is systematically captured, shared, and applied across the partnership. 3 recommendations emerge from the evaluation findings. The first recommendation is to update and expand guidance related to marginalized groups. leaving no one behind. This includes updating the 2012 Principles and Guidelines for Engagement with Indigenous Peoples. The second recommendation is to strengthen review processes and extend attention more systematically into implementation. It also includes a recommendation to integrate indicators to measure engagement, which would allow for improved reporting. The third recommendation focuses on knowledge management and learning. It encourages the GEF to better leverage existing knowledge and experience on engaging these groups, promoting good practice across contexts, and translating lessons into practical guidance for implementation. Thank you. Back to you, Gita.
Thank you, Kate. And we go on to the last agenda item 14 in this section. The IEO is pleased to present lessons from evaluating GEF's support for policy coherence. The GEF has supported policy reform since its inception, but only in GEF 8 did policy coherence become an explicit strategic priority. This reflects growing recognition that environmental outcomes are often shaped by policies beyond the environment sector, and that greater coherence across policies can help amplify the impact of GEF investments. In response, this is the first IEO evaluation dedicated to this theme. I will now hand over to Janine Garcia, who led this evaluation, to present the main findings and recommendations. Over to you, Janine.
Thank you, Gita. Good afternoon, council members and representatives of the GEF partnership. GEF 8 strategies highlighted why policy coherence matters. To maximize the impact of GEF investments, meet environmental targets faster, and catalyze system-level transformation. As the partnership moves into GEF 9, this area of work is expected to expand further. This evaluation provides a baseline of where the GEF is already making progress, where challenges remain, and what is needed for policy coherence to contribute to transformational change. The findings draw on the analyses of more than 2,000 projects, over 130 interviews, field visits in 6 countries across different regions, and other evidence sources. In this evaluation, policy coherence refers to the alignment across environmental and other public policies and across environmental policy domains such as biodiversity and climate change to reinforce global environmental benefits. The first key finding: even prior to GEF 8, most projects were already designed to support the conditions for policy coherence, helping develop policies, build institutional capacity, and create mechanisms that bridge sectors. Most GEF projects contribute to greater coherence by mainstreaming environmental considerations into sectoral policies, a relatively low-hanging but vital approach to make production sectors more environment-friendly. At the same time, support is less common in later stages of the policy cycle, such as enforcement and policy evaluation. It has also ventured less into addressing more complex policy trade-offs, such as subsidy reform. In short, GEF support for policy coherence thus far has been foundational rather than transformational. It helps establish essential conditions and build momentum, but not necessarily ensure that coherent policies are implemented, sustained, and adapt to new challenges over time. To be clear, these findings do not point to weakness in project design. Rather, they show a mismatch between the current ambition of policy coherence and the inherently evolving long-term nature of policy reform. Where the GEF does intervene, it adds the greatest value through initiatives that governments normally cannot or find riskier to fund. Cross-sector dialogues, international technical expertise, and pilot demonstrations, all of which speed up policy reform and allow testing before governments scale them. GEF initiatives often play a critical convening role, serving as a neutral facilitator among equal government bodies, which typically lack the mandate and resources to compel the Environment Ministry now delivers programs jointly with the Agriculture, Health, Education, and other ministries at the community level. Let's hear directly from local government staff on their experience.
The sectors were working independently of which even the cost was fragmented. And now, through the funding received, we are now working as one, and it's cost-effective.
Integrated development plan basically has really helped us to bring us together and coordinate our activities in a manner that we don't waste resources, our little resources that we have.
In Jordan, a similar pilot strengthened multi-stakeholder committees to align biodiversity and tourism policies. This has created more opportunities for local community investment while also protecting sensitive ecosystems from tourism pressure.
هذا المشروع ساهم في استراتيجية كبيرة في المنطقة إنه فعليا وفق بين السلطات المحلية الحاكمة في المنطقة
contributed in creating a harmony between the different authorities in the region and also the Wadi Rum Natural Reserve.
وكان وضع تصنيف للأنشطة السياحية البيئية وغير البيئية
and classify the different touristic activities between environmental and non-environmental.
هذا كله انعكس على حماية التنوع الحيوي في منطقة وادي الرم الطبيعية.
This has been reflected on the biodiversity in the area.
These examples demonstrate that GEF support for policy coherence can deliver not only environmental but also economic and social benefits. These two cases are encouraging and point to a crucial lesson. Successful pilots do not automatically translate to sustained progress. Initiatives were more likely to continue beyond GEF support when they demonstrated clear economic and social benefits alongside environmental gains. This, in turn, depended on how well interventions accounted for country priorities, political realities, and local contexts. Advancing policy coherence will require initiatives that reflect the long-term and evolving nature of policy reform. This includes engaging not only environmental institutions, but the broader set of actors that shape policy outcomes, such as finance and planning ministries, economic sectors, civil society organizations, and local communities. GEF 8 significantly elevated attention to policy coherence. As the scope of GEF support expands in GEF 9, three needs in particular, when addressed upfront, can significantly move this agenda forward. One, a shared understanding of what policy coherence is and what success looks like across different contexts. Two, entry points for support that respond to the wide range of institutional capacities and resources in GEF member countries. And three, corporate indicators that track if and how GEF's policy coherence support is leading to system-level transformation. Here we highlight a fundamental opportunity. The GEF is uniquely positioned to address these needs when its strengths are used strategically. The GEF's flexible and predictable country-driven funding, multiple modalities, and partnership model can be tailored to meet context-specific needs at each stage of the policy cycle. At the same time, existing GEF platforms for country engagement, results management, and knowledge and learning are assets that can help translate experience into sustained impact. This is the space between foundational and transformational, and where the choices made in GEF 9 will matter most. To build on the GEF's strong foundation of enabling conditions toward more strategic, longer horizon engagement that allows policy coherence initiatives to fully bear fruit and last beyond GEF support. It is against this backdrop that the following recommendations are framed. First, clarify and articulate the GEF's strategic niche in supporting policy coherence, drawing on its comparative advantage and track record, while preserving the flexibility to respond to country-driven priorities. Second, ensure that policy coherence interventions are grounded in country contexts by systematically assessing governance conditions and institutional capacities prior to designing interventions. Third, leverage existing learning and monitoring mechanisms to strategically support and track outcomes of long-term policy processes. Thank you for your interest and attention. Over to you, Gita.
Thank you very much, Janine. So this evaluation clearly highlights that the GEF has laid very strong foundations for greater policy coherence across the GEF portfolio. But looking ahead, the challenge is to support policy processes that reflect their complexity, political realities, and long-time horizons. The GEF's ability to convene partners, foster learning, and bridge sectors will be increasingly important as GEF 9 advances its transformational change agenda. So with these presentations and the final publication of OPS 8, Integration for Greater Impact, we formally close the GEF 8 evaluation cycle. The evaluations presented today on sustainable cities, inclusion, and policy coherence highlight the importance of integration, partnership, and sustained engagement. They also point to key priorities for the future: sustaining environmental gains, strengthening financial sustainability, and mobilizing greater private sector and blended finance for global environmental outcomes. As we begin the GEF 9 evaluation cycle, though we are in the last budget year of GEF 8, the IEO will focus increasingly on transformational change and sustainability. That is going to be underpinning OPS 9, transformational change for longer-term sustainability. How results can be scaled, sustained, and translated into lasting impact. On behalf of the IEO, I'd like to thank the Council and all our partners, agencies for your support and engagement in all these evaluations and throughout the GEF 8 evaluation cycle. We look forward to continuing the shared commitment to learning, accountability, and improvement. And I would be very remiss in not pointing out the role of James Sylvester, Jimmy, who has done all these presentations, all our videos, and is our one-man communications person. Thank you. Over to you, Coach.
Thank you, Geeta, and the entire IEU team, and Jimmy. Thank you. What we'll do now is we'll run through the 3 management responses, and then once they've been delivered, we'll open up the floor for questions and comments. So I'd like to first ask Alok from the GEF Secretariat to introduce document GEF/C71/08, the management response to the evaluation of the Sustainable Cities Program. Over to you, Alok.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and good afternoon to you all. The Secretariat welcomes the IEO's evaluation of the Sustainable Cities Program and appreciates its rigorous analysis and actionable recommendations. The evaluation confirms the program's strong relevance in addressing environmental degradation, which is driven by rapid and unplanned urbanization. It also affirms the program's integrated approach to tackling interconnected urban challenges and advancing scalable and innovative solutions that are delivering multiple global environmental benefits. The evaluation highlights important progress and achievements, including cross-sectoral integration, policy coherence, strong city ownership, and strong global partnership. It notes that the program has been able to mobilize significant co-financing and increasingly engage the private sector. The evaluation has also highlighted program's strong contribution to social and economic benefits while advancing gender inclusion and gender equality and inclusion. We acknowledge the evaluation's observation that the program's integrated approach brings a lot of complexity. We concur with IEO's assessment of the areas that need further strengthening in the program and welcome its recommendations for improvements. The Secretariat agrees with these 3 recommendations which were presented and views them as important to enhance the impact of the program. We fully agree with recommendation 1, which calls for greater emphasis on investment readiness and the replication of investment pilots. The Secretariat, in response, will ensure that it is reflected in the GEF 9 Sustainable Cities Program framework and in the criteria for selection of projects in this GEF 9 cycle. This will include support in areas such as strengthening institutional capacity, designing financing instruments, developing project pipelines aligned with the urban plans, and linking projects to potential funding sources. A specific focus will be on enhancing investment readiness in SIDS and LDCs. We will also work with the lead and implementing agencies of both GEF 8 and GEF 9 cycle to build partnership with financial institutions and draw on their expertise and resources. The Secretariat also agrees with Recommendation 2 on strengthening coordination between the global platform and child projects. We agree that enhanced coordination will allow the global platform to provide more effective and complementary knowledge and technical support to the child projects. Building on the step taken in GEF 8 cycle, we will prioritize the approval of the global platform ahead of the child projects to facilitate this coordination. The Secretariat will also ensure that the lead agency for both GEF 8 and GEF 9 develops a clear plan to align the global platform activities with child project activities and also establish a coordination mechanism for adaptive management during the implementation period. We also agree with Recommendation 3 regarding measuring and tracking system-level transformation over time. Under the GEF 9 Results Management Framework guidelines, system change indicators, including one on urban system, have already been incorporated. In addition, the Secretariat will ensure that the GEF 9 program framework document and the child projects of the IP will include coherent indicators to track system transformation outcomes. Contribution to urban transformation will also be captured in programs' knowledge and learning products. In conclusion, the Secretariat welcomes the evaluation as forward-looking and strategic. Its findings and recommendations align well with the directions of GEF 9 and will help strengthen the program's integrated systems-based approach and its overall impact. Thank you, and back to you, Co-Chair.
Thank you, Alok, for that management response. I'd like to now invite Adriana from the GEF Secretariat to introduce document GEF C71/09, the management response to the evaluation of GEF support to marginalised groups. Over to you, Adriana.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Good afternoon. The GEF Secretariat welcomes the IEO evaluation of GEF support to marginalised groups. The GEF Secretariat is encouraged that the evaluation recognize that GEF policies and the Secretariat's involvement have played a significant role in strengthening the participation of marginalized groups in GEF-supported projects. We highly value the evaluation's demonstration that meaningful engagement is consistently associated with stronger project performance and that the involvement of marginalized groups has progressively expanded across the portfolio. The evaluation contains 3 important recommendations, and the GEF Secretariat agrees with all 3. The first recommendation suggests the GEF Secretariat should develop and update guidance to support the engagement of marginalized groups, better address underrepresented groups, clarify requirements for enabling activities, and update the principles and guidelines for engagement with indigenous peoples and consider its elevation to a formal policy. We agree with this recommendation, and as part of the GEF 9 implementation, we will strengthen the operational guidelines accompanying our engagement policies with attention to persons with disabilities, to better tracking of participation, and to more consistent treatment of youth as active partners rather than long-term beneficiaries. Building on the GEF 9 policy recommendations and advised by IPEG with support from staff, we are planning a robust consultation process to update the principles and guidelines for engagement with indigenous peoples by mid-27, and we will anticipate presenting a new GEF policy on indigenous peoples to Council by the end of 2027. The second recommendation suggests the GEF Secretariat should strengthen the review processes to support whole-of-society engagement beyond the design stage, covering marginalized groups and ensuring follow-through during implementation. We will strive to strengthen the engagement of primary groups beyond design stage through the combined enhancement of existing instruments, the project review sheet, the results management framework, project implementation reports, midterm reviews, and terminal evaluations, ensuring attention to all four primary groups: women, IPLCs, youth, and persons with disability, and the three engagement dimensions identified by the evaluation: systemic measures, participation activities, and socioeconomic benefits. The GEF-9 Results Management Framework is the principal vehicle for stronger indicators. Through a two-pronged approach, deeper disaggregation, focus on indigenous peoples, local communities, women and youth, and a limited set of standard co-benefits indicators. The 68 Council streamlining procedures, which strengthen the whole of the operational focal points, also provide a complementary entry point for tracking engagement during implementation. The third recommendation suggests the GEF Secretariat should invest in knowledge management and learning to strengthen understanding of what works, for whom, and under what conditions, and translate lessons into clear, actionable operational guidance. We will collaborate with the wider GEF partnership, including STAP, IPEG, GEF agencies, the GEF CSO network, the GEF Gender Partnership, and draw on our strategic programs and platforms to identify, disseminate good practices. We will establish a structured work program on knowledge management and learning early in the GEF-9 cycle, explore a portfolio approach to synthesizing knowledge, and report periodically to Council on progress. In conclusion, we recognize the valuable insights provided by this excellent EAO evaluation. The GEF Secretariat is committed to addressing its recommendations to further strengthen the engagement of marginalized groups in pursuit of lasting global environmental benefits. We will track progress on the implementation of these recommendations, report to Congress as needed through existing report, as well as through the standard IAO's management actual record. With that, I thank you and hand back to you, Co-Chair.
Thank you, Adriana. I'd now like to invite Sonia from the GEF Secretariat to introduce document GEF/C71/10, the management response to lessons from evaluating GEF support to policy adherence. Over to you, Sonia.
Thank you, Co-Chair. So this was a brilliant evaluation, and over and above the recommendations themselves, the analyses of the report are going to be very useful to us as we advance this agenda. That wasn't in the management response. I just wanted to say that to give a shout out to the evaluation office.
I never read that.
So now to the management response. The GEF Secretariat greatly welcomes the IAO's report on lessons from evaluating GEF support for policy coherence and agrees with all three recommendations. This evaluation provides a valuable and forward-looking assessment of the GEF support to policy coherence to date, and it reinforces the strategic relevance of the ongoing efforts and provides key strategic guidance to further strengthen the GEF's efforts to policy coherence and whole-of-government approaches in delivering global environmental benefits. On recommendation 1, the GEF Secretariat agrees with this recommendation. Policy coherence has been an explicit priority under GEF 8, embedded across all programming and through dedicated initiatives, and supported by capacity-building events through the country engagement strategy and knowledge management efforts. Building on this foundation, in GEF 9, policy coherence remains a priority area. The GEF 9 country engagement strategy will further advance this agenda, particularly through the establishment and strengthening of interministerial GEF national steering committees and participation in country-led platforms. We are also developing an internal action plan to further operationalize these efforts while maintaining the flexibility needed to respond to country-driven priorities and contexts. On recommendation 2, the GEF Secretariat agrees with this recommendation. Country context is already reflected in current project design templates through systematic assessments of governance and institutional conditions and further ensured during the project reviews. Looking ahead to GEF 9, the GEF Secretariat will further strengthen these efforts, including through enhanced engagement with countries and agencies and the development of relevant guidance and tools. The piloting of GEF national steering committees, which will serve as a key platform for advancing whole-of-government approaches, will be guided by country demand and informed by systematic assessment of governance conditions, institutional capacity, and key stakeholders. On recommendation 3, the GEF Secretariat agrees with this recommendation. The GEF 9 results measurement framework introduces new indicators that may be utilized to better track system-level change and policy and regulatory progress. In addition, this will be complemented by custom indicators at the project-level metrics and qualitative reporting where appropriate. Knowledge management and learning are central to the agenda advancing policy coherence. To date, the GEF Secretariat has undertaken a range of knowledge management and learning efforts on policy coherence, and we will continue to deepen these efforts to capture and share lessons across the GEF partnership, particularly as dedicated projects on this topic begin implementation. We are also building and deepening collaboration with other leading institutions on this topic to explore synergies, develop joint knowledge products, and share experiences and good practices. With that, I hand you back to the co-chair.
Thank you, Sonia. Now that we've had all of the management responses, I'd like to open the floor for any questions or comments. Over to you, Naomi, to manage any requests.
Thank you, co-chair. We have Andre, followed by Lillian and Caroline.
Thank you very much. We would like to thank the IEO for the 3 very relevant and useful evaluations and the GEF Secretariat for preparing the management responses. We do have a couple of comments and questions for the 3 evaluations. We do support the 3 key recommendations of the Sustainable Cities Evaluation and Management Response, particularly recommendation 1 on strengthened focus on investments and recommendations 3, measure and track system-level transformation over time, and are pleased that the GEF Secretariat agrees with the 3 recommendations and plans to implement them. We particularly would like to stress recommendation 1, the need to strengthen the efforts on investments and investability, and are pleased that the GEF plans to further support cities in developing financing instruments, structuring bankable projects, and linking projects with potential funding sources. But let us be clear. In the end, concrete success does not lie in the pure development and matchmaking efforts, but in actually deployed investments. So we would like to ask the Secretariat, could you provide information on actual investments mobilized and the targets for future years after the adjustment to do this evaluation? Furthermore, sustainable investments in cities are not just a matter of project-level intervention, but also systemic reforms, as mentioned in recommendation 3. We particularly see the need to devolve tax-raising powers to the subnational and city level and to mainstream climate and environment in short and long-term investment planning. Is the GEF Secretariat planning to support efforts on tax power reforms and sustainable investment planning by cities? Finally, we think that too little attention is paid to the issues of extreme heat, sustainable cooling, and in particular, the urban heat island effect. We think that this is a significant gap as urban heat is increasingly become one of the key sustainability and health issues for cities worldwide. And thus, these socioeconomic co-benefits should feature more prominently in such an evaluation. Therefore, we would like to invite the IEO to better include such aspects in the future. So basically, we agree with the management response made by the GEFSEC, but would like to hear from them about the points mentioned here. On the evaluation to support marginalized groups, we think that the report really highlights that certain progress has been made, to better include marginalized groups, but it also evidences that more needs to be done. We have a couple of comments and questions also here. Participation activities, systemic measures and co-benefits rose from 54% to 86%, from complemented to ongoing projects. But the question here is, what do you mean by HASTE participation activities? Are those meaningful or rather only the number of women present during focus group discussions? More generally, it seems that women are often included, which is already good, but not really empowered. We think that it would be important to think about how to incentivize transformative gender equality instead of instrumental inclusion. And as regards the recommendation, we think that these point into the right direction, but more might be needed, and the progress needs to be closely and concretely monitored. So maybe a concrete accountability mechanism could be introduced or envisaged to motivate implementing agencies to close the stated gap between design phase and implementation. Also here we are ready to adapt the recommendations and the recommended council decision, but we would like to ask the Secretariat to proactively report back on the progress on these matters, including on the structured work program on knowledge management that is mentioned in the management response in one of the next council meetings. And finally, for the evaluation on policy coherence, we are also pleased here with the Secretariat that the Secretariat fully agrees with the recommendations. In the management response, the Secretariat suggests to mainly implement recommendation 2 through national steering committees, and we would be interested to know if you can elaborate on how you will implement this recommendation 2 in contexts where it will not be possible to establish a GEF national steering committee. For example, will ministries such as ministries of finance, planning or economic development be included in these steering committees? And if not, how will they be included or consulted in the GEF project design and implementation? And how will the GEF national steering committees relate to country platforms established by other development and environment finance actors such as the MDBs or the GCF? And regarding recommendation 3, again a question to the Secretariat. How complex is the establishment of the appropriate baseline to enable assessments of policy coherence outcomes in the various projects and programs of the GEF? Will you be able to establish this in the full project portfolio in GEF 9? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andre. Now let's hear from Lilian, followed by Carolina.
Muchas gracias, Noemí. Esta circunscripción considera que las evaluaciones examinadas ofrecen lecciones valiosas para fortalecer la efectividad, sostenibilidad e impacto de las intervenciones apoyadas. En particular, destacamos la importancia de que todos los desafíos identificados durante la implementación sean analizados conjuntamente con los resultados alcanzados en términos de apropiación subnacional, movilización de cofinanciamiento y consolidación de las capacidades, permitiendo una valoración más equilibrada de las experiencias desarrolladas en distintos contextos nacionales, incluidos aquellos de carácter federal y multinivel. Esta circunscripción considera igualmente importante que los desafíos identificados en la implementación del proyecto, inversiones bajas en carbono integradas en la conservación de ciudades argentinas, sean analizados conjuntamente con los resultados alcanzados en los términos antes mencionados. Consideramos que una visión integral de estos elementos permitirá reflejar de manera más equilibrada las lecciones aprendidas de su implementación y las particularidades asociadas a la gestión de proyectos complejos en contextos federales y multinivel. Asimismo, destacamos la evaluación del proyecto en Perú, Plataforma Nacional de Ciudades Sostenibles y Cambio Climático, en donde las lecciones aprendidas, identificadas respecto a la transición de la planificación a la inversión y a la sostenibilidad de las capacidades institucionales han servido como aprendizajes que han sido incorporados en el diseño de proyectos para este GEF 8 que estará próximo a iniciar. Asimismo, las evaluaciones ponen en relieve la necesidad de fortalecer los vínculos entre la planificación, ejecución e inversión asegurando que los avances alcanzados puedan mantenerse más allá de los ciclos de financiamiento y que el conocimiento generado contribuya al diseño de futuras operaciones. Coincidimos igualmente en la importancia de involucrar de manera efectiva a actores relevantes durante el diseño y el desarrollo de proyectos, fortaleciendo la sostenibilidad de los resultados y los beneficios asociados a las intervenciones más allá de su ciclo de ejecución. En este contexto, consideramos que los mecanismos de participación, aprendizaje y seguimiento deben continuar adaptándose a las realidades nacionales, evitando cargas administrativas desproporcionadas para los países y las agencias implementadoras. Reconocemos que la coherencia de políticas constituye un elemento fundamental para proveer enfoques integrados de desarrollo sostenible. Y en ese sentido apoyamos los esfuerzos orientados a fortalecer la coordinación y el intercambio de experiencias, siempre que estos mecanismos aprovechen las estructuras existentes y por sobre todo que preserven el liderazgo de nuestros países. Finalmente, esta circunscripción reafirma que la apropiación nacional y territorial, la coordinación efectiva entre los actores, la utilización práctica del conocimiento generado y la capacidad de transformar la planificación en inversiones concretas constituyen elementos esenciales para asegurar resultados duraderos y transformadores en beneficio para las personas, el ambiente y el desarrollo sostenible. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a ti, Lilian. We will now hear from Carolina, followed by Annette. Carolina, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, our constituency would like to welcome the 3 evaluation reports and thank the Independent Evaluation Office for its work. Independent evaluation is essential to institutional accountability, transparency, and learning. The 3 evaluation reports include important findings. However, some recommendations went beyond performance assessment into normative prescriptions regarding the future strategic direction of the fund. These include stronger endorsement of blended finance expansion, greater mobilization of private capital, reducing the relative centrality of country-driven allocations mechanisms, and broader integrated programming approaches. These are legitimate policy questions, but they belong to member states. With regard specifically to the policy coherence, our constituency welcomes the management response and recognizes the importance of strengthening policy coherence and whole-of-government approaches in support of global environmental benefits. We also appreciate and thank the Secretariat for strong emphasis added on strengthening country ownership throughout the document, including the recognition of country-driven approaches, flexibility, and alignment with national context of government realities. At the same time, our constituency believes it is important to ensure that these approaches remain fully voluntary, country-led, and responsive to national circumstances and institutional capacities. In this regard, we encourage that the proposed pilot on national steering committees during GEF 9 be implemented in a manner that fully preserves voluntary participation, strong national ownership, and flexibility to reflect different national contexts and governance structures. Finally, our constituency believes that strengthening country ownership should also include enhanced support for national institutional capacities and national implementation systems in accordance with country priorities and demand. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina. Now let's hear from Annette, followed by Rishikesh. Annette, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and I truly enjoyed listening to the evaluations and also the management responses. I think that's one of the values of GEF, to really dive deep into these issues and then act upon them. And so I'm only going to comment on the last evaluation on policy coherence. I can echo my colleagues' comments on the 2 other ones. I think it's Sonia's response on a personal note, I think, was extremely revealing, and I totally echo that. It's very timely and important evaluation. It brings us into the right direction of recognizing that there are many harmful policies out there. There are many policies that can actually counteract to what governments want to achieve, but also what GEF wants to achieve. And so it's extremely important to look across governments and try to strive for more policy coherence across governments. And that's actually, when I look at how Germany works with partner governments, that's always the way we work. And I personally have been, for 4 years, responsible for the German portfolio in Brazil. And that's how we work with our Brazilian partners. And it was truly effective. And it's also a way, when you have swings in government due to election cycles, it's how you actually ensure, or you have more insurance, that what you invested in, what you discussed with the previous government is actually going to be then sustainably followed up. So we all know that policy coherence is a key for long-term and sustainable, scalable outcomes. And using national steering committees, obviously, across government and enforces that. And obviously, I mean, it depends hugely on governments to actually want that. It's the ownership of the government that ensures this is actually carried through and has the effects that we want. And further establishing country platforms, what we've been discussing, is truly, truly important and can bring governments a much more effective, much more efficient way of achieving the results governments want. And so it will be key for a more deeply transformational impact. And thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Annette. Now I suggest that we hear from our next 5 speakers. Then we will give some minutes to the Secretariat and the IEO to respond. Those 5 speakers are Rishikesh, Cecilia, CSO, Rashid, and Koanta. So with that said, Rishikesh, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. We compliment IEO for its insightful evaluations. We also thank and appreciate GEF Secretariat for their responses. I have 2 questions to IEO, specifically on their evaluation on engagement with marginalized groups. One, it was interesting to note that engagement with those groups was more in FCS settings than the stable environments. So can you please elaborate on those reasons and whether they can help in replicating the results in other settings also? Secondly, the second question is on the role of local institutions in such engagements. To what extent involvement of such institutions, and I mean local institutions by local self-governments or traditional bodies, to what extent they are helpful in the meaningful engagement, and whether the present project design sufficiently involve these institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishikesh. Now I give the floor to Cecilia, on behalf of Anders, then Ismail, followed by Ismail, CSO Network. Cecilia, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentations. Evidence-based results and independent evaluations are a priority for Sweden, and we very much appreciate the timely follow-up. We are strongly supportive of the integrated program on sustainable cities and now look forward to its implementation in GEF 9. We can support all 3 reports. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. Now Ismail from the CSO Network, followed by Rashid.
Thank you, Chair. On sustainable cities subject, the evaluation examined the risk of green gentrification of the displacement of lower income residents and informal workers. The management response does not carry this into recommendation number 1. So we ask the GEF Secretariat what safeguards will stop these investments from displacing the urban poor and the informal workers in waste and transport? And how will the GEF 9 framework require a just transition check on the bankable pipeline? On marginalized groups subject, first, the evidence that the evaluation shows the meaningful engagement is linked to stronger project performance. Paragraph 12 of the evaluation highlights that this engagement can even offset the negative effects of fragility on project outcomes. This is the empirical case for the GEF 9 ambition on civil society and IPLC. So we ask the GEF to use this evidence to drive engagement requirements in GEF 9, not just to record it. Now, on policy coherence subject, the report highlights a critical lesson. Policy coherence cannot be achieved solely through coordination among government institutions. It requires a genuine whole of society approach. Advancing policy coherence will depend not only on aligning policies across sectors, but also on aligning institutions with society, global ambitions with territorial realities, and environmental objectives with the aspirations of the communities whose futures depend on them. For this reason, the GEF CSO network recommends that GEF 9 strengthen the formal participation of civil society throughout 3 critical phases of the project cycle. First one, design and formulation. Number 2, implementation. And number 3, monitoring, evaluation, and learning. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I give the floor to Rachid, followed by Coranta.
Merci, Noémie. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres du Conseil, bonjour tout le monde. Puisque je prends la parole pour la première fois, je voudrais tout d'abord exprimer mes sincères remerciements pour le gouvernement d'Ouzbékistan pour l'accueil chaleureux qu'ils nous ont réservé dans cette ville mythique de Samarcande. Je voudrais également remercier le secrétariat pour toutes les dispositions prises pour l'organisation de cette réunion. Au nom de la circonscription de l'Afrique du Nord, je tiens à remercier le Bureau indépendant d'évaluation pour la qualité de son travail, ainsi que le secrétariat pour sa réponse constructive. Nous saluons les conclusions de cette évaluation. Le programme Ville durable est l'un des piliers du portefeuille du GEF. Sa force réside dans son approche systémique, dans la capacité à susciter une forte appropriation locale. Le fait que la demande des villes ait toujours dépassé la capacité du programme démontre clairement sa pertinence. Le programme intégré du Maroc, Marrakech Ville durable, illustre bien ce constat avec plusieurs sujets à traiter en même temps. Planification intégrée, renforcement de la gouvernance territoriale, solutions fondées sur la nature, mobilité durable et capacité à attirer des financements internationaux supplémentaires. En vue du GEF 9, notre circonscription souhaite mettre en avant 3 priorités. Premièrement, renforcer la planification intégrée à tous les niveaux en associant les gouvernements locaux, le secteur privé et la société civile. Il est essentiel que la transformation urbaine reste portée par les pays et alignée sur les priorités nationales et locales. Les initiatives des villes durables doivent générer non seulement des bénéfices environnementaux, mais aussi contribuer à la résilience, à la création d'emplois, à l'inclusion sociale, au logement accessible, à la sécurité de l'eau et à l'amélioration de la qualité de vie des populations urbaines. Deuxièmement, développer et répliquer les expériences réussies en mobilisant des financements innovants pour élargir l'impact. Nous soutenons les efforts visant à renforcer la préparation des investissements et à mobiliser des financements supplémentaires. Toutefois, nous soulignons que de nombreuses villes des pays en développement continuent à faire face à des contraintes de capacité et de ressources. Un appui technique renforcé, le partage des connaissances et un soutien à la mise en œuvre sont indispensables pour garantir leur participation effective et leur plein bénéfice du programme. Troisièmement, améliorer le suivi et la gestion adaptive grâce à des indicateurs simples et pratiques tenant compte des capacités locales différenciées. Ces indicateurs doivent permettre aux villes de rendre compte de leurs progrès sans bien sûr alourdir les charges administratives. En conclusion, nous appelons à des ressources prévisibles pour les programmes urbains dans le GEF 9 et à une assistance technique renforcée au niveau des acteurs locaux. Notre responsabilité est claire, amplifier ce qui fonctionne et faire en sorte que chaque ville soutenue par ce programme devienne plus résiliente et inclusive pour ses habitants. Concernant l'agenda item 13 relative à l'évaluation du soutien du FEM aux groupes marginalisés, la circonscription de l'Afrique du Nord reconnaît la relation positive identifiée entre l'engagement des parties prenantes et la performance des projets. Dans le même temps, nous soulignons que toute exigence supplémentaire en matière de suivi, de reporting, d'indicateurs ou de consultation devra être accompagnée de ressources adéquates et d'un soutien au renforcement des capacités et ne devra pas alourdir la charge administrative des pays bénéficiaires ni augmenter les coûts de mise en œuvre des projets. Nous insistons également sur le fait que les travaux futurs, y compris la politique proposée sur les peuples autochtones, devront pleinement respecter l'appropriation nationale, les circonstances nationales et les cadres juridiques nationaux. Je vous remercie.
Merci à toi, Rachid. I want to give the floor to Corentin. Then we will break to hear back from the Secretariat and the IEO. Corentin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi, and many thanks for these valuable evaluations, the relevant recommendations, and the management responses that we all very much welcome. And now let me share a few remarks and questions about the evaluation of the Sustainable Cities, IP. First, we positively note the importance of engaging early the financial institutions and the private sector in the design of the child project. We also appreciate the information about the main institution involved and the insights on the conditions required for a conducive collaboration, driving an efficient implementation at the national level. And related to this, we would see the merit in this assessment of a stronger focus and more information on the role and contributions of the main executing partners. We understood, for instance, that UN Habitat is one of them, given its specific mandate on sustainable urban planning. So how would you assess, for instance, the role and contribution of UN Habitat in the execution of this IP? Concerning the recommendation 2 about the global platform and its knowledge function, I would be interested to know how many knowledge products have been produced by this global platform so far, and the quality of these. Are these documents available online? And have you assessed to what extent these knowledge products have been effectively consulted and used so far? Concerning the topic of mobility, I would like to know to what extent you consider that the child project of this IP have exploited so far the full potential of the improvement of cycling infrastructure. We know that the improvement of this infrastructure is a key factor to boost the modal shift, to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, the congestion, and they are directly linked to major health and socio-economic benefits. For instance, we see that this IP led to the building of bicycle lanes in some cities, but the evaluation indicates that the use of these bicycle lanes strongly depends on the cycling culture. So my question is, does this IP or some of its child project foresee any specific action in the future to strengthen the cycling culture in cities? Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Corentin. So I heard comments for the three evaluations, both for the Secretariat and the IEO. So let me start here to my right with Alok. Then we will hear from Adriana, Sonja, and there were also some comments addressed to the IEO. Then I will pass the floor to Gita. With that said, Alok, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi, and thanks for overall good comments and support for the Sustainable Cities Program and its evaluation. So regarding the question around actual investment mobilization, I would like to say that the Sustainable Cities Program has a very strong collaboration with multilateral development banks, as well as national and regional financial institutions. And their contributions and their co-financing is one of the factors why we have a very high co-financing ratio in this program. And their co-financing is directly mobilized in the investment pilots which the IEO evaluated. Having said that, we agree that the scope or the potential for more mobilization is immense, and that's why going forward in the GEF 9 cycle, this will be a key selection criteria as presented, and we will strengthen further our partnership with financial institutions. Regarding support to municipalities on regulations, reforms, again, this is part of our overall technical support. We have supported, the program has supported projects which has enabled municipalities to come up with standards around public-private partnerships, which enabled mobilization of more private finance in the various cities, and also developing enabling regulations and policies. So this is indeed one of the priorities, and depending on the city's context, this kind of support is offered to cities. We very well noted on the importance of capturing lessons from, for example, the projects like Argentina, which was referred. And I would just like to share that capturing learnings and lessons systematically is one of the key priorities of the GEF. We do it through our own efforts, as well as the global platform follows a systematic process to capture lessons periodically so that it can inform our program implementation and future design. There was a comment regarding engagement of considering urban poor and marginalized communities and vulnerable communities. Resilience and reducing vulnerability has been one of the core priorities because of the systems-based approach that this program adopts. And this is, again, a key consideration in almost all our projects. It's already there, and the evaluation also has clearly identified that the program has contributed to socioeconomic benefits and has strengthened gender equality. So overall, this is something which is already integrated, but we will keep working further on this. There was a specific comment regarding supporting non-motorized transport, like scaling up infrastructure for bikes. Again, this is in several projects. This is one of the priorities. The focus is on, of course, creating necessary policies, programs, and building the infrastructure, which is something that we are already doing. And in addition to that, there has been a lot of knowledge and technical support also provided to cities. In fact, right now, while we are at the Assembly, there is a city academy going on in parallel, led by the World Bank, where we are focusing on green infrastructure guidelines, and it includes infrastructure guideline for bike infrastructure, which I just learned today that it is called as orange infrastructures. On top of blue and green, this is an orange infrastructure. But just to emphasize that this is a core priority, non-motorized transport is always a clear solution to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and it can be well integrated with the green spaces that is being supported. A specific comment on UN Habitat. It is one of our core partners both at the global platform and in various child projects. In GEF 8, we have a strategic child project in Nairobi, where UN Habitat is the executing agency. In the past, in GEF 6 also, the India project that we supported had UN Habitat as an executing partner. And we have been working very closely and to strengthen our strategic partnership going forward. I think I have covered most of the things. Noemi, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alok, I'll now pass the floor to Adriana.
Thank you, Noemi, and thank you for your comments and suggestions. The whole of society approach is at the heart of the GEF 9 strategy, and we are taking the findings of the marginalized groups evaluation to guide us in engagement with the primary groups identified: women, indigenous peoples, local communities, youth, and persons with disability to enhance the already good percentages that we have that was identified by the evaluation. On potential accountability mechanisms, we are strengthening our templates, adding tags and particular questions to the agencies and the project proposals. We also have a new results management framework with specific indicators to track on indigenous peoples and local communities, women, direct engagement on the management of natural resources, and even identifying leadership track and accountability in the engagement with these groups since inception, since the designing of concepts. And of course, we have the strength of the GEF partnership with the agencies and governments and OFPs playing a very important role in this process, but also with the engagement of our two platforms, the CSO network and the IPEG, that provide guidance and advice to us on these aspects. And we really value this process and how we can achieve, this will certainly be crucial for us, this whole discussion and engagement, to achieve the 20% target that we have for funding of indigenous peoples, local communities actions, and also the dedicated windows that we have, such as the Small Grants Program and the youth leadership and capacity build programs that directly focus on these specific groups. I think I cover most of the points, but we'd like to thank you. And also with the support of Council that has guided us to increase this, we already saw that the review process of the GEF Secretariat was highly graded on the, very pleased with that, but we certainly will keep enhancing our policies and we keep enhancing our processes to achieve a really sustainable engagement with these groups. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adriana. I'll now give the floor to Sonja.
Thank you, Noemi, and thank you all for the comments and the questions. I'll start with one general comment that actually applies to all of the evaluation recommendations, and then I'll come into the specific policy coherence one. So there were a couple of comments on how are we going to proactively report back on progress on different topics to the Council, and I think Geeta had mentioned this as well in her presentation. We have a well-established system with the IEO where they do a management action record every year, and this looks at a series of recommendations over a number of evaluations and assesses our progress towards that. So we do an assessment of our progress, the IO does an assessment independently of our progress, and then the IO compares the two and does an analysis to see where we are aligned in terms of what we think, how we think we're doing, where we diverge, and where we need to pay greater attention. So this process has been going on for a number of years, and I think it's a very valuable checkpoint of where we have, how we are going in terms of implementing recommendations. So just to reassure Council that that process is in place, and every recommendation that comes to you will at some point come into that management action record, and we will assess ourselves and also be assessed by the IEU on our progress to that. Now to some of the policy coherence questions. On the questions on national steering committees, in GEF 9, in the GEF 9 country engagement strategy, we identify that we're going to pilot some national steering committees in GEF 9. So the intention is not to launch them in all of our recipient countries, but just to have a select few. Having said that, we already have several countries that have national steering committees that have grown up organically over time and were built within the country to serve the country's needs. So as we're trying to systematize that process, we're learning from those experiences and speaking directly to the countries on how these committees have been built and how they have been operating, the challenges, and so on. And to that end, we actually have a learning station tomorrow morning on national steering committees for the OFPs and the constituencies who are here. So if you have any of your teams that also want to attend that, you can hear directly from some of the countries that have existing national steering committees. And all of this is an aim both to capacitate countries and to capacitate ourselves to learn better what the countries who have these committees are doing. So all of this to say, we're going to be piloting this new systematized approach in selected countries. It's not that we intend to do it across the board, and so we'll be coming back to Council as we report on progress in terms of how that's going. In terms of how GEF national steering committees relate to country platforms is a very good question, and I think that as we select those pilot countries, notwithstanding the fact that many countries have expressed interest in now, there's a lot of momentum around national steering committees, and several countries have been coming to us very excitedly wanting to establish them. But I think that we do want to probably try to select one that also has a country platform, which are also in their early stages, so that we can just see what that intersection looks like. The intention is not to duplicate. Of course, in many countries, including small countries like my own, it would be a nightmare to put an institutional structure upon another institutional structure where you have limited human and financial capacity to handle this. So we do intend to look at that nexus and how the two committees can operate, and we may build some specific guidance in that respect as we go. But all of this to come as we go through GEF 9. On establishing a baseline of policy coherence outcomes, there are no existing international data sets currently to do that. We do include project level indicators where relevant at the within projects. I was thinking that we can actually probably talk to the MEAs. Some of the MEAs have also have some developing policy coherence agendas, and I feel like there is a need to bring all of these together. And some of the MEAs have been reaching out to us on this. We have been involved in some dialogues, and I think that they are in the process of thinking through the same challenges and the same topics, especially in terms of establishing baselines at national level. So I think, again, this is something that is to come, and we are aware and we are working on it. In terms of national steering committees fully reflecting country ownership, this was a comment from Brazil. Yes, of course. In fact, Brazil is one of our examples of a well-functioning, well-established national steering committee, and we're learning a lot from what they have very successfully been doing. Yes, I'm glad, Annette, you agreed with me in terms of the quality of the evaluation. And, I will say that evaluating something that is in its early stages or its nascent stages is an interesting concept. And when the IO first came with this idea of the policy coherence evaluation, I have to say I was a little bit skeptical because I wondered, how would this look? And to the IO's credit, they involved us very, very closely, and they came up with a very forward-looking paper that, as I said, is going to greatly help us as we shape this agenda. So, very much welcome again, Geeta, that work. And I'll just end with, there were some comments from the CSO network. I'm not sure if this was to Adriana or to me, but I'll address it because I think the two are linked. In terms of aligning institutions with society, I want to say, as you all know, in the GEF 9 programming directions, we talk about a whole of government approach, and we also talk about a whole of society approach. These are not separate approaches. They are interlinked, and the two, I don't want to say strategies, but the two philosophies that we have presented that underpin the GEF 9 programming directions have been presented in an interlinked way, and these two agendas will move forward together. So Adriana and I have already been in discussions about that, and so I want to again reassure the CSO network and the Council in general that we do see the blending of the two, and we will be moving forward in that way. And yeah, I think that's it for me. I'll turn back to Noemi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sonja. Now let's hear from Geeta.
Thank you, Noemi, and thank you for all the questions. Sometimes it does get me nervous when Sonja agrees so much with the IEO findings and recommendations, but anyway, thank you. Andre, on your point, yes, about the statistic, I think you're talking about the statistic where we, relating to the spectrum where we code, inform, consult, collaborate, and I think that is to measure the robustness of engagement, and we see it getting better over time. On the question of socioeconomic co-benefits, a couple of years ago we actually did a separate study looking at co-benefits, and we are routinely doing this. in every evaluation. And even in this one on sustainable cities, we've looked at the quality at entry on certain core socioeconomic indicators and seeing how it has actually improved over time. So there are some snippets of data and information. And I think based on one of our, on the evaluation of socioeconomic co-benefits, GEFSEC introduced a separate indicator that is now capturing, right, socioeconomic co-benefits in all evaluations, I mean in all programs. So that's on that. In the case of fragility, why is GEF giving special attention to marginalized groups? Actually, this evaluation we did was a follow-up to our first evaluation on fragile and conflict-affected situations. And in that evaluation, we actually found that women and marginalized groups were more adversely impacted. So we said, let's delve deeper and see how is GEF actually treating these segments of the population in these contexts. One big factor, I mean, I don't know about all the factors that could be replicated elsewhere, but the speed of financing in FCB context is much faster than in normal context. And that is a big difference, right? The other thing is, direct access, adequate time and resources that's actually spent on engagement. So we found a lot of good examples in our first FCV evaluation of turnarounds, lessons learned, and adapting more in those contexts than we have found in the regular context for the GEF. On knowledge products on sustainable cities, it's an impressive number. It's 350, and with the urban shift, it's about 100. But I think it's, as Neeraj pointed out in the presentation, there's a need to contextualize it and actually get it out to country projects. So the knowledge exists, but it's the availability of that knowledge to the country projects in a timely fashion, because there's some sequencing issues which has been addressed significantly, but there's some snafus which still have to be addressed. What else? On Brazil's question, you know, it's always tough to say where should we try not to be prescriptive in our recommendations and keep them at a very general level. And it's always a challenge because our point is not to get into the kitchen and say how things should be done. We highlight an issue, we highlight a possible solution based on evidence, and then we leave it to the Council, to the GEFSEC, and to countries to implement. So our job is to provide the evidence of what works, where, how, why, and in what situations. The adoption of the recommendation and what you want to do next is clearly your prerogative and the Council's prerogative. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Gita. And again, mindful of the time, we still have 7 more speakers in line. We have already had very fruitful discussions, so I do invite Council that if the ideas have already been addressed and discussed, you can of course always echo them, but we will mainly invite additional thoughts to convey to this head table. So with that said, I will now give the floor to Laura, followed by Ramon. Floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Noemi. Our constituency would also like to thank the Evaluation Office for these very timely and useful evaluations. We welcome them all and also the management responses. Our comments and questions were mainly covered in earlier interventions and in your replies, so I would only like to comment the evaluation of GEF support to marginalized groups, which is as a team priority to us. We are very pleased to note that the engagement of marginalized groups has grown substantially across the portfolio and understand that further steps can be taken. We welcome the GEF's broader efforts to support these groups. At the same time, we see an opportunity to further strengthen systematic approaches, especially to disability inclusion across the portfolio, as this was, according to the evaluation, the least considered group. Persons with disabilities are the world's largest minority, as 16% of the world's population, over 1 billion people, live with disabilities. We therefore see that disability inclusion is an essential component of effective and sustainable environmental conservation. We encourage, like you already mentioned in your reply, that the GEF will continue integrating inclusion into its project design, implementation and results framework in line with the whole of society approach. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laura. I'll now give the floor to Ramon, followed by Aliu from IPAC. Ramon, tienes la palabra.
Gracias. Quería hacer referencia a las tres evaluaciones. Agradecemos tanto las evaluaciones como la respuesta de la Secretaría. En primer lugar, quería coincidir con Rachid en la idea de la importancia del enfoque integral en el ámbito de las ciudades por los cobeneficios que genera y también la visibilidad para el ciudadano de estas actuaciones. Creemos que la planificación urbana tiene ese intríngulis, digamos, en el sentido de que son actuaciones a largo plazo. Eso plantea unos retos y también múltiples beneficios, además de esa coordinación necesaria entre administraciones. La coordinación y el intercambio de conocimientos creemos que es algo relevante en este enfoque y apoyamos las recomendaciones de la evaluación hacia ese enfoque integrado, ese trabajo conjunto de la agencia líder, las agencias implementadoras, las IFIs, los bancos multilaterales de desarrollo, sector privado, para conseguir financiación mixta y lograr impactos transformacionales. Y simplemente agradecer también la pregunta de Corentin y la respuesta sobre la experiencia y el trabajo conjunto con UN Habitat. Now let me change into English. On the marginalized groups, we welcome this evaluation and particularly appreciate its effort to move beyond normative commitments and assess whether engagement of marginalized groups actually improves project outcomes, right? We support the broader whole of society approach under GEF 9, and one of the findings of the evaluation is that deeper form of participation, especially collaboration and co-design, are associated with better outcomes and stronger sustainability. We find this an important lesson for future programming. The evaluation also highlights the inclusion of that inclusion challenges vary a lot across different groups and country contexts, so a more tailored and context-specific approach will be important. And finally, we'd like to highlight and support recommendation number 1, which states that the principle and guidelines for engagement with indigenous peoples should be updated and considered for conversion into a more formal, let's say, policy framework, right? And finally, about the last evaluation on policy coherence, let me say that the outcome of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, the Sevilla Commitment, calls for strengthening ownership and leadership by developing countries, together with greater policy coherence by development partners. We believe that policy coherence is essential. It's not just a buzzword. We welcome the definition set out in the evaluation by the IU. Quote, the policy coherence refers to the alignment of environmental objectives with other public policy objectives, right? We believe this message is clear, and this message, each of us should strengthen it within our own countries. We therefore welcome the report. We have drawn many interesting lessons. For example, projects on international water and biodiversity have focused on outcomes that promote policy coherence in a more explicit manner. Another example, agriculture and forestry sectors, both typically associated with harmful subsidies, has been the sectors most frequently engaged in policy coherent interventions. So to conclude, just to say we particularly welcome the emphasis on country ownership as a key determinant of sustainability and a key driver of outcomes, and we support the recommendation to integrate more systematic political economy and governance assessment at the design stage, right? Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Ramón. And I give the floor to Aliu, followed by Sitzel.
Thank you, Naomi. On behalf of the GEF Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group, we welcome the evaluation of GEF support to marginalized groups and the management response. We appreciate the work that the GEF has been doing in working along with Indigenous people. This evaluation matters to us, and we want to respond to several of its findings and recommendations, and also offer our support in delivering the following. One, we welcome the commitment to update the principles and guidelines for engaging with Indigenous peoples and to develop the dedicated GEF policy on Indigenous peoples by 2028. This is a commitment we have long called for. Next year, the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous People will mark its 20th anniversary, and a dedicated GEF policy is a meaningful way to honor that milestone. This policy will directly determine how we deliver on the GEF 9, particularly on the 20% financing target for IPLCs and the $100 million set aside funds for indigenous conservation initiatives. We invite the GEF to begin this process as soon as possible, and IPAC stands ready to co-lead through meaningful consultations. We also note that evaluations have consistently shown that when indigenous people lead and participate meaningfully, projects do succeed. A strong policy will also provide better protection for indigenous peoples in conflict-affected areas and for indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation and initial contacts, whose territories and rights require the highest level of care and safeguarding. We also recommend, we acknowledge and welcome the call to strengthen knowledge and learning across the GEF partnership. Indigenous people being dedicated being decades of knowledge, practice, and the proven results that the GEF can do and can draw on this. The GEF Small Grants Program has long been recognized as a model for direct funding to communities. The GEF 7th Indigenous Conservation Initiative and the GEF 8 Heart of Conservation Initiative offer further concrete evidence of what is possible when indigenous people lead. We invite the GEF to draw on the lessons from these models as we move into the GEF 9 Indigenous Conservation Initiatives. And the IPAC is ready to ensure that the engagement and learning is captured and translated into clear, operationalized guidance. On behalf of the GBFF, the evaluation recognizes that approximately 31% of the total GBFF financing is allocated to support actions by IPLCs, exceeding the 20% aspirational target. The evaluation also acknowledges the $100 million allocated to direct funding through indigenous conservation initiatives. We recommend that the GEF 9 family of funds develop similar guidelines to those of the GBFF on what counts as actions by IPLCs, so that indigenous peoples are in the driving seat across all family of funds. IPAC is ready to continue and to build these guidelines. We evaluate the policy commitments and the targets we have agreed on today's point in this same direction. We look forward to strong partnership in standing with you for effective delivery of policy commitments and targets. Thank you.
Thank you, Aliu. Let's jump into our 4 remaining speakers, Sitzel, Stephanie, Noor, Jang, and then we will come back to the head table to conclude this agenda item. With that said, Sitzel, floor is yours.
Thank you. So our constituency would like to first of all thank the IO team for 3 thorough and well-structured evaluations and the valuable insights and evidence they provide. And we welcome both the evaluations and the management response. In the interest of time, I'll only comment on the evaluation of GEF support to marginalized groups and management response. We welcome the findings that the GEF policies and the Secretariat oversight are consistently contributing to strengthening the engagement of marginalized groups in the design of GEF projects, including through the adherence to environmental and social safeguard standards, and also in meeting gender equality policy requirements. We also do recognize that there is a gap in follow-through during implementation, and like others, we look forward to dedicated reporting in GEF 9 of efforts to strengthen compliance in the implementation stage of projects as well as in the application of relevant requirements to enabling activities. As underscored in the evaluation, genuine partnerships and meaningful stakeholder engagement throughout the project cycle improve project outcomes, and we believe this is a critical finding. We therefore support continued and systemic work to enhancing the quality of engagement and supporting local leadership, including collaboration with women-led organizations and women's rights organizations, with indigenous peoples-led organizations and youth-led organizations that can further strengthen the shift towards meaningful engagement. And we recognize that there may be a need also to find the right balance to ensure solid and meaningful engagement processes while also ensuring effective implementation on the ground. Lastly, as I said, we welcome the GEF management response to follow up on the 3 recommendations of the evaluation, and we fully support the recommendation to update the principles and guidelines for engagement with indigenous peoples, as well as the recommendation to elevate it to formal policy. We also support the continued efforts to systematically monitor and track engagement throughout the project cycle and support investment in improved knowledge management to strengthen understanding of how to effectively strengthen inclusion and engagement of marginalized groups in the GEF programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Sitzel. And I give the floor to Stéphanie, followed by Noor. Stéphanie, à toi la parole.
Merci, je vais m'exprimer en français et je vais essayer d'aller vite. Tout d'abord, nous remercions l'AIO pour ces 3 évaluations et nous remercions et nous félicitons le FEM, le secrétariat et tous les acteurs du FEM pour la qualité des opérations qui sont retranscrites dans ces évaluations. Nous souhaitons mettre l'accent sur la cohérence des politiques et les approches intégrées Whole of Government and Whole of Society sur lesquelles l'accent est mis dans GEF 8 et GEF 9, ce qui est essentiel. Vous en avez déjà beaucoup parlé, donc je vais aller très vite, mais de l'expérience française qui est très poussée sur l'interministérialité depuis des décennies, et notamment avec la création de l'Europe et l'obligation d'avoir une position commune avec l'Europe. Nous appuyons fortement les pays du FEM à développer les National Steering Committees et ou les Country Platforms, qui sont des outils indispensables pour accompagner des efforts de transition et de planification écologique. Ces efforts en matière de cohérence de politique publique doivent aussi se faire au maximum avec les autres institutions financières et notamment, comme on le dit d'habitude, les autres fonds verticaux pour éviter de dupliquer les efforts. Et enfin, nous rejoignons la recommandation de l'AIO qui invite à travailler sur une meilleure flexibilité pour éviter un désalignement dans le temps entre le temps de mise en œuvre du projet et le temps des réformes politiques. Merci.
Merci à toi, Stéphanie, aussi pour être très efficient avec ton intervention. I'll now give the floor to Noor, followed by our last speakers that will be Yang. Noor, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Our constituency welcomes the management response to the evaluation of the GEF Sustainable Cities Programme and appreciates the Secretariat's efforts to strengthen the programme's effectiveness and impact. We support the proposed measure to enhance investment readiness, replicate successful approaches, strengthen coordination between the global platform and child projects, and improve system-level indicators to better capture transformational outcomes. From our perspective, the Sustainable Cities Programme should continue to serve as a practical mechanism for translating integrated urban planning into bankable investment. The programme can play an important role in strengthening local government capacity, mobilizing blended finance and fostering partnerships that support sustainable urban development. We also see significant opportunities for the programme to deliver multiple benefits across biodiversity conservation, climate action, pollution reduction, circular economy initiatives, and community resilience. We therefore support the management response and encourage continued efforts to scale up successful approaches strengthen knowledge sharing, and enhance the program's contribution to integrated and lasting urban transformation. Chair, turning now to the agenda item on policy coherence, our constituency welcomes the Independent Evaluation Office assessment and the management response on GEF support for policy coherence. We recognize that policy coherence is essential for delivering integrated and lasting environmental outcomes across the GEF focal areas. We wish to highlight 3 points. First, policy coherence should remain country-driven and aligned with national priorities, policies, and circumstances. While countries share common global environmental objectives, approaches to policy coherence should support national ownerships and be adapted to each country's development planning, institutional arrangement, and policy frameworks. Second, we support strengthening whole-of-government approaches through enhanced coordination among ministries and stakeholders. Strong national coordination mechanism, including GEF national steering committees, can help improve policy alignment and investment planning across sectors. Third, policy coherence should contribute to measurable systems transformations. We encourage the GEF to continue developing practical tools, indicators, and knowledge-sharing platforms that support stronger institutions, policy reforms, and integrated decision-making. For East Asia, such integrated approaches are particularly important in addressing the interconnected challenges of biodiversity loss, climate change, pollution, and sustainable economic development. We therefore support the management response and look forward to continued efforts to strengthen policy coherence under GEF 9. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Noor. Now, last but not least, Yang, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Noemi. Yeah, I would like to join other colleagues to thank the IEO for its very productive work, and as well as the management wonderful response to the IEO findings. And discussion today demonstrates the success of any products hinges on the full synergy of all stakeholders, from the design and execution by the GEFSEC and implementing agencies, the counterpart financing and expertise input by member countries, and the lessons summarized and recommendations by IEO. This is much like an orchestra. The absence of any single party would prevent the creation of harmonious music. I want to take the Sustainable City program as an example, which is so successful. It fully showcased the vitality of the IP modality. As the challenges facing member countries become increasingly complex, and most of them are cross-sectoral, IP modality offers systematic solutions. We hope that GEF 9 will continue to fully leverage this innovative and very useful modality. Because I have been visited several pilot cities in China, I think the IEO colleagues have also visited some cities earlier this year. I think pilot cities in China attach great importance to the collaboration with the GEF and the World Bank as the lead agency. With the financial and intellectual resources from the GEF and the World Bank, the governance structure, including policy framework and institutional coordination mechanism, has been well established in the pilot cities. This underscores the necessity for GEF to further consolidate and expand cooperation with member countries. Therefore, China looks forward to deepening partnership with the GEF and all implementing agencies for the upcoming GEF 9 period to generate more scalable and replicable experiences and share through the global platforms. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yang. With no further requests to the floor, I'm going to hand it over to final remarks. I know that some of them didn't get direct comments, but yeah, just to wrap us up. Alok?
Yes, thanks again for being very supportive to the Sustainable Cities program in this round of comments as well. I don't think there was any specific comment, but I just would like to confirm that the recommendations that IEO has provided and the inputs that you provided today in the meeting, we will incorporate as we move forward. The evaluation is very well timed. We are about to start the GEF 9 period. So it's the perfect time to incorporate the suggestions and recommendations as we develop the new program framework for GEF 9, as well as integrate these in the GEF 8, which also has recently started implementation on the ground. With that, back to you, Noemi.
Thank you. Alok, Adriana, final remarks.
Thank you, Noemi, and thank you very much for this very strong support to the whole of society approach, and for the particular comments on the systematic approaches to focus on persons with disability. We certainly need to improve on the gap identified on the evaluation, but we already have some very interesting experiences that could be mainstream, such as the ones that we have in the Small Grants Program, where in certain countries we have focal points for persons with disability. We also have projects within the SGP-led and focusing on projects targeting persons with disability. We can certainly try to mainstream to the larger GEF portfolio these actions, but they really represent the efforts of inclusion throughout all these groups. Also, in relation to tailored approaches, that was a comment regarding the different sets and the national and realities. We have, I think, the strong example of the platforms that we have for the integrated programs, and I want to highlight the Amazon Sustainable Landscapes, the Global Wildlife Program, the Cities Program, and the Food Systems Program, who have a specific community of practices on indigenous peoples and local communities, on gender, on youth, and this knowledge and this community of practice have informed the design of the frameworks for these integrated programs. And that's one of the things I think was captured by this evaluation, because some of these programs have been already 2-3 cycles. And this is very representative of the integrated approach and the focus on these marginalized groups. I also want to thank very much our platforms and IPAG's comments. We are very grateful for the overall approval of the upgrade of the current indigenous peoples and local communities guidelines to a full-fledged policy. We're going to certainly deliver on that, as we mentioned. And the tracking and reporting is also something that we're working directly by I already mentioned the enhancement of our instruments on that, the results management frameworks, the target for the templates for project design, the templates for midterm evaluations and terminal evaluations. So this is, we learn as we go, but the evidence is very strong, and I think our efforts are really paying off in that direction, and the conclusions of this report. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Adriana. Now let's hear from Sonja.
Thank you, Noemi. Well, there were no direct questions on the policy coherence evaluation in this round, apart from Gita's concern as to why I like this evaluation so much. So I'll maybe deal with that offline with Gita. So just to thank the Council for your continued support on the policy coherence agenda, which remains a cross-cutting priority for the GEF through GEF 8 and in the upcoming GEF 9. And we look forward to continuing to engage with all of you and to reporting back to you on how we're doing through the various fora that we do. Thank you very much, and I hand you back to Noemi.
Thank you very much, Sonja. Gita, final remarks?
Yeah, thank you all very much for the appreciation for the hard work of the evaluation unit. No comments were specifically addressed. I just have a suggestion. If you have any ideas for topics that you're interested in knowing more about, please shoot an email and we'll include it in our 4-year work program. But there will be trade-offs. For everyone added, there will be one dropped. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Gita. With no one else requesting the floor, I think that's an old flag. So, okay. Thank you. So with no one else requesting the floor, back to you, Co-Chair.
Thank you, Naomi, and thank you for all the comments and questions and the extensive responses. Given there's no further requests from the floor, I'd like to invite Council to adopt the draft decision that is included in the 3 documents, GEF C71, 08, 09 and 10. I see no calls from the floor, so the decisions are so adopted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'll now hand over to Claude for agenda item 15. Over to you, Claude.
Thank you. We'll give these people a minute to So we're going to move to agenda item 15, the Memorandum of Understanding on Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction. And I would like to invite my colleague Chizuru Aoki from the GEF Secretariat to introduce document GEF/C71/12. Over to you, Chiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. The GEF Secretariat is pleased to introduce the Council document on the draft Memorandum of Understanding between the Conference of the Parties to the BBNJ Agreement and the GEF Council. For each convention that the GEF serves as a financial mechanism, a Memorandum of Understanding makes provisions for the relationship between the respective COP and the GEF Council. The MOU to be agreed by the GEF Council and the COP also includes arrangements to facilitate cooperation between the Convention Secretariat and the GEF Secretariat. This Council document describes how the draft MOU was developed, and it also outlines the process for MOU approval and entry into force. The draft MOU text is presented as Annex 1 of the document in front of you. And I would like to provide a brief overview of the MOU development process for the BBNJ agreement. The process in many parts is comparable to the process that was undertaken for the MOU between the Minamata COP and the GEF Council. And these decisions came to you at the 51st GEF Council as well as the 56th GEF Council. The BBNJ agreement in itself was adopted in June 2023 and entered into force on January 17, 2026. The GEF Trust Fund is part of its financial mechanism alongside a special fund and a voluntary trust fund. The BBNJ agreement also instructs the COP and the GEF to agree on funding arrangement at the first meeting of the COP. And that first COP is to be held from January 11 to 22nd of next year, 2027, and in New York. The UN General Assembly established a preparatory commission in April 2024 to ready the groundwork for the first COP. And one of the key tasks for this preparatory commission has been to develop a draft Memorandum of Understanding between the COP and the GEF Council. The draft MOU has been discussed and updated by member states across the 3 preparatory commission sessions, which took place in April 2025, August 2025, and March of this year, with the GEF Secretariat providing legal inputs in consultation with the GEF Legal Counsel. And the draft MOU included as an annex to this Council document is the outcome of the preparatory commission negotiations. It is also included in the final report of the preparatory commission. Through this Council document, the draft MOU is being transmitted to the GEF Council for your review. The decision in front of Council consists of two parts. It invites the Council members to submit to the GEF Secretariat any comments that you might have on the draft Memorandum of Understanding by July 31st of this year, and also request the GEF Secretariat to reflect Council members' views in a revised draft Memorandum of Understanding, and then transmit it to the Conference of the Party to the BBNJ Agreement at its first meeting through the Interim Secretariat for the BBNJ Agreement. Upon the approval of the MOU by the COP to the BBNJ Agreement, it will be transmitted back to the GEF Council for its further consideration and possible mutual approval, at which time the MOU will enter into force. Thank you, and happy to respond to questions that Council may have.
Thank you, Chiz. So we'll open the floor for questions and comments, and I'll ask Noemi to direct traffic.
Thank you, Chiz and Chair. Floor is now open. John, yes, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. And thank you to the Secretariat for an instructive document. Our constituency welcomes the fact that the BBNJ agreement entered into force on 17th of January this year. The BBNJ agreement will strengthen our collective ability to protect the ocean against all the challenges it faces, including through the realization of the global goal of conserving 30% of marine areas by 2030. We further welcome the fact that the GEF will serve as part of the financial mechanism of the BBNJ agreement, something we argued hard for in the PrepCon. We note that the current draft MOU has been agreed in the BBNJ Preparatory Commission, and that the Secretariat has provided advice to the Commission on its preparation. We, like most of the countries around this table, participated in the PrepCom and accepted the carefully negotiated result there. Based on this, we have no need for comments from our side in the Council. As there has been careful negotiation of the MOU in the BBNJ PrepCom, we suggest that the Council approve the MOU and transmit to the first COP of the BBNJ for its consideration. In our opinion, the recommended decision risks opening up the MOU and affect the fragile agreement that was reached in the BBN PrepCom, which would be unfortunate. We would be happy to read out alternative texts to the recommended Council decision with text that would replace parts A and B of that draft decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Now let's hear from Vittorio, followed by Ramon.
Thank you, Naomi. First, we would like to commend the Secretariat for its active engagement throughout the preparatory commission process. We support the proposed two-step approach, and we think that this sequence appropriately reflects the dual consent required for the MOU to enter into force. And we encourage all Council members to engage substantively in this intersessional consultation period. We also note with appreciation that the draft MOU ensures consistency in the governance framework that underpins the GEF's role as a financial mechanism. At the same time, we recognize that the BBNJ agreement presents specific characteristics, in particular the multi-fund structure of its financial mechanism, that might require tailored arrangements over time. We strongly welcome the explicit recognition in the draft MOU of the needs of the most vulnerable countries, consistent with Article 52, paragraph 13 of the agreement. And we are looking forward for the operationalization within the GEF project cycle of these concepts. On the complementarity provision in Article 20 of the draft MOU, we appreciate the commitment to avoiding duplication and promoting coherence between the GEF Trust Fund and the special fund established under the BBNJ agreement. We would welcome further information from the Secretariat on the practical mechanism that will be put in place to coordinate resource utilization across the different funds within the financial mechanism, particularly as the special fund's operational modalities are yet to be defined. We then look forward to engaging constructively in the review of the draft MOU during the intersessional period. Thank you.
Thank you, Vittorio. Ahora le cedo la palabra a Ramón. Seguiríamos en español también con Lilian. ¿No, Ramón? Ah, okay. Julian, okay. Thank you. I got confused with the flags. Okay, Julian representing Brazil, and then Lilian. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We support the draft Memorandum of Understanding between the Conference of the Parties to the BBNJ Agreement and the GEF Council as it is. As outlined by Norway, we would like to recall that this text is the outcome of extensive negotiations conducted during the PrepCon, and the draft MO was agreed by consensus during that process and forwarded for consideration by the first meeting of the Conference of the Parties. In our view, the draft MO is a standard institutional arrangement consistent with established practice in multilateral environmental agreements for which the GEF serves as part of the financial mechanism. It provides the necessary framework for cooperation, communication, reporting, and accountability between the COP and the GEF Council, while respecting their respective mandates and governance structures. We also note that the Memorandum of Understanding concerns the institutional relationship between the COP and the GEF Council. Decisions regarding programmatic guidance and funding priorities fall within the competence of the Conference of the Parties and will be considered by COP1 in accordance with the agreement. We further emphasize that the establishment of this institutional arrangement is necessary to operationalize the financial mechanism established under the BBNJ agreement and to facilitate its effective implementation once the agreement becomes operational. We therefore support the proposed decision and the process outlined therein, and we look forward to the consideration of the draft MO by the first meeting of the Conference of the Parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. I'll now give the floor to Lilian, followed by Stefan. Lilian, tienes la palabra.
Gracias, Noemí. La circunscripción del Cono Sur agradece a la Secretaría del GEF por la preparación del proyecto de memorándum de entendimiento entre la Conferencia de las Partes del Acuerdo sobre la Biodiversidad Marina en áreas fuera de jurisdicción nacional y el Consejo del GEF. Reconocemos la importancia de este instrumento para operacionalizar la relación entre ambas estructuras y fortalecer el apoyo a la conservación y el uso sostenible de la biodiversidad marina. La circunscripción valora positivamente que el borrador reafirme los principios de complementariedad, coordinación institucional y apoyo a los países en desarrollo. Consideramos asimismo fundamental que la implementación de este nuevo mandato preserve la gobernanza existente del GEF en el rol central del Consejo, la integridad fiduciaria y los principios de apropiación nacional y acceso equitativo a los recursos. Asimismo, destacamos la importancia de mantener una clara delimitación entre la orientación estratégica que corresponde a la Conferencia de las Partes y a las responsabilidades operativas y fiduciarias del Consejo del GEF, asegurando procedimientos simples, previsibles y consistentes con los mecanismos establecidos. Esta circunscripción considera igualmente importante que los procedimientos de acceso y reconsideración de las propuestas favorezcan el diálogo y la búsqueda de soluciones entre los países y el GEF antes de recurrir a instancias adicionales de revisión. Asimismo, estimamos relevante promover una distribución equilibrada de los recursos entre regiones y evitar la incorporación de criterios de elegibilidad que no estén expresamente contemplados en el acuerdo. Finalmente, esta circunscripción no observa objeciones a que se proceda a la firma del memorándum de entendimiento y reitera su disposición a continuar trabajando constructivamente para asegurar que los arreglos institucionales y financieros de esta convención contribuyan a fortalecer la efectividad del GEF y la conservación de la biodiversidad marina. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a ti, Lilian. Now I give the floor to Stefan, followed by Hope. Stefan, tu as la parole.
Merci Noémie, je vais m'exprimer en français. Tout d'abord, pour remercier le secrétariat du FEM et le secrétariat intérimaire de BBNJ pour la préparation et la présentation de ce document. Comme indiqué par tous les intervenants avant moi, ce document est le fruit d'un compromis et de longs mois de négociations. Comme tout compromis, il implique que chacune des parties prenantes a dû faire des concessions, y compris la France, qui aurait par exemple souhaité aller plus loin pour alléger la charge administrative du secrétariat. Maintenant, nous avons ce texte devant nous qui nous considérons tout à fait acceptable. Comme présenté par le secrétariat, il s'inspire grandement de MOU déjà signés avec d'autres conventions, avec quelques écarts qui s'expliquent par les attentes exprimées par certaines parties. Et donc nous souhaitons maintenant aller de l'avant et adopter dès que possible ce document. Et dans ce sens, nous soutenons la proposition de la Norvège pour modifier le texte de décision et approuver dès aujourd'hui ce texte. Merci.
Merci à toi, Stéphane. Now let's hear from Hope, followed by Anders. The floor is yours, Hope.
Thank you very much. First, I think I would like to support Italy's comments on the two-step approach and the decision as currently laid out. We look forward to engaging constructively in a review of the draft MOU during the comment period and support Paraguay's comments to preserve the fiduciary integrity and national ownership principles of the GEF. In addition, I would highlight it's our impression the MOU was circulated less than 2 weeks before the council meeting, or right around at that time, so we certainly would not be in a stance to approve the MOU at this stage. To address Norway's concerns, we could suggest the decision be amended to reflect an opportunity for council members to review comments before they are automatically transmitted to the BBNJ Secretariat. This would be adding a small sentence to the existing decision, given the potential differences of opinion that we're hearing now at this council meeting. And I'd just like to secondly point out our concerns in our initial review of this document. Putting my GEF hat on here, we're very concerned about the freedom of the GEF, if you will. As a council, we see ourselves as responsible for fiduciary management and protecting the independence of the GEF. We have serious concerns that the language in this BBNJ MOU contains novel provisions that we have not seen precedents for in prior MOUs. This includes on time limits, on resolving differences over specific project decisions in paragraph 7 of the MOU. That's entirely new. There's no previous MOU that includes time limits for this, as well as a novel provision linking the BBNJ's assessment of resource mobilization to the GEF replenishment. We've never seen that before, and we see replenishment decisions as purely within sovereign decision-making. So in our view, those elements infringe on the GEF Council's operational policy as well as national sovereignty. We do understand and we hear concerns that this MOU is a result of a compromise between BBNJ and negotiating parties, but again, feel it's our responsibility as a council to represent the GEF Council's interests in this MOU with the COP. It's between the GEF and the BBNJ COP, as well as our sovereign interests in agreeing on this MOU. And I think I already mentioned, but I'll give a little more detail on our concerns about paragraph 7, which is on the project level resolution of differences. This is a new precedent with time limits for resolving differences over GEF Council work program decisions. That's a pretty big overreach in our view of convention decision-making into GEF Council funding decisions that usurps the Council's authority, including by providing that the COP can demand reconsideration of Council decisions on projects and request the Council to propose and implement a course of action to address concerns regarding the project in question in a time-bound way, which is something entirely new, and we are continuing to review on our side. In addition, I mentioned the resource mobilization and replenishment link in paragraph 7. That paragraph ties the COP's identification and assessment of funding needs and resource mobilization to the GEF replenishment in a new way. Replenishment is governed by GEF donor countries acting in their sovereign capacity, not by the BBNJ COP. Seeing that there's no equivalent under any prior MOU, our strong preference would be to remove that language. And we're happy to share our comments with any interested party. We have a couple of other surgical, legal, and technical edits to the document, including that in paragraph 16, there is a review. The BBNJ can conduct a periodic review of the financial mechanism, including the GEF Trust Fund. We're not clear why the BBNJ would be conducting a review of the entire GEF Trust Fund. So again, we're happy to share these comments with any interested party and plan to submit our comments in writing in support of the current decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hope. Now I give the floor to Anders, followed by Lucrecia. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I can be brief. We support the intervention made by Norway, and we welcome that the GEF can now work with implementation of the BBNJ, which is very positive news for all of us. We would, as far as possible, want to see all of these MOUs with the COPs to be as similar as possible, and they should not set any new precedences. But at the same time, we do not really find that we should renegotiate them here in the Council. So it's acceptable to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anders. Lucrecia, followed by Nicholas. Floor is yours, Lucrecia.
Thank you very much. We are a signatory of the BBNJ, and we've called for the GEF to operate as the financial mechanism throughout the negotiations. And so we're very pleased that it ended up being part of the financial mechanism and has also been providing ratification support to countries and will continue to provide substantial support for BBNJ implementation under GEF 9. As others, we thank the Secretariat for its engagements throughout this process. And in this context, we welcome the draft MOU that will formalize the relationship between the GEF and the BBNJ. As others have pointed out, it strongly resembles other MOUs between the GEF and MEAs. While we recognize the minor differences pointed out by the US, they are the result of lengthy and complicated negotiations and the delicate compromise reached among the parties of the PrepCom. In addition, the PrepCom, in which we have also actively participated, has adopted the MOU without brackets for presentation to the first COP next year. And so in line with our past position and practice, we'll refrain from submitting comments. Accordingly, we support the proposed decision and way forward, but are also ready to go along with the more direct way suggested by Norway. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucrecia. I'll now give the floor to Nicholas, followed by Ben. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. First of all, we would like to thank BBNJ parties involved, as well as the Secretariat, for their constructive and substantial work and advice on this MOU. It is good to see that the GEF is ready to take up its role as part of the BBNJ financial mechanism, and that the MOU widely follows the structure of other MOUs, successful MOUs with other MEAs. And the BBNJ agreement is a very, very important step for global ocean governance and the protection of marine biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction. And we think that the GEF is well prepared and well placed to support BBNJ implementation, given its long experience with international waters, its role for multiple conventions, and its ability to link global and national action. And we welcome that the draft MOU clearly sets out the main functions for GEF support under BBNJ, including capacity building, implementation support, and activities by indigenous peoples and local communities. It is also positive that the MOU highlights complementarity between the GEF Trust Fund and the new BBNJ Special Fund to avoid duplication. And it must be a priority for the Secretariat and the Council to ensure the highest possible coherence in the ongoing BBNJ negotiations of the financial mechanism together with the COP and its relevant sub-bodies. With regards to the concerns I heard from Council members, I would like to emphasize that we do not see the sovereign decision-making of the GEF replenishment process affected by this MOU in any case. As information between the GEF and the MEAs it serves is a standard procedure during replenishment processes. To conclude, for Germany, this draft MOU is a result of intense negotiations over months It reflects an appropriate balance between the concerns of the BBNJ COP and the GEF's ability to fulfill its mandate, whilst keeping additional bureaucratic burden within acceptable limits and respecting the GEF's Council's independent mandate. Following the spirit of compromise at the recent PrepCom, we believe that the MOU should not undergo any further substantial changes prior to COP approval. And therefore, I'd like to thank my colleague from Norway for the proposal of a revised Council decision we would also follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. Let's now hear from Ben, followed by Andrea. Ben, floor is yours.
Many thanks, Naomi. And just to say that we agree on obviously a number of points around the table. We agree with Switzerland. We were very pleased to see that GEF is part of the financing mechanism for BBNJ. We also agree with the points from Norway, Brazil, France, Sweden and Germany. The UK, as others in this council, took part in that preparatory commission and agree with Norway. It is unhelpful to open out the agreement that from that process, which was the base which arose from substantial discussion and which we understood had consensus. We recognise concerns raised by the council members. However, it is important to maintain the progress on BBNJ. This MOU, as I said, is a result of negotiations of BBNJ PrepCom 3, which we engaged in and consensus was reached. We recognise GEF provided extensive guidance in that process. We understand this is similar in the language and process in the Minamata MOU, including on paragraph 7, the dispute resolution in which similar language was used in the MOU for Minamata. In short, we are very happy to agree the MOU as it stands in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben. We have 4 more speakers in line. We have Andrea, Aliu, Nor, Ramon, and then we will hear back from Cheese. Andrea, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Noemi, and we thank the Secretariat for the draft MOU. We acknowledge the significant support the GEF has provided to the BBNJ agreement under the GEF 8 International Waters Focal Area. We were pleased to engage on the BBNJ GEF MOU with the GEF Secretariat at the 3rd session of the BBNJ PrEP meeting. We support establishing a clear institutional relationship between the COP and the GEF Council, and we welcome the articulation of roles, including COP guidance and reporting arrangements. We note the importance of early clarity ahead of COP1 in 2027, and we would welcome further detail on how COP guidance will be operationalised in GEF programming and reflected in project-level decisions in practice. On access and delivery, we welcome the emphasis on efficient and equitable access to funding for developing states, including SIDS and LDCs. We encourage a continued focus on simplified access, capacity building and marine technology transfer, and clearer pathways for supporting IPLCs consistent with the objectives of the financial mechanism. Looking ahead, we would welcome further clarity on how the GEF will position itself to deliver timely and accessible support in the lead-up to COP21. In particular, how engagement between the BBNJ and GEF secretariats will support pipeline development and programming readiness, and how GEF 9 will provide predictable and responsive financing ahead, aligned with COP priorities. Thank you again.
Thanks to you, Andrea. Now I give the floor to Aliu, followed by Nor. Floor is yours, Aliu.
All right, thank you very much, Naomi. On behalf of the GEF IPAC, we support the Memorandum of Understanding between the Conference of Parties to the BBNJ Agreement and the GEF Council. We welcome this MOU and the milestone it represents. The BBNJ Agreement entered into force in January 2026, and the GEF's role as part of the financial mechanism is a significant collaborative development for indigenous people whose lives and livelihoods depends on marine biodiversity. For indigenous peoples, this MOU carries particular meaning. Article 52 of the BBNJ Agreement explicitly provides for the GEF Trust funds to support conservation initiatives and sustainable use of programs by indigenous peoples as holders of traditional knowledge. This language is important, and we welcome it. It recognizes what indigenous peoples have done since time immemorial up to the present. That is the stewardship of marine biodiversity, including in areas beyond national jurisdiction. is not separate from the knowledge, practices, and rights of indigenous people living within or adjacent to marine and coastal areas that indigenous peoples refer to as ancestral waters. As the GEF moves into the GEF 9 with the 20% aspirational targets for actions by indigenous peoples and local communities across the family of funds, we encourage that this same spirit guides the implementation of the BBNJ financial mechanism. We recommend that guidelines developed for the BBNJ agreement explicitly reflects what counts on as actions by IPLCs, consistent with the approach taken by the GBFF, so that indigenous peoples are in the driving seat from the very beginning. We have said this before and we will say it again. When resources and trust are placed in the right hands, outcomes are more durable, more sustainable, and greater in scale. Indigenous people are ready to contribute to the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity. We stand ready to engage as this MOU moves towards its final approval and implementation. Thank you, MSC.
Thank you very much, Elio. I'll now give the floor to Noor, followed by Ramon. Noor, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. The East Asia constituency welcomes the proposed Memorandum of Understanding between the Conference of Parties to the BBNJ Agreement and the GEF Council and commends the Secretariat's efforts to clarify arrangements for the operationalization of the financial mechanism in support of effective implementation of the agreement. We wish to highlight the following points. First, we support efficient, transparent, and accessible funding arrangements, including simplified procedures, expedited disbursements, readiness support, and enhanced access to capacity building, participation support, and marine technology transfer. Second, we underline the importance of transparency and accountability, including regular reporting by the GEF Council to the COP to strengthen confidence in the mechanism and ensure alignment with COP guidance. Third, we encourage complementary and coherence across focal areas and funding arrangements to avoid duplications and enhance overall impact, supported by appropriate coordination mechanism. Fourth, we encourage the use of portfolio reviews, lessons learned, and evaluations findings to guide programming and ensure effective and equitable resource allocations. Fifth, we highlight the importance of regional cooperation, including in marine science, biodiversity monitoring, data sharing, capacity building, and technology transfer to support cost-effective implementation. Finally, we stress the need for clear, transparent, and agreed legal and operational modalities, particularly on funding access and disbursements prior to finalization of the MOU, and support strengthened transparency and information sharing between relevant secretariats. We thank the Secretariat and look forward to further discussion before we could conclude the MOU. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Noor. We will now hear from our last two remaining three speakers. We have Ramon, we have Rosana, and Laura. Ramon, tienes la palabra.
Gracias, Noemí. Nos alegramos de la presentación de este memorando de entendimiento en esta materia, en BBNJ. Creemos que el GEF debe participar y ya trabaja en esta temática, luego nos parece muy oportuno. Queremos destacar del documento la necesidad de trabajar en el seguimiento y la evaluación. La Conferencia de las Partes llevará a cabo una revisión periódica del mecanismo financiero, incluyendo el GEF Trust Fund, y creemos que esto es importante para ser efectivos, facilitar el acceso a los recursos y trabajar en capacitación también. Queremos señalar la importancia de la complementariedad y la coherencia dentro del mecanismo financiero y la cooperación entre las diferentes secretarías. Y en este sentido, simplemente, el documento indica el objetivo de seguir recibiendo comentarios. En este sentido, queremos expresar simpatía con lo que ha comentado la propuesta de Noruega, en el sentido de que este texto ha sido ya ampliamente negociado, un texto muy trabajado en el ámbito de esa comisión preparatoria, en el ámbito de la COP. Queremos expresar simpatía por acelerar ese proceso en la aprobación del memorándum de entendimiento. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Ramón. And I give the floor to Rosanna, followed by Laura and Kelly. The floor is yours, Rosanna.
Thank you very much, Naomi. Since this is my first intervention during this council meeting, I would like to thank the Secretariat of the Global Environmental Facility and the government of Uzbekistan for warm hospitality. I also would like to welcome the draft Memorandum of Understanding and support the establishment of a strong institutional relationship between the Conference of the Parties and the GEF Council. At the same time, I wish to emphasize the importance of ensuring equitable access to the financial mechanism for all developing state parties, including landlocked developing countries. In this regard, it is most welcomed further clarification on how funding, capacity building, scientific cooperation, and marine technology transfer opportunities will be made accessible in practice, and how the specific needs of landlocked developing countries will be reflected in the future GEF programming and resource allocation decisions and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosanna. Laura, followed by Kelly. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. We also wanted to raise our voice to support Norway's proposal to finalize discussion on the draft MO here at the Council. Like many have mentioned, this draft MO has been already carefully negotiated at the PrepCom. And like Italy mentioned, referring to para 20 of the draft MO, it is of crucial importance that duplication be avoided between the different parts, in particular between the GEF Trust Fund and the Special Fund. And finally, we are also pleased to see a specific reference to how the financial mechanism, including the GEF Trust Fund, should support conservation and sustainable use programs by indigenous peoples as holders of traditional knowledge. Direct involvement of indigenous peoples in conservation programs demonstrably increases the sustainability of such programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Kelly, have the floor.
Thanks, Noemi. And just a quick vote of support as well for the intervention made by Norway, Switzerland, others earlier. In particular, we're pleased that the GEF is part of the financial mechanism for the BBNJ, and we're grateful to the GEF Secretariat for supporting those discussions and for providing their advice. Because this is a result of extensive negotiations, we don't think it's the place for us here to reopen the discussion, but to trust the negotiators that were there at the BBNJ. Thanks.
Thank you, Kelly. Laura, you want to come back? Okay. All right, so I don't see any other new raised flags at this point, so back to you, Chase.
Okay, thank you so much for many flags and many comments. I do think there were not very many specific questions for the GEF Secretary to clarify. On the question that was raised on the complementarity among the financial mechanism, the special fund as of now, we actually need to wait a little bit for the special fund to be established. For the specificities of the complementarity and arrangements to be deciphered further. That said, we're in very close contact with the Dualos as well as the agencies we have right now on supporting various BBNJ-related enabling activity support. So that kind of conversations as well as communication is ongoing. One more element I would like to highlight is that the GEF because we serve multiple conventions, we do have a lot of experience working to establish collaboration and complementarity among the financial mechanism. With the example in the climate change convention, as well as vertical funds or multilateral climate funds collaboration being a very good example of how we are working to establish modalities on complementarity and cohesion to avoid all coherence, as well to avoid any duplication and minimize bureaucracy, so to speak. So that's an element that I wanted to highlight also also was mentioned in a number of questions as well as comments from supporters. And I think there was a comment on the posting of this particular document, and I wish to confirm that the document was indeed posted on the posting deadline. So just wanted to clarify that. So I think there were questions perhaps from Andrea on the GEF 9 preparations. We are currently already discussing how we go about investing the $75 million that has been allocated to BBNJ. And that conversation necessarily would need to take place with countries and agencies and others bilaterally. And that we will complete that conversation in time for the rollout of the GEF 9, and we will proceed accordingly. And we do anticipate when COP1 takes place to get some level of guidance as to what the expectations of parties vis-a-vis the role of the GEF as a financial mechanism might be. So that particular decision will also inform, if you will, how we would invest our resources as allocated in the GEF 9 negotiations. So I think that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thanks, Chiz, and thanks to everybody for their comments. I think it's obvious that there's not consensus at this point on the way forward. We have 2 or 2.5 positions, I guess, from some council members wanting to basically fast-track the adoption of the MOU, which would require or which would be facilitated by streamlined decision text with no further comment period. We have basically the decision text that is in the document today that would allow for a comment period that we've heard several council members wanting to have as well, and perhaps the half version that I mentioned with slightly edited decision text to allow for council to come back and approve any comments that would be added in a new version of the MOU before it gets submitted. Before I suggest a way forward, after this discussion, I would like to just leave or open the possibility for any of those positions to raise their flags and see if there has been any change based on listening to your colleagues. If not, then I would propose the following, that we suspend this agenda item for now. I would strongly recommend, and I will ask for volunteers, that a small group be designated or self-designated to meet overnight and try and find a way forward on this. And we would then revisit this point tomorrow at the appropriate time, hopefully with an agreement on a way forward on the decision and the paper itself. So if that's agreeable, I would like to perhaps just open the floor for self-nominations of whatever number of council members that would want to sit down and try and find a way forward. We have Norway, Germany, the US, and Switzerland. Do I hear 5? Oh, yes. Eliana. Okay, so we have at least a critical mass here representing the different points of view. If others want to join that group, please do so. And I will confer at some point tomorrow morning with this group, hopefully with good news that we have reached consensus, and hopefully we can move forward. Thank you very much. With that, we will suspend this agenda item and revisit it tomorrow. At this point, we would be moving out and leaving the Executive Council to an executive session. We circulated an amended document with amended decision text and slight amendments on the expansion of agencies agenda item. I know everybody's busy and trying to review this in the last 3 hours is perhaps not feasible, but on the off chance that you have had a chance, I would like to see if we can revisit this now. I would get Jonathan to come up, briefly explain the changes, which I think have been circulated to a lot of people already, and see if we are ready to take a decision on that. Are there any objections to doing this now? If not, Jonathan, can I ask you to come to the table? So we are, which agenda item is it? 4 or 5? So we'll officially reopen agenda item 5. Jonathan will present the changes to the decision text and to the few places in the document itself. This would be a revised document on which the council will make a decision, hopefully. Jonathan?
Thanks very much, Chair. And first, thanks to council members who provided the comments yesterday and additional guidance for us to come back with a revised text. Let me summarize very quickly. The changes have been made in 4 areas. As Claude mentioned, these are incremental in nature for the most part. In the first change is in the decision text, which is the most obvious. Additional text now makes it unambiguous that there's a connection to the GEF 9 recommendations. We make the direct link to those in that decision text. Also to reflect objectives that were raised by council members that we consider complementarity among agencies. That's an important thing as we review the candidates. Also to reflect that not each of the agencies that are presented will have capacity in all of the thematic areas that were identified in GEF 9. We make that more clear. And finally, to reflect the concerns that the Multilateral Climate Fund harmonization objective doesn't detract from the importance of the 5 focal areas of the GEF. So that's the first change in the decision text. And then second, there's a clarification added in paragraph 12, and that links to the GEF 9 objectives as well, and the importance of Indigenous peoples and local communities, make that more explicit. Third change is in figure 2, which has the criteria in there, and the criteria have been amended, and the amendment emphasizes a demonstrated track record and delivery of results as an important criteria. So not just a network of, for instance, but actually having a demonstrated track record of delivery. And again, those are linked to the GEF 9 recommendations clearly in that criteria figure 2. And then finally, in Annex 1, criteria 2 and criteria 5 have been adjusted to reflect what I've just mentioned in those previous three areas. So that's the extent of it, and I just want to assure that when the Secretariat undertakes the assessments and presents recommendations to Council, that we will be considering the complementarity among agencies and how these proposed agencies will complement and address the gaps that have been identified in this whole process. And that's not necessarily reflected in 1 or 2 questions around the criteria, but rather in the entirety of the assessment that and recommendation on the cohort of new agencies that will be recommended to Council. So that, with that, let me pass back to you, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. So I'll open the floor to see if there are any questions, comments.
I see no one requesting the floor. Chair. back to you.
Thank you. So if there are no questions or comments, I would like to invite Council to adopt the revised edition of this paper as presented to you in the email. I don't see any objections. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Council. So now before we leave the room for the executive session, I do want to make some announcements. As you all know, tomorrow we start at 8 a.m. So just be reminded it's 1 hour earlier. It's in the original timetable. We have also suggested to discuss any other business tomorrow morning. It was initially scheduled to happen today. Given the time, we propose that tomorrow we start with any other business to then resume the schedule as we have it. The joint summary of the co-chairs will then be discussed between the LDCF, SECF meeting and the GBFF to be brought forward for council review. Also starting tomorrow, as discussed with the co-chairs, for reference, we will put in one of the screens, two screens, a 3-minute timer for reference, so we can hopefully keep on the agenda a bit more succinct. With that said, I invite everyone who is not a council member, alternate, or advisor to the council member and alternate to leave the room. This is an executive session. The recording will stop, and we might give some 2 minutes for everyone to leave, and then I will hand it over to the co-chair together with Maja.